everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, I founded a Jujutsu clan, Chapter 41 to 79, Chapter 41, an enticing bait. 1056 words. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a draw from his pipe, regarding the unconscious Hirako. Hirako. It really is him. Hirako. Hamura Mitokado raised his eyes with some puzzlement. That one who researches secret techniques and conducts live human experiments. Why would he attack Kakashi? Why? Danzo Shimura's expression remained flat. What else could it be? The Sharingan. Koharu Yudatane's tone was even. Fortunately, Mr. Zenshu intervened in time. Otherwise, Kakashi would have been in danger. Minato smiled as he spoke. Beside him, Danzo crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on Zenshu. He still harbored resentment regarding that four-armed brat. I'm curious. How did you happen to know Kakashi was being attacked? The atmosphere in the room solidified slightly. Just as Minato prepared to speak, an arrogant voice cut through. One-eyed old man, who said it was the clan head who knew. Gojo Satoru stood with hands on hips, chest puffed out in theatrical defiance. Zenji and I discovered it. Then we notified the clan head. Danzo's cold face darkened further. His voice carried no inflection. And how did you two know? We followed him, obviously. Gojo Satoru spoke with complete nonchalance. Don't ask so many questions. I just wanted to see if that so-called genius was real or fake. Thought I'd find him for a spar. The tension dissipated instantly. Hiruzen even revealed a hint of a smile, watching the arrogant, flamboyant child. Minato felt relief wash through him. The process Gojo Satoru described was detailed enough. A simple ANBU investigation would verify everything. Seeing that Danzo and the two advisors still had more to say, Minato interrupted. This time, Mr. Zenshu captured a defected Jonin, saved Kakashi, and prevented the loss of a Sharingan. Such contribution cannot go unacknowledged. However, the urgent matter is interrogating Hirako. I'll discuss merit with the advisors later. First, have the interrogation department extract intelligence, then. Danzo spoke up expressionlessly. Why not hand him to Root? I guarantee he'll divulge everything quickly. Minato's movements paused. Though he'd had some understanding before, he hadn't been Hokage then. Only after assuming the position did he realize how unbelievable Root's existence truly was, practically equivalent to splitting the ANBU forces. Most intolerable was that Root served as the talent reserve and training institution for ANBU ninjas. In other words, nominally, ninjas had to train in Root before entering ANBU. And Root ninjas possessed independent recruitment and training rights. The Hokage couldn't command Root directly, he had to command Danzo, who then commanded Root personnel. What Minato found most unacceptable was that Root ninjas had their own independent funding source, and authority to execute missions autonomously. Even intelligence gathered by Root wasn't proactively shared with ANBU. If Danzo didn't still appear at the Hokage building and accept orders, Minato would have thought the Moon was preparing to defect. I won't trouble the assistant with this small matter. Minato's expression remained unchanged. Though the tail had grown too large to wag, he had to begin weakening Root. At minimum, the rights to independent funding and autonomous mission execution had to be removed. It's not hard to make him tell the truth. Zenshu spoke up suddenly. This drew everyone's attention. They watched as Zenshu gripped Hirako's head and pulled upward. An illusory soul phantom in Hirako's shape emerged beneath his palm. Spirit transformation technique. Hiruzen said with astonishment. But he immediately realized Hirako couldn't possibly know that S-rank jutsu. Setting aside its secrecy, the learning difficulty was extreme. Since Dan Kato's death, no one had mastered it. The entire learning process was extraordinarily dangerous. Countless ninjas had died attempting it, ultimately leading to its classification as an S-rank forbidden technique. This is your technique. Idol transfiguration. Hiruzen spoke softly. Danzo's sharp gaze locked onto the illusory soul, immediately noting the purple-black chakra light glowing on Zenshu's hand. What do you intend to do? Human souls vary. Some are naturally resilient. Others are weak-willed. Zenshu's voice was utterly calm, devoid of emotion. But even the naturally resilient have moments of confusion. Moments of breakdown. Moments of relaxation. With minor mental modification, I can transform him into a weak-willed, mentally relaxed subject. He'll answer any question. The emotionless, indifferent words made everyone present shudder. Manipulating bodies. Fabricating souls. How could such a vicious technique exist? Danzo's face grew even darker. Not from rejection of such methods. Rather, he was calculating whether his root ninjas could maintain secrecy against such abilities. Obviously, this caused killing intent to flicker in his eye. Almost the instant it appeared, Danzo saw Zenshu's cloudy blue eyes turn toward him. Despite the absence of visible pupils, the sensation of being firmly locked in that gaze was unmistakable. Fear seeped into his mind, making him shudder. Danzo averted his gaze to Hiriko's soul. His hands clenched involuntarily. And the price? Hiruzen's face remained relatively composed as he asked the crucial question. Minato, seated nearby, was completely different, his entire expression had turned grave. Forced alteration causes varying degrees of soul damage. In severe cases, there won't even be an afterlife. The moment Zenshu finished, Minato stood immediately. His tone carried absolute seriousness. Mr. Zenshu. This technique is extremely dangerous. I will classify it as forbidden. It absolutely cannot be spread casually, and it must never be used on village personnel. No one had expected such a strong reaction from Minato. Hiruzen nodded with gratification. The two advisors also raised no objections. Only Danzo's eyes flickered, as if forming ideas. Rest assured. I have no intention of teaching idol transfiguration to anyone, and no one else could learn it anyway. Zenshu's tone remained indifferent. Do you still wish to use it on Hiriko? I agree to its use. Danzo spoke immediately. Hiriko is already a defector. Not a village member. The others concurred. Minato ultimately could only nod. Seeing this, Zenshu activated his ability, directly modifying Hiriko's inner mind before returning him to his physical body. Hiriko slowly opened his eyes. His pupils appeared somewhat dull. Hiriko, what did you return to Konoha to do? Hiruzen asked immediately. Kakashi. I want to leave a puppet mark on Kakashi. Why? Because of the Sharingan. My Chimera technique needs the Sharingan. After thorough questioning, Gojo Satoru's account was verified, and Hiriko's conspiracy fully understood. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 42, Respective Calculations. 1019 words. By this point, Hiriko had already perfected the Chimera technique's final framework, determining to ultimately absorb 5 Kekkei Genkai and balance them against each other, thereby becoming a complete, immortal ninja. But in reality, his current technique could only perfectly fuse a single Kekkei Genkai. Achieving perfect fusion of 5 would require more than a decade of additional research. Too dangerous. Danzo spoke almost impatiently. We absolutely cannot let the Chimera technique fall into outside hands. I suggest sending Orochimaru to retrieve, or destroy everything in Hiriko's base. The moment he heard of the Chimera technique, his thoughts had turned to the Sharingan. The exact same reaction as Hiriko. God knows how many years he'd resented those Uchiha, how easily they grew stronger. Orochimaru. He's been busy with research lately. He might not have time. Hiruzen vetoed the suggestion without even thinking. Since Zenshu captured Hirako, the subsequent mission should also fall to him. What do you think, Minato? Minato nodded, approving the proposal. This caused Danzo's calm expression to shift. A hint of gloom flickered in his eye. Knock knock. A light rap on the door made everyone frown. Come in. Minato looked toward the entrance. The door opened. An ANBU ninja entered, approached the desk, and set down a scroll. Minato picked it up, unrolled it, and his pupils contracted sharply. He closed it immediately. The unnatural reaction drew everyone's attention. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe without asking. He was no longer Hokage. But Danzo had no such reservations. Fourth Hokage, what happened? Minato didn't answer. Instead, he issued 2 missions directly: capture the defected ninja Hirako, and clear out his stronghold. Both were A rank. The first was already complete, the focus was the second. Mr. Zenshu, take these 2 with you, along with Kakashi and a squad of ninjas. Depart together. Zenshu nodded. Before turning to leave, he glanced at Minato, who smiled and nodded in return. After the 3 departed, Danzo's patience shattered completely. What's recorded in that scroll? Why are you sending Zenshu away from Konoha? What if he leaves and never returns? The openly questioning tone exceeded everyone's expectations. Hamura and Koharu frowned, regarding Danzo with clear dissatisfaction. So far, they were quite satisfied with Minato and recognized him as Hokage. Danzo's current demeanor didn't resemble a subordinate's at all. Danzo. Watch your tone. Hiruzen held his pipe, staring pointedly. This made Danzo frown. He'd been too hasty. Fourth Hokage, this person Zenshu is very dangerous, and very valuable. Sending him on a distant mission so soon after joining, is it appropriate? He didn't apologize. Merely reorganized his words and omitted questions he shouldn't have asked. This wasn't the monkey acting as Hokage anymore. Though the other had always suppressed him, formal communication wasn't necessary. Because Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't need such formalities to maintain his authority. At least, he hadn't in the past. I'll arrange a suitable squad. The mission destination isn't far. If needed, I'll provide support at any time. After speaking, Minato prepared to dismiss Danzo and the 2 advisors. Danzo walked toward the door, casting one final glance at Minato and Hiruzen before closing it behind him. His desire for the Hokage seat reignited in his heart. Hiruzen watched the door seal shut before turning his attention to Minato. What exactly happened? That Zenji possesses a Sharingan he can toggle on and off. Minato handed over the scroll, expression grave. Hiruzen's previously calm demeanor shifted. His pupils contracted. His expression turned serious. He took the scroll and read through it quickly. Guesses were already forming. I recall there was an Uchiha Chunin imprisoned by Zenshu for 3 years. Yes, but that Uchiha is fine. His Sharingan is completely normal. He even benefited from the experience, evolved it to 3 Tomo. Minato's voice was soft. So it shouldn't be a transplant. Could they have Uchiha blood? The moment the thought formed, Hiruzen frowned deeply. The probability is low. I can't imagine an Uchiha changing their surname. True. Judging by their personalities, it doesn't seem likely either. Then there's only one possibility. Idle transfiguration. Both spoke simultaneously. No wonder Zenshu's eyes appear blind. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Those blue eyes of his are probably the result of a failed modification. Truly a miraculous technique. Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. Even for sensei, only a handful of jutsu could compare. Fourth, what do you plan to do? Wait and observe. A clan's secret technique is the foundation of its existence. Even the village cannot casually investigate it, let alone demand it. Hiruzen nodded with gratification. Minato was acting more and more like a Hokage. By the way, Lord Third, I want to use this merit to make Zenshu a Hokage advisor. Minato paused. But Senior Danzo and the other two probably won't agree. That will be difficult to accomplish. Hiruzen fell silent, taking a draw from his pipe. Looking at the fourth Hokage's gaze, he understood clearly, the other party wouldn't back down easily. After a moment's consideration, an idea formed. Zenshu joined too recently. Making him a Konoha advisor immediately is impossible. But indirect methods exist. For example, Hiriko's Chimera technique holds significant research value. You could establish a special research project around it. Then use that as justification to create a temporary technical advisor position. Specifically for consulting on forbidden techniques and specialized matters. However, to court him so aggressively right after he joined. Hiruzen didn't finish. The implication was clear. Lord Third, Zenshu is strong. Unexpectedly strong. It's just that his body no longer allows him to fight. Minato's tone turned firm. He won't live more than 2 years. But his 6 juniors are different. Especially those 3 children. If we can trade a few years of an advisor position for 3 genius ninjas of Konoha Village, there couldn't be a better deal. Hiruzen thought of Gojo Satoru and nodded slightly. The most important reason he'd agreed to everything from the beginning was that Zenshu wouldn't live much longer. Naturally, he understood Minato's current thinking perfectly. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 43, Remnant Branch of the God Tree. 1,135 words. In the spacious courtyard, Zenshu stood at the front as Zenji and Gojo Satoru approached. By the way, neither of us has even entered the ninja academy. We can't even be considered ninja apprentices. Why must we be brought along on a mission? Gojo Satoru sounded genuinely puzzled. Who knows? Zenji shrugged and looked toward Zenshu. Seeing both had arrived, Zenshu turned and led them out. They quickly reached the mission gathering point. Kakashi stood with 3 familiar ninjas. Akimichi Kiryu, Nara Yudo, and Yamanaka Mitsumi, the 3 jonin from the Inoshikacho clans. All of them had served on the Land of Bears battlefield. Lord Zenshu, Lord Hokage has arranged for us to follow your orders. The 3 bowed their heads slightly. The Hyuga main house incident had made life difficult for them recently, especially Akimichi Kiryu, who'd been targeted at every turn. Though most issues were inconsequential, no one enjoyed living under constant pressure. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze had become 4th Hokage. Their situation immediately improved. After all, they could be considered the 4th Hokage's subordinates. And Lord 4th clearly intended to recruit the Inoshikacho. I remember you. Zenshu nodded lightly. Let's depart. No sense risking delays. Yes. The group quickly reached the main gate, registered and set off. Zenji leaped across tree branches, gaze fixed on the Inoshikacho trio ahead. The multi-size technique. The shadow secret technique. The mind-body switch technique, all fascinating secret arts. The multi-size technique's result was body enlargement, but its internal mechanism actually converted chakra into fat. A unique and efficient chakra storage and conversion system. Combined with the newly acquired dark release, numerous interesting ideas surfaced in Zenji's mind. The shadow secret technique was even simpler. Zenji had already researched a half-finished version of the 10 shadows technique, though the final Maharaga remained too difficult for short-term completion. The earlier shadows were only at the analysis stage. Fully shaping them would require more time. It's the mind-body switch technique that's hardest to modify. Zenji frowned slightly. Individually, the Inoshikacho clans didn't seem large. But their combined influence was formidable. Moreover, they'd supported Hiruzen Sarutobi for nearly 30 years, die-hard Hokage loyalists holding high positions throughout. If he could recruit these three clans, they could potentially play unexpected roles at crucial moments. As for them being longtime Sarutobi allies who would never support anyone else, that was merely because the benefits weren't substantial enough. If the foundation of a clan's existence were at stake, the situation could change entirely. Besides, large clans aren't monolithic. Different factions always exist. If an upgraded version of their secret techniques were placed before them. The corners of Zenji's mouth curled slightly. Akimichi Kuryo and the others running ahead had no idea they'd been marked by a child. Zenshu, flying overhead, cast a glance at Zenji with his cloudy eyes. He didn't care much about the Inoshikacho. Nothing more than ants. Time passed. The surrounding scenery gradually shifted. Trees began to thin. Rocks became more prevalent. This is it. Zenshu stopped flying, merely regarding the rocky mountain ahead. Someone's here. Nara Yudo's voice turned serious. The other two immediately went on alert, then noticed Gojo Satoru's gaze fixed on a specific direction. A woman emerged from the rock pile, watching Zenshu's group with obvious wariness. Who are you people? Her face showed pure suspicion. Capture her. Zenshu glanced once and issued the order indifferently. Kakashi moved first. Akimichi Kuryo and the others immediately assisted. Zenshu continued forward, soon entering the cave. A monster resembling some hybrid of dog, pig, and turtle opened its bloody maw and lunged. Gojo Satoru appeared beside it instantly, subduing the creature with a casual flick. Zenji, on the other side, launched yellow-white will-o'-the-wisps, eliminating monsters large and small. Soon, research equipment came into view. Nearby stone alcoves presumably contained experimental materials and data. Hirako hadn't been defected for long. His base remained underdeveloped, nothing like the massive facility from the original plot. Zenji headed straight for the materials area, and quickly found what he sought in a sealed box. A piece of sealed wood the size of a forearm, the remnant branch of the god tree. He tossed it casually toward his shadow. The sealed wood rapidly sank into the darkness. Footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Kakashi and the others walked in, the captured woman in tow. Zenshu was flipping through a large stack of books that had been moved out nearby. Without looking up, he spoke. Sort and pack all items. I'll take these books. We'll hand everything in together once we return to Konoha. Akimichi Kuryo and the others exchanged glances but could only agree. After packing everything, they returned to the village. Upon reaching Konoha, Zenji went straight home. He passed through a barrier layer and entered the courtyard. In the bedroom, he traversed a specialized barrier and descended underground. White light flared instantly, revealing a space the size of 2 basketball courts. A chamber opened by a special barrier. Though underground, it was completely isolated from the surrounding earth. Beings like White Zetsu couldn't enter without space-time ninjutsu. And even space-time ninjutsu would be detected, silent entry was impossible. Zenji approached a fixed spherical barrier, retrieved the sealed remnant branch from his shadow, and tossed it into the transparent containment sphere. The seal dissolved immediately. A peculiar aura radiated from the forearm-sized remnant. Chakra within the barrier space was absorbed. The specialized barrier glowed faintly, isolating the effect completely. The strange infection was also locked down. For now, it seemed relatively safe. What powerful absorption! Zenji sighed inwardly. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand. The instant his fingers passed through the barrier, he felt the sensation of being drained. Chakra and vitality were rapidly siphoned away. This remnant of the god tree was ravenously hungry. Chakra and vitality being absorbed, it seems to want to condense them together. Failed. Is it missing something? Zenji carefully sensed his specialized chakra. A smile gradually spread across his face. He'd confirmed something important. His chakra already possessed a certain degree of differentiation. Even if the God Tree could absorb it, digestion was impossible. He didn't know how this level compared to the Sage of Six Paths chakra, but he'd taken the crucial first step. The branch of the God Tree. Zenji looked down at the segment. Under the replenishment of chakra and vitality, it had begun to grow. His gaze locked onto the newly sprouted branches and vines. They carried black and blue-white coloration, flickering faintly. I wonder if I can use it to create sacred treasures. With an idea forming, Zenji immediately prepared to experiment. The 10 Shadows technique he'd obtained wasn't merely the jutsu itself, but everything contained within it. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 44, The 10 Sacred Treasures and a System to Grow Stronger. 1183 words. The application of Jutsu. The principles of Jutsu. The awakening of Jutsu. Even the creation of Jutsu. The 10 Shadows technique, in each generation, only one person could awaken it. It possessed the characteristic of Shikigami inheriting power upon death. The reason for these characteristics lay in the 10 sacred treasures themselves. They were the foundation of the Shikigami. Idle transfiguration. Zenji's eyes emitted blue light. His entire presence shifted instantly. The power of yin-yang released chakra surged forth. Creating something from nothing. Bestowing life. Combined as one, it became an ability of creation. Now, using idle transfiguration's methodology, he applied this power to the newly grown branch of the God Tree. Time passed minute by minute. At some point, Zenshu appeared behind him. 10 jade-like orbs, the size of billiard balls, slowly floated out from the barrier. You didn't include Maharaga. In that case, this technique's upper limit is rather average. Zenshu's voice was flat. Zenji smiled faintly, regarding the 10 precious orbs. This was just practice to begin with. Moreover, Maharaga's template is excellent, it would be a waste to use only yin release. That wouldn't fully unleash its capabilities. The upper limit of Jujutsu Kaisen was fixed at a certain level. Even after localization with chakra as the foundation, the ceiling had been raised to varying degrees. But so far, not a single technique had reached the Sage of Six Paths level. For the most outstanding among them, their limits would need further elevation. As long as you understand what you're doing. Zenshu nodded. Minato has appointed me as a temporary advisor. For the next year, I'll probably be quite occupied. Zenji's eyes lit up at this. A temporary advisor was still an advisor. Certain things that couldn't be done before could now proceed ahead of schedule. For example, establishing an organization to form their own faction. A training program. That's a good starting point. After academy graduation, we can run a specialized class to enhance ninja abilities. You want to be a principal. Zenshu saw through his intentions immediately but nodded rather than vetoing. Not a bad idea. A very good supplement. Zenji shook his head slightly. He was too young, setting it up himself would be extremely difficult. Better to let Zenshu head this training institution. By the way, how are those 3? Zenji suddenly thought of something. Speaking of them, Zenshu didn't answer immediately. He merely shook his head. They're somewhat resistant to private contact. It seems they're still wary of us. No rush. Step by step. Zenji focused his mind. The Book of Ages flickered with faint light. That page recorded a massive amount of information, divided front and back. The front documented the process of completing the 10 sacred orbs. The back recorded Zenshu's earlier attempt to contact the three. Beside it lay 9 pages of the Book of Ages, one more than before. Thanks to the remnant branch of the God Tree, and the temporary advisor position. Then we'll start the training program first. Zenshu nodded slightly. What should we teach? If it's ordinary material, it won't have any appeal. If it's profound, we risk encroaching on certain interests. Of course it has to be profound. A smile touched Zenji's lips. As for other people's interests, we'll simply offer something different. He slowly closed his eyes. Time for a new experiment. Chakra surged from within his body, beginning to enhance his entire form. You executed the chakra enhancement technique, reinforcing your entire body. Chakra wasn't purely energy for ninjutsu. It could also strengthen the body, boost defense, and amplify weapon power. This sentence exploded under his highly concentrated focus, flooding him with vastly more detailed information. The surging of chakra. The adhesion enhancement. Both were vividly displayed before his eyes. The blue light surrounding Zenji underwent distinct changes, first surging fiercely, then tightly adhering to his body. Chakra flowed rapidly, continuously concentrating on his fists, feet, and knees. Zenji's eyes snapped open. Joy flickered across his features. It really works. Excellent idea. Even Zenshu looked impressed. He hadn't expected Zenji to draw inspiration directly from Nin's various techniques, developing a set of basic and advanced chakra applications. Zenji didn't reply to the praise. A smile touched his lips, he'd gained an unexpected harvest. Focus. Tongue. Refine. He chuckled softly. I didn't expect belief and willpower could be integrated into chakra like this. Integrating willpower into chakra, this was a path Zenji had discovered and summarized himself. The quality of chakra itself showed obvious differences. The same technique used by different people yielded vastly different power. This absolutely wasn't due to chakra quantity. If quantity were the determining factor, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't possibly have been weak at the start. In the original story, powerful ninjas could devastate the world with casual strikes. For them to be so powerful, it couldn't be nature transformation and shape transformation alone. After all, Jonin were required to be proficient in those. And no Jonin had ever gained Superkage strength through those fundamentals alone. On the contrary, many examples of massive strength increases related to qualitative changes in chakra. The tailed beast cloak merely replaced human chakra with tailed beast chakra, yet strength immediately became worlds apart. The most obvious example was Senjutsu chakra. Once chakra quality changed, combat ability transformed entirely. This is equivalent to a new type of transformation training. Zenshu's eyes narrowed. As long as one achieves initial success, it can elevate a ninja to Jonin level. If willpower isn't firm enough, it won't help much. But in the hands of someone with firm willpower. He didn't finish. He was thinking of those fanatics in the Uchiha clan. Even without losing loved ones, something was fundamentally wrong with their brains and nerves. After losing loved ones, they became even more unhinged. If they cultivated this technique of enhancing chakra with willpower and thought, the consequences would be unimaginable. This technique cannot be taught carelessly. Actually, aside from the most basic enhancement technique, the other applications cannot be shared casually. Zenshu's expression turned serious. He had his own arrangements for the night of the Uchiha massacre. Before then, nothing could be allowed to affect that event. Don't worry. I know your plan too. Zenji waved dismissively. After all, I also need the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening process. Perhaps due to aging, Zenshu's face looked eerie even when relaxed. Still too weak. My hands are tied. Cold frustration colored his voice. If he possessed Superkage strength right now, he would immediately prepare to go all out. But he didn't. Only in domain expansion might he reach entry-level Kage power. More importantly, his body was failing, and his new body remained incomplete. There's still money collected from the battlefield, plus a portion from selling the 7 ninja swords. It's enough to rent a venue and run a training program. Consider it finding a livelihood for the clan. After speaking, Zenshu departed. He still had to continue researching Hashirama's cells. He already had some clues on how to fuse the two. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 45, Investigation and the Academy. 1069 words. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the nearly empty office. Only a small stack of documents remained on Minato Namikaze's desk. He didn't look up, continuing to process paperwork with his head down. Come in. Danzo Shimura pushed the door open, expression cold. His gaze swept the vacant office. His pupils contracted slightly. This processing speed exceeded even the old monkey's. Over 30 years of political experience made him acutely aware. A Hokage only ignored him when genuinely busy. If the Hokage had free time, their gaze would turn downward. And his route, under the Hokage's scrutiny, was far too conspicuous. I must find more things to occupy him. The thought formed instantly. But his expression remained unchanged. He handed over the materials in his grip. Lord Hokage, a new training class has opened in Konoha. I wonder if you're aware. Advisor Zenshu's training program. Minato chuckled lightly. I've heard something about it. Training class. Danzo snorted coldly. To me, it looks like brainwashing Konoha ninjas. Such a thing absolutely cannot be permitted. People couldn't imagine things they'd never experienced. Correspondingly, if someone achieved a goal through a certain method, seeing others do something similar, they'd assume identical intentions. Danzo had relied on ANBU training to indoctrinate a batch of root ninjas, even including elites from ninja clans. Now seeing Zenshu open a training program, the same thought naturally surfaced. The other party was preparing to brainwash ninjas. Minato maintained his faint smile, though he felt somewhat helpless internally. Advisor Danzo, you're being oversensitive. This is simply Zenshu preparing to integrate into the village. Seeing that Minato didn't care, Danzo's face darkened. He actually knew the probability of brainwashing was low. But the reason he'd come to report like this was simply to cause trouble for the other party. To seek an opportunity to get Ryomen Sukuna into root. But looking at Minato's demeanor, the chances seemed slim. Completely different from the monkey. The old methods won't work anymore. I'll need to adapt. As long as Lord Hokage is aware, I'll take my leave. Danzo's gloomy tone remained unchanged. Walking out the main door, he cast one final glance at Minato before closing it behind him. Minato couldn't help but rub his forehead. Having just taken office, it wasn't appropriate to directly dismiss these old relics. Truly troublesome. I can only sideline them for now. First strip them of actual power. When the time is right, let them retire or transfer them to leisurely departments. Knock, knock. Come in. Shikaku Nara pushed the door open. He now served as a temporary advisor and represented the Jonin commander, though in practice he performed the Hokage assistant's duties. Lord Danzo was here. Yeah. Minato sounded somewhat resigned. This root leader's suspicions run too deep. He seems to harbor hostility toward everyone. Shikaku approached the desk and placed his documents down. These are the materials requested from the training class. Minato's eyes brightened. Looking at the materials, several terms appeared before him. Ten. Shu. An. Ken. Ko. Ryu. Ren. Among them, 10, was the basic chakra enhancement technique. Minato's gaze paused on Shu. Enhancing weapons. I recall the Uchiha clan is quite proficient in this. The Uchiha throwing techniques mainly lie in combining wire strings with hidden weapons like shuriken. Weapon enhancement is a very basic component, and in reality, completely inferior to Shu. Shikaku shook his head slightly. When he'd gone to register, he'd witnessed their demonstration. Though these were all basic training techniques, and every major clan possessed similar arts, the intensity of techniques taught in this program was absolutely the highest. Minato flipped to the last page and frowned. The previous entries had at least some introduction. But this final run was completely blank. Seeing his expression, Shikaku explained. To learn the last item, a restriction jutsu must be placed on you, forbidding you from leaving records in any form or teaching it to others. We couldn't obtain details. It seems this technique must involve something profound. Otherwise, why would the asking price be 1 million ryo? Minato studied the quote. 1 million ryo. Only the most difficult A-rank missions carry such rewards. The room fell quiet. Minato regarded the report in his hands. These past few days, Zenshu had agreed to all his proposals, expressing almost unreserved support. He'd even supported Shikaku Nara becoming a temporary advisor. That crucial backing had made many tasks considerably easier. But this didn't mean unconditional trust. As a qualified Hokage, he needed to understand everything clearly. Send a few people to register for all these courses. Yes. Receiving the order, Shikaku turned to leave. A voice from behind stopped him. Send Kakashi too. But don't sign him up for the last one yet. Understood. Konoha Ninja Academy. Lord 3rd, this is the reform proposal issued by Lord 4th Hokage. Leave it here. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a draw from his pipe. He had completely stepped down from the Hokage position, not even retaining advisory power, and peacefully assumed the role of academy principal. However, he hadn't expected that immediately after taking this position, Minato would reform the academy. He opened the proposal and read through slowly, pausing at certain sections. Everything has changed, but that's fine too. The coming period should be quite peaceful. Hiruzen sighed softly. First, the graduation age was changed, from 9 years old or even younger during wartime, back to 12. The early graduation system was refined. Assessment difficulty increased. Most importantly, admission criteria changed. From originally requiring assessment of basic physical fitness and basic ninjutsu, to basic physical fitness and possessing ninja aptitude, meaning the ability to form hand seals and refine chakra. Unlike when Mike-Guy had enrolled as a child, failing the entrance exam because he couldn't condense chakra to perform ninjutsu and genjutsu. Now the standard was lowered. As long as one could refine the most primitive chakra, enrollment was possible. The original entrance assessment was modified and converted into a graduation assessment. It seems Minato's ambitions aren't small either. Hiruzen's eyes showed gratification but also concern. Such reform would inevitably produce a large number of ninjas. A large number of ninjas required enough missions. There weren't that many missions during peacetime. Unless it was wartime. Lord 3rd, that Gojo Satoru is arguing with the teacher again. A flushed-faced instructor approached. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 46, Shadow Clone. 1,180 words. Inside a classroom, the Chunin teacher on the podium gritted his teeth. He glared at Gojo Satoru with eyes burning with anger. The child's lazy demeanor only fueled his rage. Gojo Satoru. You are questioning the will of fire. The accusation came out practically strangled. Gojo Satoru dug at his ear, not even glancing at the teacher. Sensei, I just asked a few questions. Why so agitated? The teacher's face froze. His gaze swept over the rest of the class. Most of these 6-year-olds were quietly looking down, cowed by his anger. All right, don't lose your temper at children. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rang from the doorway. Lord Third. The teacher straightened immediately. Grandpa Third. It's Grandpa Third. Grandpa Third is here. I was so scared just now. The children instantly became animated. If the teacher hadn't still been present, they would probably have swarmed him. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen smiled warmly. Can anyone tell me what happened? It's this guy Gojo Satoru. He made Sensei angry. Gojo Satoru just asked a few questions. How did that make Sensei angry? The white-haired guy said the will of fire is wrong. As the children spoke, they began arguing amongst themselves, but the situation became generally clear. Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly. His gaze shifted to Gojo Satoru. The subtle change in atmosphere silenced the entire classroom instantly. Sweat seeped from the Chunin teacher's forehead. He wanted to explain but found himself afraid to step forward. Student Gojo Satoru. Hiruzen wore an amiable smile. You have your own views on the will of fire. Gojo Satoru completely ignored the third Hokage's demeanor. Views? His voice rang out clearly. Peace cannot be bought with sacrifice alone. He stood abruptly, spreading his arms to face the entire classroom. His body floated into the air, aura fully unleashed. In the history of these past 1,000 years, the ninja world has almost never seen peace. But one era was an exception. Whether it was his unbridled posture infecting the surroundings, or that unique presence, everyone quieted down. Even the Chunin teacher, who'd been sweating from nervousness, felt his tense body relax slightly. A flash of amazement crossed Hiruzen's eyes. He had only witnessed this ability, to effortlessly capture everyone's attention, in a very small number of people. One was the first Hokage. The other was Minato. This was precisely why he'd been willing to let Minato become the fourth. But even Minato couldn't instantly infect everyone around him, making them quietly focus and assume listening postures. What era? Hiruzen asked softly. The decade after the founding of the hidden villages. The decade when the first Hokage reigned supreme. There were no major nation conflicts. No country invaded the land of fire. No country mobilized massive forces for actions that could trigger war. That's because they knew clearly, they didn't have the ability to end a war. Nor the ability to win one. A war guaranteed to be lost is something no one wants to touch. Therefore, the first Hokage, who desired peace, obtained exactly that. This kind of peace, forged by the will of the strong, is precisely the era the ninja world needs now. And the era most likely to achieve lasting peace. Gojo Satoru's eyes were resolute. His tone carried genuine conviction. Over these past months, he'd gained considerable understanding of Konoha, and the entire ninja world. The more he understood, the more awkward it felt. Especially regarding the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If he truly possessed such legendary, overwhelming strength, why had he only built a village? Hiruzen's face turned serious. He saw the shadow of the first Hokage in Gojo Satoru. But even more so, he saw the shadow of another man. Madara Uchiha. If this child hadn't lacked the Sharingan, he would almost have assumed Uchiha lineage. In a flash, Hiruzen's expression shifted. His gaze drifted to the quietly seated Zenji nearby. That one actually possessed the Sharingan. Zenji, what do you think of this statement? Zenji adopted a harmless expression, smiling softly. Lord Hokage, I don't really understand. But Lord First did bring over a decade of peace to the village. Hiruzen nodded with apparent satisfaction, though he sighed internally. Still better to be a 6-year-old. Gojo Satoru is too old. He already has his own fully formed thoughts. I can't just leave him be. He regarded the nearly 8-year-old Gojo Satoru, then Ryaman Sukuna beside him, who'd worn a sour expression from beginning to end and completely ignored everyone else. Gojo Satoru. Ryaman Sukuna. Since you two are older, I've decided to teach you personally from now on. Come with me. Decision made, Hiruzen issued the order immediately. Gojo Satoru landed nonchalantly and walked forward. Boring. Ryaman Sukuna stood, regarding the classroom full of children with barely concealed malice. If the clan head hadn't restrained him, he would have slaughtered this group of brats long ago. Calling him a four-armed ugly freak, they were simply courting death. Zenji watched the two depart with Hiruzen Sarutobi. He felt no concern whatsoever. If anything, he breathed a sigh of relief. With those two attracting attention up front, he could continue developing in peace. As for whether they'd be brainwashed. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had the capability to brainwash Gojo Satoru and Ryaman Sukuna, the ninja world would have achieved peace long ago. You know those two guys, one's an arrogant megalomaniac, the other's an ugly freak. How come this last one is so plain? Zenji's face stiffened. These brats really needed a beating. Time passed quickly. The sun set in the west. Students of all grades streamed through the academy gates. Some were picked up by parents. Others ran toward nearby streets alone. Zenji walked at the front. Gojo Satoru had his hands behind his head, leisurely surveying their surroundings. Ryaman Sukuna brought up the rear, maintaining that cold demeanor, forcefully suppressing his killing intent. That old man is very strong. With my currently undeveloped body, I'm absolutely no match. Sukuna's expression darkened. But he glanced at Gojo Satoru and snorted internally. Zenji returned to the courtyard quickly. Ignoring the other two, he entered his bedroom directly. He sank into a shadow. The next instant, he emerged in the underground secret barrier space. Another Zenji, dressed entirely in white, was researching the god tree. The normally dressed Zenji stepped forward and positioned himself on the white-clothed figure's shadow. His body suddenly melted like a pool of black liquid, merging into it completely. The shadow clone had replaced Maharaga's position, becoming the first and original shadow Shikigami. The two dogs became the second. Its ability was elegantly simple, an optimized version of the shadow clone jutsu. It discarded quantity in favor of vastly improved quality in other aspects. It retained the shadow clone's original authenticity but strengthened the connection and structure, making the clone function like a real person rather than shattering at a single touch. Most importantly, it established a mental connection, equivalent to one mind with two thoughts. And it wouldn't instantly accumulate fatigue upon dispelling. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 47, Respective Efforts and the Eve of the Nine. 1157 words. The shadow clone jutsu possessed a characteristic that made it undetectable, even by the Rinnegan or Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan. The shadow Shikigami, which referenced this technique, shared that property. In fact, because it possessed a structure exactly like a real person, and wouldn't dispel upon a single hit, detection was even more difficult. Not bad. Since it won't be discovered, I'll use the shadow Shikigami for school from now on. Zenji spoke softly to himself. The remnant branch of the god tree within the barrier ahead had grown to human height after this period of cultivation. However, only the initial forearm-sized portion remained brownish-black. The rest displayed much brighter coloration. Bright white sections. Azure blue. Purple and black. The god tree. The 10 tails. Zenji's eyes narrowed slightly. The so-called 10 tails was the god tree's initial state, a sapling. After being planted on a planet, the 10 tails would transform into tree form and begin absorbing energy. This absorption was extremely domineering. Not only human chakra but vitality itself was drained. The natural energy of the entire world would also be absorbed bit by bit. Upon reaching a certain threshold, using an Otsutsuki as sacrifice, the 10 tails could truly metamorphose from sapling into the god tree and condense into a chakra fruit. If we treat this process as refining an elixir, the Otsutsuki clan is the catalyst. The key to producing qualitative change. Zenji continuously simulated this process, analyzing the underlying principles. A higher state of vitality. A higher quality of chakra. Or that informationalized form of life. He didn't know which was the key. But it offered an excellent method to draw inspiration from. Looking down at the god tree, detailed structural information of Maharaga surfaced in his mind. Someone else's god tree might be useful, but it's still someone else's. Fine for application, but as my foundation. Not ideal. Zenji raised his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Why can't Maharaga become my very own 10 tails god tree? Even if, due to materials and techniques, it couldn't compare to the genuine article initially. Maharaga's greatest strength was adaptation. As long as that adaptation could be solidified, the genuine 10 tails god tree's power would be nothing more than a brief stopping point. The idea is sound. But deciphering this god tree is genuinely difficult. Zenji couldn't help rubbing his eyes. On the other side of the compound, Ryaman Sukuna stood before the courtyard. The sky had already darkened. The main gate swung open gently, and Zenshu walked in. He cast a glance at the expressionless Sukuna. As he walked, his voice came out cold. Speak if you have something to say. That eerie, abyssal presence made Sukuna suspect this old man might be an even bigger bastard than himself. I need a place and materials for research. The words came out stiffly. Zenshu stopped walking. He looked up at Sukuna, recalling past events. Back when he'd researched the 5 of them, Tingen's situation had been simple and quick, his own methodology. Toji Fushiguro, due to first contact with profound native knowledge, even though the 8 inner gates formation was somewhat rough, that deep knowledge had brought massive inspiration. The overall design was exquisite enough. Gojo Satoru could be considered the perfect work of that stage, completing the limitless technique using the Byakugan and space-time ninjutsu. Choso was a coincidental burst of inspiration. The death-painting blood technique was Zenshu's magnum opus at that time, possessing extremely high potential. Only Ryaman Sukuna's technique, due to time constraints, remained a half-finished product. He merely possessed wind release, fire release, a special physical structure, and an incomplete domain expansion. Follow me. Zenshu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Sukuna didn't know what this meant but could only follow. Passing through the corridor and entering a study, 2 or 3 seconds after stepping inside, the scene before him shifted. He appeared in a vast space the size of 3 or 4 football fields. Zenshu's underground barrier space. Since Zenji could accomplish this, Zenshu, with even more massive chakra reserves, stronger power, and higher mastery of barrier techniques, could naturally do the same. Sukuna's eyes brightened. Such a large space was truly wonderful. Zenshu waved his hand casually. 2 boxes flew out from nearby, one new, one old, both filled with books and scrolls. The boxes landed before Sukuna. He picked up a book and began reading. His expression gradually turned serious as he flipped through the pages. The contents detailed deepening deductions and evolutionary simulations of his core technique, Malevolent Shrine. One concept deeply attracted him at first glance. Eating. Cooking. He then retrieved several books from the new box. Among them, the Chimera technique caught his attention. Take them back and read slowly. Once you're finished, destroy them. Zenshu's gloomy voice faded as he spoke. What about the experimental site and materials? Sukuna looked up. Handle it yourself. Or wait a few years until the clan has developed enough funds. Zenshu turned and walked toward the nearby laboratory, not looking back. Solve your own problems. He'd shaped these subordinates to serve him, not the other way around. Sukuna said nothing. His 4 hands lifted a box each. He turned and vanished from the space. After returning upstairs, he immediately began reading with rapt attention. These concepts were genuinely helpful. A gust of wind rustled through the leaves, dispelling the chill and bringing midsummer warmth. But in what seemed like the blink of an eye, the weather turned crisp and clear again. In the underground barrier space, within an independent circular containment, a peculiar little flower was blooming. This flower had branches resembling tree limbs, emitting a startling attractive force. Within the bloom, chakra was gestating. But it couldn't condense, radiating loosely instead. Then being absorbed by the branches below. Finally some results. Zenji breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his sore eyes. But after figuring out a bit, I realize my idea still has flaws. He opened his eyes, staring seriously at the flower. Or rather, this was a flaw of the Ten-Tails God tree itself. For absorbing chakra, it still relied on humans actively approaching it. Because the Ten-Tails God tree could directly absorb natural energy, this point wasn't crucial for it. But for the God tree Zenji wanted to imitate, it was absolutely essential. I must add another method of energy absorption. Suddenly, Zenji looked up with some emotion. Has it been that long already? Naruto is almost born. I remember his birthday is October 10th. Only a little over half a month left. No wonder the village security is tightening. On the street not far from the courtyard above, a building displayed several large characters, Zenji's training class. Compared to a few months ago, attendance had declined steadily. Almost 70% of students had chosen to postpone their classes. Only a handful of ninjas came to study normally. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 48, Shursui didn't take the bait. 1112 words. Zenji sat by the training ground, watching a youth slowly move his limbs as chakra circulated continuously. Shursui Uchiha's eyes displayed the 3-tomo pattern, carefully observing his own chakra flow. The Sharingan's ability to perceive chakra movement was extremely powerful, but when learning Shu, concentration remained essential. This wasn't simply making chakra flow. It was a technique that allowed free circulation even after the intense stimulation, compression, and entanglement of Ken and Ko, reaching an even more extreme state of enhancement. I didn't expect such a basic technique could enhance my strength so significantly. Shursui couldn't help but sigh. This kind of short-term boost was almost like activating an extra pair of Sharingan. You haven't even learned the stronger Ren yet. Zenji had walked over at some point, smiling easily. For just 1 million Ryo, you can learn the final technique. I guarantee it will dramatically increase your strength. Zenji, this is already the 3rd time you've recommended it. Shursui smiled, shaking his head. 1 million Ryo isn't easy to gather. Compared to others in the Uchiha clan, Shursui didn't seem as intense on the surface. He appeared genuinely gentle. You're a valuable client and you learn fast. Naturally I'd recommend it to you. Zenji shrugged nonchalantly. Shursui walked over, regarding Zenji with an internal sigh. It had been a long time since he'd met someone without prejudice against the Uchiha. Perhaps only those who'd recently joined the village could be like this. And for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to this youth. 1 million Ryo. He shook his head slightly. As a jonin, it wasn't that he couldn't afford it. But the sum wasn't trivial, he couldn't just hand it over casually. Furthermore, the restriction jutsu aspect was genuinely concerning. Is Ren really that powerful? He finally asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Of course. A smile touched Zenji's lips. Curiosity was good. That was how you set the hook. This technique heavily tests willpower. But even with poor willpower, it's equivalent to mastering a nature transformation or shape transformation. With strong enough willpower, it's sufficient to elevate a Jonin to Hokage-level power. Hokage. Shisui couldn't help the soft exclamation. His eyes immediately turned serious, regarding Zenji with doubt. Zenji, you might not understand what kind of great ninjas the past Hokage were. Not just anyone can reach that level. After speaking, he chuckled lightly. They hadn't joined Konoha for long. How could they understand the Hokage's true greatness? Such a statement was understandable. Shisui, I'm completely serious. And I do understand what kind of ninja Lord Fourth Hokage is. Zenji's expression remained flat. Meeting that level gaze, Shisui suddenly felt the other party might genuinely mean it. All right. I believe you. His expression returned to normal, and he chuckled again. But I haven't saved enough yet. Once I do, I'll definitely sign up for this technique class. This was a lie. It wasn't that he lacked the money. He was simply uneasy about the restriction jutsu. After a few more exchanges, Shisui prepared to leave. Walking down the street after departing the training class, he recalled the conversation. Better not to risk it. And the price is too steep. However, these basic parts are well suited for Genin and Chunin looking to enhance their capabilities. He decided to demonstrate his improvements to the clan, encourage other members to come learn as well. In the training ground behind the building, Zenji withdrew his gaze. Truly too cautious. Ever since splitting into two minds, Zenshu had completely focused his attention on personal research. He'd thrown spiritual research to the back of his priorities. Naturally, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan fell outside his scope. Zenji could only rely on himself. The simplest method to awaken the Mangekyo was to analyze and replicate an existing awakening process. In the original plot, during this time period, only two people could awaken it, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. On the eve of the clan massacre, Shisui couldn't bear the increasingly sharp tensions between village and clan. He ultimately awakened Koto Amatsukami, wanting to change everything. But he was too naive, failing to use the ability directly. Instead, he reported to the Hokage first. This allowed Danzo to learn about Koto Amatsukami. Ultimately, one Mangekyo Sharingan was stolen. After escaping, Shisui encountered Itachi. He left his dying words and remaining Mangekyo Sharingan, then chose suicide, escaping reality. This prompted Itachi's own awakening. Itachi is only 5 years old now. Even if I wanted contact, I couldn't. I can only target Shisui. Zenji raised his palm. A glowing light kindled at its center. Within the small mark condensed from that light was a fragment of his soul. As long as he hid this fragment within the restriction jutsu during casting, Zenji could observe the target's physical changes when needed. At that point, he could analyze and replicate the Mangekyo awakening process. The eye that reflects the heart. I wonder what kind of dojutsu my inner heart will awaken. Even Zenji felt some curiosity. A young ninja in his 20s approached, wearing a Chunin flak jacket. Young master, this is the account book for this month. Shinsuke Aoki respectfully handed over the ledger. Shinsuke was among the earliest students, and one of the few Chunin in that initial batch. His talent was decent. He'd learned everything except Shu and Ren, and was currently preparing for Shu. His strength had noticeably improved. Barring surprises, he should be able to contend with some Jonin. After discussions, Shinsuke had expressed willingness to join the clan. Zenji had simply issued a long-term mission. He appointed Shinsuke as head instructor of the training class, saving him from being transferred away by other assignments. Besides him, more than 20 capable genin, and a few chunin had joined, forming the organizational framework the training class had built over the past year. Once Shinsuke learned the final two techniques, this operation could run independently. After reviewing the accounts on a brief walkthrough, Zenji returned home. Upon entering, he found Gojo Satoru sparring with Might Guy. "Take this. This is my youth." Might Guy roared. Dense green chakra erupted from his body. The energy spread like burning flames, then rapidly contracted, clinging to his form with fierce intensity. Ultimately, it resembled a thick trench coat constantly swaying around him. This small change made a noticeable difference in physical enhancement and defensive effects. Only then did Gojo Satoru abandon his lazy demeanor, regarding Might Guy with genuine interest. "Interesting." He chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect your strength to improve so much in a year." Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 49, Ryaman Sukuna's Special Cooking. 1138 words. To defeat you, and my rival Kakashi, I have been burning my youth for a year. Might Guy shouted a bunch of nonsense. The ground beneath his feet exploded. A gust of wind spread outward. His powerful fist was already imprinted on Gojo Satoru's chest, the force radiating outward and producing a thunderous roar. Boom. 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 Might Guy became a phantom, his blurred figure flickering around Gojo Satoru in rapid succession. But if not for the continuous roars of bursting force, the attacks appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Gojo Satoru even continued yawning. Zenji walked over to Toji Fushiguro, whom he hadn't seen in some time. He tilted his head forward. "What's going on? How did he get so much stronger in a year?" Looking at Might Guy's state, he'd clearly opened the third gate of the 8 inner gates. To possess such speed now, his strength had very likely reached Jonin level. "I taught him how to absorb chakra, and reverse the process to repair his own cells." Toji's tone remained flat. Zenji understood immediately. With Might Guy's self-torture style training willpower, if he had sufficient life energy for restoration, he would definitely experience an explosive period of physical strengthening. Coupled with mastering a series of chakra enhancement techniques, his power would naturally increase significantly. Especially given the 8 inner gates characteristics, extremely suitable for the enhancement technique series. Every time a gate opened, it could erupt with even more massive chakra. But before the 8th gate, the gate of death, the chakra surge wasn't the primary source of strength enhancement. The true key lay in breaking through meridian and physical limits after each gate opened. But more massive chakra was still a fact. Combined with the chakra enhancement technique, it could instantly multiply taijutsu power. Zenji turned to look at Toji Fushiguro. He'd also cultivated the 8 inner gates, just a specialized version. The current Toji Fushiguro was Zenji's insurance. His trump card against Madara Uchiha, or other unexpected situations. His uniqueness didn't stop there. As the first created soul book, Zenji hadn't blurred his past life memories for a specific reason. Unlike the others, who all believed themselves to be reincarnated locals. "By the way, how come I haven't seen Ryaman Sukuna these past few months?" Zenji suddenly remembered and asked with some curiosity. He ran off to Orochimaru's place, borrowing the laboratory for a lot of research. A sudden voice rang out from behind. Blood-red light condensed into Choso. This was his blood clone, each of the 3 had a clone protecting them. Orochimaru. No wonder. Zenji sounded somewhat surprised. Inside the secret base where Orochimaru collaborated with Root, the snake wore a white lab coat, his face showing irrepressible joy. Before him, a figure writhed forward in serpentine motion. No negative effects whatsoever. A perfect soul transfer. The joy on Orochimaru's face transformed into an eerie smile. "It's finally complete. Four-legged snake, I've already helped you finish the experiment." Hurry up and hand over this great one's reward. Ryomen Sukuna stood to the side, face full of dissatisfaction. Hearing the voice, Orochimaru turned around. His eerie gaze regarded the nearly 11-year-old Sukuna. Greedy desire stirred in his heart. To think that a wind release slash could sever the connection between soul and physical body. What a genius idea. His voice brimmed with pleasure. It was precisely this technique, combined with the incarnation ritual and baptism ritual he'd researched, that made the soul transfer so perfect. But without that wind release soul slash, achieving such flawless results would have required at least another 5 to 10 years of research. Capture him? No. This brat's strength wasn't negligible. And that old thing. Thinking of Zenshu, that creature even more eerie than himself, fear rose in Orochimaru's heart. I can only use bait. Of course it's all prepared. He wore his usual practiced smile. But researching Hashirama's cells isn't simple. Would you like my assistance? Ryomen Sukuna cast a glance at him without replying. His attitude was obvious enough. Orochimaru smiled and formed a hand seal. A door suddenly opened in the laboratory wall, revealing a new chamber. A piece of Hashirama's cellular tissue lay in a cultivation pod. Sukuna turned and walked over. Arriving before the pod, his gaze fixed on the flesh and blood tissue. A savage smile gradually spread across his features. He could clearly perceive the exuberant vitality contained within. An unparalleled delicacy. An irrepressible craving emerged from within his body, as if this form inherently hungered for this tissue. Almost the instant the feeling appeared, Sukuna formed a guess. His expression turned slightly peculiar. Then he snorted coldly. Old thing. I didn't expect you actually remembered me. Having formed his conclusion, Sukuna moved decisively. He pointed 2 fingers forward. An invisible wind release slash instantly cut through the cultivation pod's glass. Crack. Cultivation liquid spilled out. That piece of vitality-brimming flesh was grabbed with one hand. Sukuna covered the cellular tissue with both palms. Wind release surged in his left hand, fusing with 40% Yin release chakra to form a slash that severed souls. Fire release blazed in his right hand, fusing with 50% Yang release chakra, forming flames that smelted flesh and blood cells. Sukuna, what are you doing? Orochimaru approached, frowning deeply. What use could directly attacking flesh with raw chakra possibly have? But as he watched, his expression shifted. What is this? Before his voice even faded, a new transformation appeared. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Sukuna's ecstatic voice rang out. Black-red chakra swarmed from his body, instantly enveloping the surroundings and forming a circle less than 3 meters in diameter. The original malevolent shrine was an open barrier domain. But after Zenshu's localization modifications and Sukuna's own strengthening and deduction, the original domain expansion had changed completely. Is this domain expansion? Orochimaru frowned slightly. There was absolutely none of the oppressive feeling Minato Namikaze had reported. Had the other party been lying? Impossible. It seems this isn't a fixed technique. Orochimaru licked his lips. His eyes filled with exploratory desire, as he regarded the red and black sphere. The greed in his heart grew even more vigorous. The circular barrier emitted a glow, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Ryomen Sukuna, bare-chested, raised his 2 muscular arms high and laughed maniacally. Old thing, you really do have some skills. Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he regarded Sukuna, whose entire body now erupted with robust chakra. You successfully fused the cells. Astonishment filled his voice, mixed with a hint of ecstasy. How did you do it? Let me research it. Hearing that cold voice, Sukuna turned to look at Orochimaru. His remaining pair of eyes blazed with ferocity. His fingers twitched slightly. An invisible wind release soul slash formed instantly. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 50, before it begins. 1136 words. Boom. Buzz. 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 The originally pristine laboratory instantly became a pile of rubble. Dense slash marks covered the surrounding walls. Fortunately, this was underground. Otherwise, the commotion would have spread throughout the facility long ago. Ryaman Sukuna cracked his neck. The ferocity in his eyes had somewhat dissipated, he'd finally vented a little. The dense bite marks covering his body slowly healed. Toxins were burned by yang fire and instantly converted into proteins to replenish his form. After more than a year of research, Sukuna had determined the direction for his personal technique. Cooking. Only the ingredients were various special cellular structures. He used soul slashes to sever the connection between soul and flesh, and yang release flames to smelt and crack the remnant will and instinct within the cells. Then he used malevolent shrine to cook these cells, transforming them into delicacies for his own cells to absorb. This method wasn't direct cellular fusion, so he wouldn't gain 100% of the other party's abilities. Only suitable abilities would be absorbed. The rest became nutrients to enhance his existing cells. But because of this, he gained an advantage, no negative side effects. At the same time, even with identical ingredients, the same cells, if his cooking technique improved, and he created higher quality delicacies, he could continue using them for enhancement. His first meal had caused earth-shattering changes throughout his entire body. 160 trillion cells. A full 20 trillion more than before. Sukuna felt his completely transformed form. Its strength had been greatly enhanced. Previously, having 2 extra arms had only added 10 trillion cells. Now his arms had reverted to 2, yet he possessed 20 trillion more. One could imagine how much his body's foundation had been elevated. Beyond that, there was also a special change, actually restoring his four-armed, two-faced state. The cooking wasn't perfect enough. At most, it's equivalent to a key unlocking hidden power within my body. Sukuna made his assessment. Opposite him, Orochimaru, whose hands had extended from his own mouth, shed a layer of skin, and returned to his original state. No would release. It seems your fusion also has flaws. His eerie voice carried across the wreckage. Though this brat's strength had been enhanced, it wasn't as beyond common sense as the legends of the first Hokage. Sudden footsteps approached. The outer laboratory door opened. Danzo Shimura walked in with a dark expression. Looking at the destroyed inner chamber, his gaze swept over their faces like a blade. Orochimaru. What are you doing? The atmosphere shifted instantly. A playful smile appeared on Orochimaru's practiced expression. Regarding Danzo opposite him, Sukuna raised his eyes. His gaze returned to its ferocious state. Nothing. Just testing some research results with this child. Orochimaru's words made even Sukuna pause, then chuckle softly. Danzo's gloomy face grew uglier still. Were these two bastards treating him like a fool? This is a research facility. Not a playground for you two. Root's funds are certainly not for you to waste like this. He snorted coldly. Orochimaru didn't care about Danzo's attitude internally. He merely turned his head. Is there something you came here for? Finally remembering his purpose, Danzo cast a glance at Sukuna. After pondering a moment, he spoke. The village is under martial law recently. If you have nothing to do, focus on your research. Don't wander around. Orochimaru understood instantly. He was being told to lay low. Understood. Danzo stared at him for a moment, cast a final glance at Sukuna, then turned and left. On the way out of the secret underground base, Danzo's eyes were profound. Time passed day by day. On the surface, the village looked perfectly normal. But some ninjas had already noticed the increasingly heavy security presence. October 10th. This morning, everything proceeded as usual. Zenji got dressed and walked out of his bedroom. Breakfast was already prepared. This time, he didn't use a shadow clone. He went to school with his main body, treating it as a day off. The day passed quickly. The sky gradually darkened. The masked man, Obito's incarnation, appeared in a shadow. Based on White Zetsu's intelligence, his gaze fixed on a cave outside the village, protected by numerous ANBU guards and layers of barriers. Feudal methods. Obito's cold voice rang out. He walked toward the cave. The darkened sky enveloped brightly lit streets. Kakashi and Might Guy strolled along together. The 13-year-old duo were at an age of rapid growth, obviously changed from their youthful appearances of a year ago. Let's continue our rock-paper-scissors competition today. Kakashi's voice was lazy. It had been a year since the war. He'd buried his sorrow deep within. On the surface, he was no different from before. Not again. Isn't there a more exciting showdown? Might Guy shouted with some disappointment. You're my lifelong rival. For this, I've been training bitterly all year. I've been completely reborn. I have to get up early tomorrow. Let's just forget it for today. Kakashi smiled with relaxed ease. Don't use missions as an excuse. Might Guy's shout cut off mid-sentence. He stopped in his tracks. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi looked toward the distance. Guy. Do you feel something strange? I feel it. Might Guy's expression turned serious. Like death descending. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi, relieved of his heavy responsibilities, was processing academy documents. Gojo Satoru's personality is becoming clearer. Though he still doesn't quite agree with the will of fire, he seems to respect the first Hokage. What remains is finding companions so he can form bonds with the village. Thinking of this, Hiruzen frowned deeply. He'd recognized long ago that Gojo Satoru was an extraordinary genius, even more outstanding than Minato. But his personality was completely different. That brat is truly too arrogant. There's no way to make him acknowledge his peers. Forming bonds seems impossible. Just as he was struggling with this headache, he suddenly noticed something. He stood up immediately. It can't be. Without hesitation, Hiruzen went to retrieve his combat uniform. In the courtyard, Zenshu stood in the corridor, gazing into the distance. Is that the Nine Tails chakra? Completely different from the Three Tails. What astonishing chakra. Zenji stood nearby and sighed. What is that? Gojo Satoru walked over, face full of excitement. Ryomen Sukuna hadn't returned and wasn't present. Tengen, who hid away entirely except when working, slowly appeared nearby. Choso's face was even more serious. Even having cultivated to the 4th stage, facing that kind of chakra, he still felt vigilant. Tengen. Zenshu spoke suddenly. Use a barrier to protect the 2 nearby streets. Yes. Tengen's voice was decisive. Protecting 2 streets wasn't a difficult task for her. As long as she didn't have to face that monster directly, it was fine. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 51, The 9. 1213 words. In the shadows of Konoha's central street, Obito appeared silently, scanning his surroundings. Then he decisively activated the summoning jutsu. Black runes spread outward, forming a circular array. Poof! A massive cloud of smoke rose. A terrifying, twisted chakra aura erupted. A colossal shadow materialized within the smoke. 2 scarlet eyes ignited. The invisible shockwave blasted surrounding buildings into collapse. Civilians were thrown through the air. Those watching from afar wore expressions of pure horror. How could this be? The Ninetales. It's the Ninetales. Run! A few older civilians shouted the name. The others scattered in immediate panic. It's the Ninetales. This is exactly the time to burn my youth. Might Guy roared, face alight with passionate intensity. Kakashi hurriedly restrained him. An ANBU ninja appeared, issued orders and took both away. En route headquarters, Danzo Shimura had already gathered most of his subordinates. He gazed up at the giant Ninetales in the distance. His attention locked onto its eyes. The unmistakable pattern of the Sharingan blazed within those fox irises. Danzo had originally planned to hold his position, using this crisis to strike at the fourth Hokage's faction, even hoping for Minato's death. But seeing those eyes, his thoughts turned to the Uchiha clan. Foolish creatures! How could the evil Uchiha ever truly integrate into the village? Minato Namikaze, originally from the civilian faction, would completely secure his Hokage position if he managed to recruit the Uchiha. Head to the Uchiha compound immediately. Keep them under surveillance. Yes. Most of the root ninjas sprang into action. Danzo, taking a few guards, was about to follow when his steps suddenly paused. He turned and glanced at the underground base behind him. A glint flashed in his narrowed eye. A bold idea formed. He issued the order without hesitation. Send an elite squad to the Zenshu family. Keep watch. If there's an opportunity, take them down. Yes. A Jonin guard nodded immediately. The guard's figure flickered as he moved forward. Moments later, over a dozen root ninjas turned a corner and broke away from the main group. That old thing has vomited blood several times this year. He shouldn't have much strength left. Danzo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Withdrawing his thoughts, he focused on the priority, targeting the Uchiha clan. He hurried after his guards. Without his personal presence, they might not be able to intimidate Fugaku Uchiha. On another front, Hiruzen Sarutobi led ANBU ninjas toward the battlefield. He also saw the Sharingan blazing in the Ninetales' eyes. His heart jolted. His expression shifted. He didn't think of the Uchiha clan. He thought of Zenji and Zenshu. Not good. Horror flashed through him. That youth Zenji possessed the Sharingan. What about Zenshu, who also mastered idol transfiguration? The other party might also control the Sharingan. The fourth Hokage still hadn't appeared. With his Flying Thunder God technique, it absolutely couldn't be because he couldn't arrive in time. Only one possibility remained: an enemy had delayed him. Send a squad to Advisor Zenshu's residence immediately. See if he's present. If not, return and report at once. If he is there, keep them under covert surveillance. Hiruzen pondered for a moment before finishing. Yes, Lord Third. An ANBU Jonin immediately led a squad, 4 people total, and departed in another direction. The fourth Hokage had only been in office for a year. These ANBU ninjas had all formerly served under the third Hokage's direct command. The ANBU directly loyal to the fourth were still being cultivated. In such an emergency, Hiruzen could issue orders without question. A massive cloud of smoke filled the area. Various debris tumbled through the chaos. Only 2 streets remained protected by layered barriers, conspicuously intact amidst the surrounding ruins. Zenshu slowly floated upward. After reaching a certain height and emerging from the barrier, he suddenly accelerated and dashed into the distance. The root ninjas hiding nearby focused their attention. The Jonin captain immediately made hand signals. The group of over a dozen moved out, quickly arriving beside the barrier. 2 members proficient in barrier techniques stepped forward, preparing to undo it or break through. Inside the barrier, Gojo Satoru hovered, half reclining in boredom. Boring. I really want to go out and meet that nine-tailed fox. He flipped over, looked at Zenji, and rolled his eyes. Young clan head, since that old thing is about to die anyway, you'll be calling the shots from now on. Why don't we go out ourselves? Zenji almost wanted to roll his eyes. As if the old thing being discussed wasn't also him. Just as he prepared a dismissive reply, Tingen's voice came from behind. Someone is cracking the barrier. Who? Zenji's gaze sharpened. Gojo Satoru looked directly toward the disturbance. His blue eyes flickered with faint light. 13 people. All masked. A few have animal masks, the rest all have striped patterns. There are 4 more with animal masks rushing over from the distance too. Looks like their target is also our place. Interesting. His eyes lit up slightly. Excitement colored his voice. This group clearly harbors ill intentions. Why don't we let them in? Zenji glanced at Gojo Satoru's eager expression. His own interest stirred. Tengen. Let them in. Upon receiving the order, Tengen immediately adjusted the barrier, weakening the outermost street protection. Gojo Satoru couldn't wait. He flew directly out of the courtyard barrier and stopped in the middle of the street. Zenji sank into his shadow. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from darkness on the street surface. This new version of the 10 Shadows technique has been ready for a while. Time to bring it out. His gaze fixed on the barrier at the distant intersection. 2 root ninjas exerted all their strength and finally opened a hole. The squad of 13 rushed through. Simultaneously, the ANBU ninjas in the rear noticed the anomaly. They'd watched Zenshu fly toward the battlefield. Just as they prepared to return and report, they witnessed this scene. Are those root ninjas? The squad leader's voice dropped low. Why aren't they supporting Lord Hokage? What are they doing here? What do we do now? Return and report. Lord Third's order was to see if Advisor Zenshu is present. He clearly was, just now. But he's not here anymore. You should understand this mission's purpose. Right now, it's enough to prove Lord Zenshu isn't the enemy. The argument happened quickly. The Jonin squad leader frowned deeply. He knew this team member, who possessed Jonin-level strength, spoke reasonably. But he couldn't ignore that the man was a student of Zenji's training class. Let's observe first. See what those root ninjas are trying to do. After a moment's thought, the squad leader made his decision. At this point, it was indeed sufficient to clear Lord Zenshu's suspicion. More importantly, the squad leader himself had only enrolled in the training class 2 or 3 months ago. He hadn't finished learning all the techniques yet. In the eyes of a battlefield veteran like him, that training class wasn't just a simple money-making business. For civilian ninjas, family ninjas, and small clan ninjas with no resources and average talent, it was a kind of salvation. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 52, Roots Attack and the Shadow Shikigami. 1,163 words. For civilian ninjas and those from small clans, relying on innate chakra reserves and academy training could make them qualified genin. By surviving dangerous missions and life-or-death battles, they might obtain a few suitable techniques within the village. After arduous cultivation, there was a certain probability of reaching Chunin. Then, by learning nature transformation and shape transformation, Jonin became possible. This was the path for almost all civilian and small clan ninjas. The progression from Chunin to Jonin was slightly easier. One only needed to save enough money and pay a Jonin, or any ninja who'd mastered nature and shape transformations, for guidance. A clear goal existed. But progressing from Genin to Chunin was different. No specific cultivation method could relatively safely elevate a Genin to Chunin level. Zenji's training class perfectly filled this void. Though less than a year old, it had already earned many ninjas' gratitude. Of course, this was enhancement of strength corresponding to rank, not the ninja rank itself. The 4 ANBU ninjas quickly leaped onto nearby ruins, pressing almost against the barrier to observe the street inside. The 13 root ninjas had already split into 2 teams, 6 charged at Zenji on the street, while 7 leaped onto rooftops and dashed rapidly toward the hovering Gojo Satoru. Attacking an advisor's family members, the root ninjas have gone mad. The ANBU ninja who'd previously favored Zenshu's family whispered in shock and anger. Just as he rose to act, the Jonin squad leader beside him stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Remember your mission. That kid is very strong. Just as his voice fell, the battle below began. Swish! A chakra-wrapped kunai pierced through the air, aimed straight at Zenji's thigh. Zenji dodged to the side. A root ninja holding a short sword had already arrived before him, thrusting the blade toward his limbs. In that critical moment, a pitch-black short sword swung up from below, slashing toward the opponent's hand. The root ninja's expression shifted. He immediately altered his attack. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds of clashing blades rang continuously. Only then did the root ninja see his enemy clearly. His pupils contracted instantly. A pitch-black Zenji holding a short sword had leaped from the shadow, swinging the blade as he pressed forward. The real Zenji stepped back. His body was enveloped by darkness. A robustly built root ninja spread his large hands, attempting to grab him. Bang! Strong arms collided, emitting a muffled sound. The robust ninja's eyes widened. His embrace was completely empty. Careful, he hid inside the shadow. Another root ninja shouted the warning. Near a wall corner, Zenji emerged from a shadow and glanced at his opponents. New. His hands formed a seal instantly. The large patch of shadow behind him, merged with the wall, suddenly began to roil. Screech! A sharp, piercing cry resounded throughout the street, as if to split the heavens. The expressions of the 2 charging root ninjas shifted. Without hesitation, they formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind-fueled flame. The 2 techniques immediately expanded into a fierce blaze over 10 meters wide. A strong gale mixed with scorching heat rushed forward like a heavy hammer. The moment he felt this force, Zenji confirmed his opponents weren't ordinary ninjas. They'd clearly completed nature transformation training. A powerful wind swept past. Wings resembling 2 walls shielded him. Bright lightning erupted. The 2 forces collided and instantly exploded. Boom! Thick smoke rose. The walls on both sides collapsed under tremendous force. A powerful energy suddenly erupted within the smoke, rapidly dispersing it. Nu spread its wings and flew upward. A shadow nearly 10 meters wide enveloped the 2 root ninjas below. Lightning from its wings struck down instantly. Both ninjas' expressions changed. They dodged backward hastily, but the lightning still struck them. Screams of pain erupted. Poof! Poof! Both turned to smoke. Shadow clones. Nu immediately locked onto their true bodies and charged, crackling with lightning. The muscular ninja charged again. Zenji shifted to a somewhat unusual hand seal. The shadow beneath his feet writhed instantly. A gray, rock-like giant snake burst from beneath the muscular ninja's feet. It opened its bloody maw and bit toward him, jaws closing amidst his hideous expression. Ah! A painful scream rang out as the rock snake clamped down like he was food. The serpent charged forward and rammed another root ninja, sending him crashing into a wall where he burst into smoke. How can this brat have such powerful summons? A nearby root ninja dodged while shouting internally, face full of disbelief. These creatures were too strong. Each one gave him the feeling of being no weaker than a jonin, perhaps even slightly stronger. This momentary lapse in concentration cost him dearly. The gray-black python body, resembling living rock, swept toward him. Just as he reached to form a seal, his fingers collided with the incoming scales. Crack! 2 fingers snapped instantly. Then his entire hand twisted as violent force swept through his body. In the blink of an eye, his vision went dark. Scales covered his sight. Brutal force assaulted him completely. Cracking sounds rang continuously as most of his bones shattered. Zenji slowly formed seals, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. 6 ninjas had all been dealt with or stalled. They'd be completely finished off in a moment. Right then, the ground beneath his feet squirmed slightly. 2 pairs of hands suddenly reached out, rapidly grabbing toward his legs. Idiots! A mocking smile had already spread across Zenji's face. The shadow beneath his feet shifted instantly. His entire body rapidly sank into darkness like falling into water. The hands grabbed empty air. Almost simultaneously, a patch of shadow appeared on the barrier above. Nearly 20 meters in diameter. The next moment, a pink elephant emerged very forcefully. The instant it appeared, it plummeted rapidly, smashing toward the ground where the hands had appeared. Boom! Smoke and dust rocketed skyward, then were pushed away by a powerful shockwave. A crater several meters deep appeared in the ground. An area over 10 meters in diameter was directly overturned. A large circle of surrounding buildings shattered to pieces from the force. Trumpet! The pink Max elephant let out an excited cry. He didn't die from that. Zenji walked over and couldn't help but look at the massive crater with some amazement. Worthy of being the squad leader. Elite even among Jonin, it seems. He casually changed his seal. A ripple stirred in the shadow beneath his feet. A giant 4-eyed deer slowly surfaced. Its 3-meter shoulder height, coupled with its robust body, exuded oppressive presence. But in reality, its 2 abilities had nothing to do with combat. The first was healing, combining medical ninjutsu and the reverse curse technique. The moment round deer appeared, a faint layer of green chakra permeated the surroundings, directly enveloping a 100-meter radius. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 53, Suspicion. 1,190 words. These guys have decent moves. Unfortunately, they're too weak. Gojo Satoru flew over, holding 7 unconscious root ninjas in his hands. He casually tossed them forward. The bodies crashed onto the ground. As time passed, Gojo Satoru continued to grow and develop. His body's endurance gradually strengthened. Coupled with the limitless technique, he was essentially another version of Obito. As long as one couldn't break his mechanism, he possessed crushing dominance over enemies at the same strength level. 1 black, 1 white, 2 wolf dogs were digging at the large crater. Soon they excavated a blood-covered ninja. A faint green light permeated the earth, keeping him alive. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The excavated ninja looked up at Zenji above the crater. A hint of terror revealed itself on his cold face. His bitten-off tongue was actually regenerating bit by bit. What kind of ninjutsu was this? To possess such strong healing abilities even through several meters of earth, it was practically immortality. Zenji watched the root ninja being dragged up by White Hound. Just as he squatted down, the other party's questioning voice emerged. How do you have so many powerful summons? Ha ha. Finally heard something different. Zenji smiled. The process of localizing the 10 shadows technique could be described as both simple and difficult. The Nara clan possessed numerous shadow secret techniques for reference. Even Jiraiya had mastered a shadow secret technique. But the difficulty lay in localizing the 9 Shikigami templates. Because to raise the technique's upper limit, Zenji not only optimized and modified the ability templates of the 9 Shikigami. He'd changed their very existence, simulating tailed beast structure. This was also why he'd used the god tree as the sacred treasure. As a result, he'd obtained an extremely high ceiling. As long as chakra quality was sufficient, he could summon Shadow Shikigami whose base strength was determined by the chakra's power. Currently, among Zenji's Shadow Shikigami, the combat-oriented ones possessed at least the strength of a relatively strong Jonin. Unfortunately, aside from the Shadow clone, summoning other Shadow Shikigami causes mental strain. With my current mental strength, 5 is the limit. Any more affects me. However, even limited to 5, Zenji currently possessed Kage-level strength. Enough for self-protection. What do we do with these guys? Kill them all. Gojo Satoru looked down at the root ninjas from above, speaking casually. Zenji slowly shook his head. Killing them all would be too wasteful. Don't forget, we're the family members of a Hokage advisor. Being attacked by root ninjas during such chaos, what exactly were they trying to accomplish? Looking at Zenji's expression, Gojo Satoru immediately understood his thoughts. This was a perfect excuse. Though he didn't know what that old thing wanted by joining Konoha, having more power and higher status would definitely make achieving it easier. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru turned his head slightly, looking toward the shadows at the barrier's edge. Hey. Do you want to be witnesses or accomplices? The 4 ANBU ninjas hiding in the shadows all stiffened internally. If Zenji's battle had seemed like a very smooth defeat of 6 root ninjas, then Gojo Satoru's was completely different. He'd crushingly dominated 7 root ninjas. Captain, we return and report. The captain cut off his subordinate and immediately moved. The other 3 could only follow. One team member walking at the very back couldn't help turning for another look. He had a good friend in the Nara clan. He was currently apprenticing under a Nara Jonin, learning nature transformation. The Nara clan would probably be very interested in this level of shadow secret technique. His eyes flickered. If I could share this information with the Nara clan, could I also become like those clan ninjas? The thought of desire took root in his heart and rapidly grew into fervent ambition. On the other side, a terrifying chakra aura radiated unbridled amidst the ruins. With the slightest movement, the Ninetales made the entire village shake and destroyed vast swaths of streets. Don't retreat. Even if we can't hit the Ninetales, we have to stall it. A Jonin stood on a tree, voice resolute. Several Chunin stood behind him. But just as his words fell, a shadow enveloped the area. A giant claw smashed the location to pieces without hesitation. Boom. The powerful Jonin didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated. On the Hokage rock, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared wearing his Hokage cloak. He stood slowly, gaze resolute. I will protect the village and my family in the name of Hokage. This is what I must do. I will absolutely not allow you to rampage. The Ninetales turned its gaze toward Hokage rock. It slowly lowered its body and opened its maw. Purple chakra, chaotic like liquid, rapidly condensed before its mouth. You noticed me. Minato immediately formed a seal. I won't let you succeed. A giant purple-tailed beast bomb erupted instantly, blasting toward him. Wherever it passed, only ruins remained. Just as it was about to strike Hokage rock, black patterns formed a massive array. The tailed beast bomb sank into it and vanished bit by bit. After it disappeared completely, beyond the distant mountains, a brilliant light erupted. A massive energy explosion enveloped the earth, subsequently illuminating the entire sky. With such power, if it had detonated within the village, everything would have been destroyed. Minato caught a glimpse of the light illuminating heaven and earth from the corner of his eye. His expression turned grave. I must inform the third about what's happened. A hand reached from behind. The masked Obito grabbed at Minato once again. With extremely keen perception, Minato immediately spotted him, turned and counterattacked, his hand passing directly through Obito's head. He was then grabbed. The masked man immediately declared victory. Your opponent is me. And everything is already over. His single remaining eye emitted the power to distort space. Just as Minato was about to be swept away, he vanished instantly. Obito followed closely behind, disappearing from Hokage Rock. On a rooftop, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze suddenly focused. His body immediately tensed. He secretly went on guard. Zenshu slowly floated down and landed beside him. Those dim blue eyes stared gloomily at Hiruzen. Before either could speak, a pained roar rang out. The Ninetales threw its head back and howled. Its giant eyes were scarlet, three tomo rotating glaringly within them. Almost everyone present witnessed this scene. Some hearts skipped beats. Then they watched as the tomo rotated and shrank. The scarlet eyes reverted to beast-like vertical pupils. After venting its fury with that roar, the Ninetales' giant claw smashed into the nearby street. Boom! The earth trembled. Billowing smoke and dust rose. The entire street was swept clean by the intense impact, reduced to ruins. Hiruzen's heart was wound tight. Minato had just disappeared, and Zenshu had immediately appeared. Then the Sharingan vanished from the Ninetales' eyes. Was this because Minato had dealt with the enemy? Or because Zenshu had appeared? It was truly too coincidental. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 54, 9. 1197 words. Once a person relaxes, their condition might experience comprehensive decline. If coupled with gradual aging, they might never fully recover. Though he'd only been academy principal for a year, Hiruzen Sarutobi's sharpness and judgment had already begun to fade. He actually couldn't decide between the two thoughts in his mind. Hesitation and killing intent appeared simultaneously. We can't let this continue. Even if we deal with the Ninetales, the entire village will be destroyed. Zenshu's aged voice was firm and decisive. This actually snapped Hiruzen back to his senses. His expression immediately turned serious. I can stall the Ninetales and briefly send it airborne. Do you have a way to repel it? Zenshu narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at the beast. Hiruzen looked at Zenshu's back. He couldn't afford to think too much anymore. Saving the village was paramount. I need time. Understood. After speaking, the force field around Zenshu's body erupted instantly. The entire rooftop was enveloped. Everyone felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Hiruzen thought this was bad. Just as he prepared to act, he watched Zenshu charge toward the Ninetales like a cannonball. The Ninetales' berserk bestial nature displayed an extremely ferocious aura. It roared at the sky and raised its claws high. In the block enveloped by shadow, civilians' minds went blank. They stared at the Ninetales with pure terror. A few went weak in the knees and slumped to the ground. It's over. A well-dressed middle-aged man broke down screaming. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. The towering Ninetales suddenly jerked backward. A large depression appeared on its chest. Though the depression was dozens of meters in diameter, it was still minuscule compared to the massive body. In the center of the circular force field, Zenshu's expression was serious. His left and right hands rotated up and down. Rise. The invisible force field formed a fluctuation, violently spreading ripples outward that swept over the entire Ninetales. Boom. Mountains shook. Earth trembled. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The Ninetales' entire body floated upward. Its massive tails tried to curl downward. It rose uncontrollably. Such a behemoth, forcibly levitated into the air, left countless ninjas dumbfounded. That's Advisor Zenshu. Advisor Zenshu made a move. We're saved. On a rooftop in the rear, Hiruzen, having completed the summoning jutsu and holding a large iron staff, felt relief upon seeing this scene. Good opportunity. Enma. Understood. Extend. The staff aimed at the floating Ninetales and instantly expanded, shooting out in the blink of an eye. It struck the Ninetales directly. Violent force erupted. The staff continued extending. The Ninetales looked as if hit by a train, flying toward the village wall's exterior. In the original story, Hiruzen had forcibly withstood it with his own strength, pushing the Ninetales out of the village to stop its continued destruction. Now, in an airborne state, the Ninetales was knocked even further. Hiruzen quickly withdrew Enma, leaped up, and chased after the beast flying beyond the village. Bas Tard. Roar. The Ninetales' roar shattered the surrounding air like a shockwave. Zenshu's aged face remained completely unmoved. He activated his next technique. 8 Directions Golden Lock. The invisible force field kicked up ripples resembling patterns. The field sank deep into the Ninetales' flesh and blood, beginning to rotate like a spiral. Finally, like a bloody maw, it devoured the Ninetales' chakra and flesh. The ripples gradually filled with golden color, surrounding the giant force field, looking like a golden circular lock. The devoured flesh and blood gathered toward the center of Zenshu's palm, forming a black hole smaller than a fist. All the chakra and flesh vanished into this black hole, as if it could never be filled. The chakra and flesh of a living Ninetales is completely different from tailed beast chakra that's about to dissipate after death. Zenshu felt somewhat joyful internally, gaining substantial inspiration for his research ideas. Roar. The Ninetales propped itself up. Its ferocious eyes looked down at the source of pain on its chest. It raised a claw and swatted down. Bang! The heavy claw smacked its own chest, causing ripples to spread across its body. The sensation of pain formed a line, traveling directly toward its shoulder. Zenshu maintained his ceiling stance. The force field, like a stone skipping across ice, moved at high speed to the Ninetales' shoulder. The giant claw landed behind him. Bang! But it always missed. This caused the Ninetales' beastly pupils to turn crimson. Even its tails joined in, continuously thrashing at itself. Damn bug! The arriving ninjas didn't dare approach. Watching the Ninetales frantically attacking itself, they could only surround it from a distance. Perhaps the Ninetales' gaze caught sight of this group of tiny people. The enraged beast regained a sliver of clarity and instantly formed a countermeasure. It opened its massive maw and began condensing a tailed beast bomb. A peculiar sense of distortion radiated. The chaotic light cluster, primarily purple, continuously condensed, gathering like water balloons. Not good. Stop the Ninetales quickly. Hiruzen's exclamation rang out. He'd actually already arrived. But seeing that Zenshu could still handle the situation, he hadn't intervened. Now, seeing the Ninetales aiming the tailed beast bomb at the village, he immediately couldn't afford to wait. At this moment, Zenshu also controlled the force field to travel atop the Ninetales' head. His seal changed. The black hole vanished. The golden patterns dissipated. 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks. The originally transparent force field immediately turned translucent, thick and heavy. Boom! The Ninetales' head smashed heavily onto the ground. But this force wasn't enough to stop it. The tailed beast bomb was still condensing in its mouth. Zenshu's expression was serious, looking as if he'd exhausted all his strength. Why hasn't Minato arrived yet? He was only pretending to go all out. He had no intention of actually risking his life. But if Minato didn't come to stop the tailed beast bomb soon, things would turn problematic. Summoning Jutsu. Powerful air pressure erupted from above. A giant toad capable of contending with the Ninetales descended from the sky. Boom! The Ninetales' entire body was pinned down. The powerful force made its body sink deep into the ground. The strong impact caused surrounding earth to bulge directly. The shockwave overturned large trees. Separate from the Ninetales quickly. Minato Namake's voice rang out with a hint of urgency. The thick force field instantly returned to transparency, violently bouncing up to separate from the Ninetales. The very next moment, the Ninetales vanished. Even the Ninetales was teleported. Hiruzen felt somewhat shocked watching this scene. Blurg. Lord Advisor, what's wrong with you? Zenshu spat out fresh blood, even bleeding from his 7 orifices. Several jonin behind him supported him with concern. It's nothing major. He waved his hand. Anyway, my body only has a year or 2 left. Now was exactly the time to feign misery. Zenshu wouldn't waste such an opportunity. Many ninjas around looked at him with concern. They'd seen everything that just happened with their own eyes. Some who hadn't considered Zenshu's family as true Konoha ninjas also changed their views internally. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 55, Putting on a show and provoking conflict. 1,261 words. Boom. A bright light appeared in the distance. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced toward it, confirmed the direction, and turned to Zenshu. It shouldn't be him. He couldn't be certain. Zenshu, you rest for now. His gaze fell on the 3 Inoshikacho clan heads. An idea formed immediately. Shikaku, the 3 of you protect Advisor Zenshu, and return to the village now. We must prevent the enemy from luring the tiger away from the mountain. Shikaku Nara subconsciously glanced at Hiruzen. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he still accepted the order. Yes. Hiruzen nodded internally. With those 3, even if Zenshu in this state was truly the mastermind, he couldn't possibly act. Everyone else, come with me to support the 4th Hokage. Hiruzen leaped up, dashing toward the distance. The vast majority of ninjas present followed, vanishing into the jungle within a few bounds. Shikaku withdrew his gaze, looking at Zenshu with complex thoughts. Why would Lord Third suspect Advisor Zenshu? He clearly contributed the most just now. Is it because he just joined? No. If that scene couldn't dispel Lord Third's concerns, there must be a reason I don't know about. Zenshu wiped the bloodstains from his face. He bent down and picked up a wooden stick nearby, sized just right to serve as a cane. His cloudy eyes looked almost blind as he turned toward the village. Let's go back. We must rescue the suffering villagers as soon as possible and comfort the others. Yes, Lord Advisor. Shikaku spoke respectfully. No matter how suspicious he was, Zenshu remained an advisor. He couldn't show the slightest disrespect. Returning to the village through the gap, the injured ninjas from earlier were doing their utmost to conduct search and rescue. A ninja with a wounded arm struggled to lift a large piece of rubble with his remaining limb. Beneath the ruins, a villager groaned in pain. The clothes on his shoulder and chest were dyed red with blood. His lower leg was twisted. Hold on. I'll get you out. There were many ninjas like him. But there were even more injured residents beneath the ruins. This is too slow. Shikaku frowned deeply, forming a seal. His shadow stretched out like claws in all directions. Inoichi Yamanaka's face was serious. They simply didn't have enough time to rescue everyone. Let me. Zenshu spoke softly. He wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity to cultivate prestige. An invisible force field radiated from his body. The cane in his hand tapped the ground lightly. A layer of ripples spread in all directions. All the ruins above ground began to tremble. Pieces of stone, wood and tiles began floating upward. The entire process looked like heavy rain falling from the ground to the sky. Miracle. Some weaker ninjas said with faces full of astonishment. Several large logs floated up, revealing a bloodied ninja. Dad. A sorrowful voice rang out. Tereu, are you okay? Oh no. Oh no, open your eyes. Thank goodness, Chico, you're still alive. Voices rang out all around, some relieved, some sorrowful, as villagers were rescued. Some heavily injured. Some with lighter wounds. Zenshu forced blood to well up in his mouth, slowly trickling from the corner of his lips. This scene was immediately noticed by Shikaku Nara. It shook his inner guesses and made him somewhat doubt the third Hokage's judgment. Hurry up, everyone. Lord Advisor is already heavily injured. Shikaku immediately shouted to the crowd. Seeing Zenshu bleeding from the corner of his mouth, some ninjas sped up their actions. Don't worry about me. Send the heavily injured to the hospital immediately. The rest continue rescuing others with me. Zenshu spoke while leaning on his cane. He took the lead, guiding the others forward along the ruins. This was a path of destruction leading toward Hokage Rock, a very wide, straight corridor. Caused by the aftermath of the first-tailed beast bomb. Lord Third's guess is probably wrong. Shikaku thought with some emotion as he looked at Zenshu's back. Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi's gazes toward Zenshu also changed. Let alone those who'd been saved and the other injured ninjas. The crowd silently followed Zenshu, quickly rescuing the injured as surrounding ruins floated up. The team's numbers gradually increased. Some people trapped in the rubble likely had only minor injuries. But not long after, the entire group came to a halt. A group of masked root ninjas had surrounded the exit of a ruined section. Zenshu's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing them. He knew very well what had happened on Zenji's side. What are you doing? His eerie voice rang out. ANBU operation. No one is allowed to approach. A ninja wearing an animal mask stepped forward. This was one of the few root ninjas who wore an animal mask. Zenshu strongly suspected it was specifically for impersonating ANBU at times like this. ANBU ninjas. The ANBU all followed the third to support the fourth Hokage. Where did you come from? Zenshu's voice was cold. That is not something you need to know. The ninja's answer was equally cold and hard. The atmosphere instantly solidified. Shikaku Nara could identify this group at a glance. And though this place was now a pile of ruins, it had originally been the Uchiha clan compound. They definitely weren't here to rescue Uchiha clan members. They were probably here to monitor them. The Uchiha, unable to leave, were likely forced to conduct search and rescue operations within their own compound. Advisor Zenshu, they are indeed ANBU members, just the root division responsible for training and special missions. Shikaku stepped forward. Their leader is the Hokage assistant, Lord Danzo Shimura. Zenshu cast a glance at the people behind him from the corner of his eye. Most didn't understand the situation, and just looked at these root ninjas with angry eyes. Some ninjas who knew the truth revealed hints of fear, averting their gazes, not daring to look directly at this group. This is an opportunity. Regardless of what ANBU or what special mission, I only know that the village is made up of villagers. Zenshu's somewhat cold voice was very loud. The prosperity of the village relies on the villagers. The clothes we wear are produced by villagers. The delicious food that fills our stomachs is made by villagers. A portion of mission bounties also comes from villagers. Even ninjas themselves are born from among the villagers. If you don't even have the will to protect the villagers when encountering such a disaster, you don't deserve to be called ninjas. Let alone Konoha ninjas under the will of fire. I am going to search and rescue the villagers in the ruins now. If you block me again. Zenshu paused here. Then spoke with killing intent. I will, in my capacity as advisor, directly declare you rogue ninjas and take you down immediately. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere instantly shifted. The root ninjas didn't panic. Their eyes merely grew colder as they all placed hands on swords or drew kunai. That's right. It's one thing for you not to save us, but now you're stopping us from saving others. I don't think you're Lord Hokage's ANBU at all. Speak. Who exactly are you? Get lost quickly, you demons who killed the villagers. Traitors. Traitors. The crowd behind shouted fiercely, mostly villagers who didn't understand who these people were. Once they started gossiping, they didn't care who you were. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 56, Confrontation. 1,269 words. The atmosphere instantly became intense. Seeing that they couldn't stop the escalation, Shikaku Nara and the other two felt their hearts sink. Fortunately, at that moment, a cold voice rang out. Advisor Zenshu is absolutely right. Danzo Shimura, wrapped in bandages, walked slowly from behind with several ninjas in tow. The root ninjas instantly dispersed, making way. Ordinary villagers might not know the identity of the root leader. But the identity of the Hokage assistant was different. When they saw Danzo Shimura, the clamor from moments before instantly quieted. However, the way to protect the village is not only by rescuing villagers, but also by controlling dangerous individuals. Danzo looked at the poorly conditioned Zenshu with some surprise and doubt. His subordinates had failed. But why would Zenshu come here? To look for him specifically. Glancing at the Inoshikacho trio nearby, Danzo immediately dismissed this thought. Controlling dangerous individuals. Zenshu's voice was measured. Does Assistant Danzo mean there are dangerous individuals in the village who want to exploit the situation? When he reached this point, a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Very brief. He instantly returned to his original expression. Taking precautions before they happen. This is exactly my responsibility. Danzo spoke indifferently. His men had all been placed with the cursed tongue eradication seal. It was absolutely impossible for them to leak his identity. Even if caught, a mute who couldn't speak couldn't prove anything. So he was very calm. Completely composed. Well said. A youthful shout rang out from the distance. Then this group who took advantage of the chaos to attack the advisor's family members must be the dangerous elements you're talking about. Gojo Satoru took the lead, floating at the very front. A rope behind him bound 13 ninjas. They wore the same clothes as these root ninjas. Their faces bore masks broken to varying degrees. Danzo's face darkened. He hadn't expected this bunch of trash to actually be captured. Without giving him a chance to speak, Gojo Satoru jumped forward and said loudly, while we were being attacked, there were also ANBU ninjas who witnessed the whole thing clearly. They've already gone to report to Lord Hokage. You just need to find them to prove what I said. The surrounding villagers and ninjas were in an uproar. One could clearly see the similarities between the two groups with just a glance. No way. Could this disaster really be the doing of ninjas within the village? But he's the Hokage assistant. Why would he do such a thing? If it's not him, could it be Lord Third? Impossible. Lord Third was just fighting the Ninetales to save us. It must be them. This bunch of criminals. Damn one-eyed freak, give me back my wife. My son. It's all because of you, you ugly monster. Some villagers and ninjas whose relatives had gone missing or died couldn't hold back anymore. They started cursing loudly. This made Danzo's face even gloomier. Back when he'd used public opinion, these villagers had been very easy to manipulate. Now that it was directed at him, he realized how hateful they could be. Tap. Tap. The wooden stick tapped against the stones underfoot, emitting a crisp sound. A cold aura radiated. The people around gradually quieted, all turning their gazes to Zenshu. If it were him from before, he wouldn't have possessed such prestige. But along the way, he'd saved hundreds, if not thousands, of residents and ninjas. And that didn't include those who were injured, unconscious, and sent to the hospital. These dangerous individuals haven't been interrogated yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Zenshu spoke slowly. Gojo Satoru looked at Danzo with a cold sneer and immediately chimed in. That's right. Moreover, the clan head is an expert at interrogation. As long as he asks, the truth will immediately come to light. After speaking, he dragged the 13 ninjas and began walking toward Zenshu. No. A cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over. Danzo gripped his cane tightly with one hand. A hint of impatience flashed through him. Interrogating enemies is the duty of the ANBU. Even an advisor has no right to interfere. He instantly found an excuse and spoke expressionlessly. With such a huge commotion here, the Uchiha clan naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. Fugaku Uchiha hurried over, bringing several elders and a group of clan elites. And then they witnessed this wonderful scene. Setsuna Uchiha, standing beside him, had a slight gleam in his sinister eyes. He stepped forward without hesitation. Then this matter should be handed over to the police force. Humph. Bang. This sentence directly provoked Danzo. He raised his cane and smashed it down fiercely. The killing intent on his body was hardly concealed. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Does Captain Fugaku think so too? Fugaku's heart sank. He hadn't wanted to confront Danzo directly to begin with. But Setsuna Uchiha, as an elder, had already spoken. Whether to show clan unity or to protect the little power remaining in the police force's hands, he couldn't deny this point. It's unclear whether these ANBU ninjas are real or fake. Having the police force interrogate them isn't a bad idea. This scene made Zenshu feel somewhat surprised. But after recalling the original plot, he wasn't surprised anymore. The reason Fugaku Uchiha was considered a hawk by both the village and the clan in the original story was that he dared to protest when targeted, and dared to resist when left with no choice. But the reason he was ultimately called a capitulator was that he wasn't persistent enough. Or rather, this person simply didn't have the word persistence in his vocabulary. No matter what kind of targeting or suppression, after his initial resistance, as long as he was given a passable explanation, he would soften on his own. Or stop persisting and choose to submit to adversity. And this kind of resisting a bit, and then acting weak, was like provoking a bit, and then showing weakness. Instead of deterring opponents, it made people like Danzo believe he was easy to bully, thereby pushing their luck. This underlying personality trait was disastrous for the Uchiha clan. Because essentially, Fugaku feared heavy responsibilities. He couldn't shoulder the burden. The years of hesitation before the night of the massacre were proof of this. At a time like this, if another option appeared, he would unhesitatingly push responsibility away and choose to let someone else bear it. Even if the price was the lives of his clan. What are you doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi's shout was loud. A large number of ANBU ninjas followed behind him. The remains of the fourth Hokage and his wife were carried on stretchers. The infant Naruto Uzumaki was held in the arms of a female ninja, sleeping soundly. A sorrowful mood surrounded them. Hiruzen looked at this confronting group with an ugly expression. His heart was extremely angry. Lord Third arrived just in time. Zenshu spoke expressionlessly. Just now, my family members were attacked by this group of ninjas. I suspect they're in cahoots with the person who released the 9 tails. That they're traitors within the village. I strongly suspect they have a complete organization operating secretly, plotting plans to harm Konoha. Therefore, I need to personally interrogate them. But Assistant Danzo stopped me, saying I have no right. The police force said they have jurisdiction, and want to conduct the interrogation. But the Hokage assistant doesn't seem to agree. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 57, Exchange of Interests and the Wandering Doctor. 1,326 words. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. He instantly guessed the whole story and glared at Danzo Shimura. But anger served no purpose right now. Although the Ninetales was sealed, the chaos it had caused was just beginning. At such a time, major internal conflicts absolutely could not occur. Otherwise, it might immediately trigger infighting. If a chain reaction followed and others saw an opportunity to exploit, that would be the true danger. After all, the Great War in the ninja world had only just ended. One couldn't even truly say it was over. Because Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village had only halted major battles. They hadn't signed a peace treaty. Minor border skirmishes were still ongoing. If the other party launched a war, the peace treaties signed with other nations would highly likely become invalid. He had to pacify Zenshu's family. Disguising as ANBU ninjas to attack the family members of a high-ranking advisor, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Hiruzen first expressed his stance to pacify Zenshu. Seeing no objection, he immediately changed the subject. But right now, the Ninetales has been sealed and the enemy repelled. We must seize the time to conduct rescue operations. Let's put the interrogation aside for now. Advisor Zenshu, what do you think? Hiruzen turned his gaze to Zenshu. Zenshu fell slightly silent. Then nodded. Lord Third's words are reasonable. Satoru, take these 13 traitors home, and keep a close eye on them. We'll interrogate them properly after the rescue operations are complete. All right. No. Gojo Satoru and Danzo Shimura's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zenshu turned his head, staring sharply at Danzo. His voice carried a cold, eerie smile. Do you have objections to saving the villagers first? Danzo was just about to speak when Hiruzen, unable to bear it any longer, cut in. Danzo Shimura. Danzo hadn't heard such a stern tone from Hiruzen in many years. He looked at his old teammate with some disbelief. Rescue first. This is an order. Hiruzen's voice was blunt. At a time like this, in a state like this, real armed conflict between internal personnel absolutely could not happen. Especially since the ANBU had just reported the circumstances of what happened. And also the fact that Zenshu had cleared half the ruins during search and rescue. At a time like this, even he couldn't allow real armed conflict with Zenshu. You are no longer the Hokage. Danzo roared internally. His expression was extremely gloomy. He raged continuously in his heart, yet didn't dare utter a single word. He turned and led the root ninjas to begin rescue operations. Zenshu continued to activate his ability, making the nearby ruins float up. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief internally. He cast a glance at Zenshu's back and the Uchiha clan members joining the rescue. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. With the power of ninjas, the rescue speed was very fast. By the time the sky began to brighten, all the ruins had been cleared once. After paying respects to the fallen ninjas and the fourth Hokage, Konoha's upper echelon immediately convened a meeting. 5 chairs were placed behind a table. The clan heads and department heads sat below. Zenshu walked to the edge and sat on one of the chairs. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane cast glances from the corners of their eyes. Although they had some thoughts internally, they ultimately didn't object. Whether it was the position of temporary advisor, or contending against the Ninetales and saving a large number of villagers and ninjas, it was enough for him to sit there. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly. Hiruzen sat in the very middle. Hamura beside him was the first to speak. Although the Ninetales was repelled, the casualties are far too massive. We cannot blindly immerse ourselves in sorrow. Koharu's face was serious. We must select a Hokage as soon as possible, and not let the other great nations see an opportunity to exploit. How about handing it over to Minato's generation? Although there are quite a few outstanding jonin among them, they're not yet sufficient to lead everyone. Then who should it be? Danzo was eager to make a move. But Hiruzen immediately stood up, giving him no chance to speak. There's no other way. This is a special period. I will take over this responsibility. His tone was resolute. Are you willing? Hamura turned his head and asked. The village had just suffered severe destruction. Taking over as Hokage now meant bearing a massive responsibility. Hiruzen had already served as Hokage and stepped down with great success and renown. He didn't have to take over this mess. That was why Hamura asked if he was willing. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. The two advisors both breathed sighs of relief internally. Although it was already 3-2, they still cast glances at the other two. Danzo's face was dark. He had the heart to object, but the events of last night were still vivid in his mind. If those 13 personnel weren't eliminated, let alone becoming Hokage, whether he could even keep his position as Hokage assistant was a question. At a time like this, he could only rely on Hiruzen. Naturally, he didn't dare to object. I have no objections. Zenshu spoke flatly. His mind wasn't on this right now. Feeling the Ninetales chakra up close yesterday had sparked many ideas. And there was also Naruto Uzumaki. The boy's body contained the chakra of Azura. This effect of chakra being able to reincarnate was extremely peculiar. In the entire Naruto world, only Azura and Indra could accomplish it. And the chakra of these two came from the Sage of Six Paths, whose manifestation was a level higher, able to survive as chakra for over 1,000 years. And the Sage of Six Paths chakra came from Kaguya Otsutsuki, which was directly immortality. Her chakra came from the god tree fruit. And the Otsutsuki even possessed the ability of karma. He now very much wanted to extract Azura's chakra from Naruto Uzumaki's body, to research what kind of power it actually contained. Today's meeting is adjourned. The ninjas sitting on the floor stood up one after another. They still had many missions. Clearing ruins. Registering disaster victims. Tallying lost property. Treating the injured. Most importantly, strengthening security to prevent infiltration by spies from other nations. After everyone had left, the atmosphere among the five became somewhat subtle. Everyone, Advisor Zenshu's contributions last night are obvious to all. Hiruzen spoke to break the quiet atmosphere. I have decided to cancel Zenshu's temporary advisor position, and appoint him as an official technical advisor. Hamura and Koharu already understood what had happened. Naturally, they wouldn't object. When it came down to it, they were the core of Konoha. And Danzo Shimura was their old teammate of many years. They could only help clean up after him. Agreed. Both raised their hands. The gazes of the three turned to the indifferent Danzo. Their eyes immediately became sharp. He could only expressionlessly raise his hand in agreement. Anyway, it was only a technical advisor. The status was equal, but he couldn't inquire about or suggest political affairs. It was only in special times like this that he had voting rights. Hamura and Koharu didn't care too much. By the way, regarding those 13. Hiruzen said softly. Zenshu narrowed his eyes slightly. Just this bit of benefit won't be enough. On another side. A doctor wearing a bandana, his face covered by a thick black beard, was using medical ninjutsu to treat injured villagers. A patrolling ANBU ninja locked his gaze onto this unfamiliar person, and immediately stepped forward to question him. Who are you? This humble one is a wandering doctor named Shino. I registered a few days ago. The muscular man spoke calmly. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 58, The Zero. 1,346 words. Shino immediately produced the registration record from a few days ago. As a doctor possessing chakra, entering Konoha was certainly not as simple as for an ordinary person. His paperwork was very complete. After the ANBU personnel checked it over, they looked at Shino treating the wounded. A hint of hesitation showed in their eyes. At a time like this, strangers possessing chakra definitely needed their movements restricted. But looking at the wounded being treated, they ultimately didn't take him away. Too many people had been injured in yesterday's disaster. Konoha Hospital's medical ninjas had been working continuously for over 10 hours, yet a massive number of wounded still remained. Having one more medical ninja now meant saving more lives. Konoha thanks you for your contribution. But these are unusual times. We hope you will not wander around. After leaving this sentence, the ANBU ninjas departed. Shino's expression didn't change much. He still wore an amiable expression as he treated others. But his heart was beating wildly. This is an opportunity. Rescuing people. Clearing ruins. Registering information. Guarding against foreign enemies. Holding meetings to discuss solutions. All the high-ranking powerhouses were busy, creating an opening to exploit internally. When night fell, Shino pretended to rest after working tirelessly all day. After confirming no one was following him, he immediately headed toward the village center, keeping his movements hidden. The Hokage building hadn't been destroyed. An area of ruins lay not far from it. Shino didn't act like a headless fly. His target was very clear, seemingly scouted out long ago. But just as he approached a building, he suddenly stopped. He frowned deeply as he looked ahead. A faint light shone in the window. Someone was inside. Judging by the light, they were using a candle. Someone else had the same idea as me. The moment this thought arose, Shino immediately dismissed it. It was done far too crudely. Completely unlike the work of an outsider who'd planned this for a long time. It looked more like an internal, foolish thief. No. I have to change my target. Shino turned and walked toward another location, soundless throughout the entire process. On the other side, Zenji sat in the courtyard looking at the night sky, lost in thought. Chakra that resembles flesh and blood. The chakra flesh and blood devoured and sealed from the Nine Tails earlier had all been transferred into the underground barrier space. After the two of them divided it up, Zenji immediately conducted preliminary research and discovered many miraculous aspects. Tailed beasts. Cursed spirits. While pondering, his gaze suddenly turned toward the distance. With a light flash, the next moment he stood on the wall. His gaze spotted a figure sneaking into the street at a glance. Sneaking around. Who is this person? Zenji felt somewhat curious. Looking at him, it seemed like he was up to no good. But anyone from within the village should know what this place was. Even if they were up to no good, they wouldn't possibly hide in this direction. With a flash, Zenji vanished from his spot. Shino nervously entered the street and hid in the shadow of a house, only then breathing a sigh of relief. The wide, open area of ruins earlier had been far too conspicuous. I have to hurry back and leave Konoha tomorrow. Shino felt extremely excited internally. He had found the crucial technique he'd always desired. The Zero Tails secret technique. The people of Konoha are truly wasting good things. To think such a technique was tossed among a pile of old books, who knows how many years it's been left there. With it, the energy core part can be completed. The final piece of the puzzle for the revival of the Land of Sky has been found. His heart leaped with joy. His excitement even washed away some of his hatred. He completely failed to notice a figure following behind him, until a large hand grabbed his head. The moment the hand touched him, Shino was terrified. His face filled with horror. Before he could make his next move, he found he could no longer control his body. Zero Tails. How could I have forgotten about that? A voice full of joy rang out beside his ear. This made Shino's heart sink completely. Before he had time to think further, he lost consciousness entirely. Zenji grabbed Shino and quickly returned to the courtyard. He found a scroll directly in the man's coat. Opening it, he examined the contents carefully. It contained records of tailed beast research, including studies based on yin-yang-natured chakra and the mind, as well as content on how to create a tailed beast. And the ultimate goal of this creation concept was exactly the zero tails. Why do I feel like this isn't just tailed beast research? Why does part of it look so much like the Sharingan? Zenji guessed with some astonishment and uncertainty. Birthing dark chakra from the darkness of human hearts. Then materializing that dark chakra to form a tailed beast. This so-called darkness was actually negative emotions like despair. No matter how you looked at this portion of the research, it resembled the awakening process of the Sharingan. When an Uchiha clan member loses a significant love or feels pain over their own disappointment, a special chakra surges within their brain, acting on the optic nerve and causing the eyes to change. These are the eyes that reflect the heart. The so-called Sharingan synchronizes with the power of the heart, allowing a person to rapidly become stronger, accompanied by the power of inner hatred. Most Uchiha clan members are sensitive. Those who awaken intense emotions are easily swallowed by darkness and fall into the path of evil. The deeper the darkness, the stronger the visual prowess. These two sentences were the canonical settings regarding the Sharingan. And they were very similar to the Zero Tails technique. It was just changed from an individual to a group. From eyes to a tailed beast. Zenji flipped to the end but found no record of the creator. But being so targeted, one didn't even need to think. It was definitely Tobirama Senju. Besides him, who would dare? Who had the capability to research the Sharingan so deeply? The core part. Zenji cast a glance at Shino. To him, this was also a core piece of the puzzle. His very own God Tree plan was finally complete. By gathering dark chakra from human hearts, the God Tree would no longer be limited to obtaining chakra through direct physical contact. However, judging from the original story, the Zero Tails method of obtaining dark chakra was also very limited. It completely lacked the ability to spread on a large scale, or even envelop the entire world. But if I add the characteristic of cursed spirits condensing from curses and fear from the Jujutsu world, it will be completely different. Zenji narrowed his eyes slightly. His perception focused within the sphere of light in his mind. The inherent marks of the three disaster curses floated before his eyes. Among them was the essence of their existence as curses, as well as the profound mysteries of their formation process. As long as he analyzed this knowledge, Zenji could create a perfect God Tree uniquely his own. Absorbing the dark chakra of the entire human world to condense a dark chakra fruit. I also have the reverse curse technique and the tiger talisman. If I reversely create light chakra, then balance and fuse the two, I should be able to create a perfect chakra fruit that doesn't belong to the genuine article. Zenji's eyes lit up as he considered the possibility. Just as this thought appeared, an even better idea surged into his mind. He focused his attention on the tiger talisman, light chakra, dark chakra, and the balancing divine power in his mind. Jujutsu Kaisen also has a setting balancing humans and cursed spirits. This kind of rule. Zenji's eyes grew increasingly bright. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 59, Righteous Chi and Dark Chi. 1,369 words. Righteous Chi and Dark Chi. Zenji somewhat excitedly uttered these two terms. Compared to the cursed energy chakra and purifying chakra that corresponded to yin-yang release, the level of righteous chi and dark chi, corresponding to the scope of all things, was clearly a tier higher. Research. I want to research right now. Zenji looked at Shino beside him. He took a deep breath, calming himself down, and soothing his agitated heart. The Zero Tails was a nearly completed manufacturing concept. But it lacked actual experimentation. To create the Zero Tails required human experiments, and it would probably cause some commotion. In the village, my hands are tied. And the timing right now isn't ideal either. Zenji cast his gaze toward the Hokage building. In the original story, it was precisely tonight that Kakashi defected to Hiruzen Sarutobi, revealing intelligence about Root. Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura's human experiments were exposed. Chunin and Genin in the village occasionally went missing. Even ANBU ninjas vanished without a trace. In the villages surrounding Konoha, large-scale disappearances of children occurred even more frequently. These originally clueless cases all had new leads. Next should be the plot of Orochimaru's defection. Zenji grabbed Shino and walked toward the house. With a flash of light, they arrived at the underground laboratory barrier space. In the vast and spacious area, a spherical barrier over 10 meters in diameter sealed a large mass of the Ninetales flesh and blood. A small cluster of Ninetales flesh was flying between Zenshi's hands, being continuously separated under the influence of a force. It went from one piece to two. One piece was somewhat illusory, looking like pure energy, emitting a heavy aura of hatred. The other piece was like real flesh and blood, radiating a rich aura of vitality and chakra. Truly miraculous. Even though yin and yang have been completely separated, both still contain the form of flesh and blood. Zenshu's cloudy gaze brightened slightly. He turned his head and cast a glance at Zenji from the corner of his eye, immediately noticing Shino in his hand. Shino. He immediately thought of the two techniques the other party possessed. The body revival technique and physical regeneration were both excellent flesh-related secret techniques. I need to go out for a while. Zenji spoke while looking at the Ninetales flesh and blood above. Zenshu immediately understood his thoughts. He looked up at the Ninetales flesh and blood. He indeed also needed to go out to conduct some experiments. It's not a good time to leave recently. He reached out and pinched his chin, calculating for a moment before suddenly narrowing his eyes. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi should very much wish for me to temporarily leave Konoha. Good. Zenji nodded, then thought of something. By the way, have those 13 ninjas been handed over? What did you get in exchange? Hearing this, the corners of Zenshu's mouth curled up slightly. He looked very satisfied. The qualifications to build a school that does not involve chakra or ninjutsu knowledge. In the future, the 7 techniques of the chakra enhancement technique will be added as standard criteria for Jonin promotion, just like shape transformation and nature transformation. The Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute will be led by me from now on. Finally, there are 3 Jonin qualification applications. As long as I submit them and the basic conditions are met, they'll be approved immediately. Becoming a Jonin was not simple. After all, a Jonin was at minimum the village's middle management, qualified to enter the decision-making circle. It wasn't an application system, but rather evaluated by the upper echelons through judgments and tests. Only during wartime, by relying on life-and-death struggles to establish military merit, could one bypass the upper echelons to become a Jonin. I originally proposed to strip Danzo Shimura of his position as Hokage assistant or root leader. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused no matter what, and instead exchanged other benefits with me. Hearing this, Zenji couldn't help but chuckle lightly. In a couple of days, Hiruzen Sarutobi will probably regret it. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the dim office with a gloomy face. He was already regretting it. Danzo, I hope you haven't truly reached such a point. The current village cannot withstand any chaos. Although he thought so in his heart, Kakashi's intelligence was already very obvious. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. He slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, tilted his head, and pressed his temples. The Uchiha clan. An outsider who recently joined. An outsider young master with the Sharingan. The covetous Danzo. The extremely closed-off Hyuga clan who only cared about themselves during the disaster. And that masked men. Internal strife and external threats. And they still come to cause trouble. In that instant, Hiruzen had the thought of executing Danzo Shimura. But he abandoned it in a flash. Whether it was Danzo or the root under his command, they were extremely precious and powerful combat assets right now. They couldn't be wasted. Let alone disrupt the village's internal affairs because of it. The other issues are easy to resolve. Even if I can't refuse for a while, it won't be a major problem. Hiruzen exhaled smoke, his gaze profound. What needs to be resolved right now are Danzo and Zenshu. Thinking of Danzo, Hiruzen immediately had a countermeasure: beat him at his own game, seize his weakness, and then he could control him. On the contrary, Zenshu made him feel it was a thorny issue. The other party was also a hero who'd saved the village. And he didn't have long to live. Hiruzen absolutely couldn't treat him harshly, or even show the slightest discrimination or hostility. But whether it was the other party's strength and identity, or the Sharingan on his so-called younger brother, they could all be hidden dangers. There can't be any signs of targeting. So how can I reasonably get him to temporarily leave Konoha? Even just a few days would be fine. A few days would be enough to travel to the capital of the Land of Fire and complete his reinstatement. After all, he wasn't a new Hokage. It didn't need to be that troublesome. After thinking all night, Hiruzen still couldn't come up with a reasonable method without traces of targeting. He could only summon ANBU ninjas first and, according to the original plan, issue an order to select 5 people to determine the route. In reality, it was bait for Danzo. He agonized over it until Zenshu arrived. You want to leave the village for a trip? Hiruzen felt a surge of joy internally but maintained an unchanged expression. What happened? I discovered a petty thief who broke into my house. His name is Shino, a wandering doctor. In reality, he is a remnant of the Land of Sky, coming to Konoha to gather intelligence. Zenshu sat nearby leaning on his cane, while Shino sat tied up on the ground. The Land of Sky. That small country that overestimated itself during the Second Shinobi World War. Hiruzen felt slightly surprised, turning his gaze to Shino. I didn't expect them to still exist. Not only do they exist, but they've researched some decent methods for utilizing mechanical technology. I want to take a mission to eliminate this group of hostile ninjas on the border of the Land of Fire. Zenshu spoke calmly. Hiruzen understood immediately. He must have taken a liking to some of their technology. But this was perfect. What kind of technology could a struggling hidden village possibly have? If he could use this opportunity to send Zenshu away, it would be the best deal ever. Although it's just the remnant hidden village of a small country, it's not an ordinary mission. Hiruzen immediately took out documents. He directly drafted an S-rank mission, though the reward was only the minimum 1 million Ryo. Personnel. He paused, looking up at Zenshu. With Zenji. Any other personnel are fine. Zenji? Yes. Time is running out. I want to personally instruct the next clan head of the Zen family. All right. Then I will directly have Zenji graduate early. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 60, The Ruins. 1,248 words. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk, looking at the closed door. Is time really running out? How long can you actually live? If Zenshu couldn't live long, then certain methods wouldn't be necessary. But if he actually had years remaining, then Hiruzen would probably have to take action. It's just as well that Zenji graduated. Fortunately, he wasn't the target from the beginning. Hiruzen thought of the youth who gave him a bit of a headache. Gojo Satoru. But fortunately, apart from being egocentric and arrogant, his sense of identity with the village was gradually building. It's a pity there are no outstanding students from the same period. I can only let him interact more with Kakashi and Shisui. Since the end of the Third War, Hiruzen had had several interactions with Shisui Uchiha. He'd keenly perceived that the other party strongly identified with the will of fire and the village. If I can use him to influence the Uchiha clan, it wouldn't be a bad method. Although he had this thought, Hiruzen didn't execute it immediately. First, deal with Danzo Shimura. Konoha's main gate. Zenji followed behind Zenshu, spotting three familiar figures at a glance. Akimichi Kuryo, Nara Yudo, and Yamanaka Mitsumi immediately became respectful upon seeing him. Lord Advisor. MM. Zenji responded. Let's register and set off. Try to go and return quickly. Yes, the three replied. After completing the registration at the main gate, they left Konoha, guided by the controlled Shino. Along the way, Nara Yudo's gaze frequently turned to Zenji. He recalled the clan's orders in his mind. An excellent shadow secret technique. We'll inevitably encounter enemies on this journey. Let me see if the information is true or false. Nara Yudo lowered his brows. He knew very well what kind of impact this information would have if verified. For a clan specializing in secret techniques, alliances, friendships, and benefits were all superficial. Only their own secret techniques were real. If a more excellent secret technique of the same type appeared, it would have an unavoidable impact on the clan. The sky gradually grew dark. A street appeared in the distance, a nearby market town. Find an inn to rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Zenshu's voice rang out. Yes. Nara Yudo and Yamanaka Mitsumi immediately sped up to prepare rooms while Akimichi Kuryo followed closely to keep watch. Zenji looked at Nara Yudo's back. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Finally. Someone took the bait. The improved 10 Shadows technique was never meant to be his trump card, but a practice piece, conveniently used as bait. However, the Ino-Shikacho alliance has lasted for who knows how many years. A single technique might not be enough to completely win them over. Zenji recalled the exclusive secret techniques of the other two clans. He'd had some modification ideas before, but hadn't spent much effort on them. It seems I need to put in some work. The 10 Shadows technique was enough for the Nara clan. The characteristic of the Akimichi clan's secret technique was transformation taijutsu, and consuming food to convert into massive amounts of chakra. I could actually combine existing knowledge to create a Naruto version of the 6th Treasury Immortal Thief. The Yamanaka clan was a bit troublesome. Their mind-body switch technique was very exquisite and powerful. But he had no ideas for modifying it. The group quickly arrived at the street where Nara Yudo was waiting at the intersection. After having a meal, they entered the inn to rest. Late at night, Zenji slowly opened his eyes. Moonlight spilled through the window onto him. The shadow beneath him writhed slightly, then returned to normal the next moment. By a wooded mountain on the border of the land of fire, the shadow beneath a large tree slowly squirmed. Zenji gradually emerged. Under the clear sky, mountains, waters, and jungle gleamed in the sunlight. Sky ninjas. These guys' technology isn't bad. But the only interesting thing is that cannon. Zenji pondered internally. Their researchers and production personnel still held some value. As for the remaining combat personnel, there were no outstanding individuals. I'll leave them all for the three behind to put on a show. One day is enough. Zenji's body gradually turned black and sank into the shadow. One day later. Zenshu arrived leaning on his cane. Zenji and the others followed behind. According to this guy's memory, the remnants of the Land of Sky are hiding in ruins in the mountains. They've converted it directly into an experimental base. Zenji pointed at the distant mountain. Nara Yudo and the other two looked at Zenshu, waiting for orders. You four act together. Move quickly to prevent them from discovering us and destroying the technology. Zenshu spoke directly, gazing into the distance. Yes. The four immediately set off, rapidly dashing toward the distant ruins. Passing by a village, Zenji looked down. That should be the village from the movie. Not long after, the group arrived at the ruins. A very obvious staircase appeared before their eyes. It was partially buried underground. Behind it was a protruding section of a building. This was exactly the aerial fortress disguised as ruins. The remnants of the Land of Sky are hiding here. Zenji reminded them. Prepare for battle. Naruto's voice was serious. He turned his head slightly to glance at Zenji. Zenji, assist from the side. Don't be impulsive. Understood. Zenji remained composed. In truth, he had long seen through Naruto's thoughts. The group rushed from the stairs into the ruins. The surrounding passages were made of hard rock, with vines growing in the crevices. Two sky ninjas walked out from a distant corner and immediately shouted with vigilance. Who goes there? Attack. As Naruto's words fell, the shadow beneath his feet instantly moved, directly connecting to the opponent's shadows. What's going on? I can't move. The two wore terrified expressions. Then they saw a shadow enveloping them. Bang! Akimichi Kurio's large hand gradually withdrew, shrinking back to normal size. The two people were already lying on the ground. What's that movement? We have a situation here. Noisy voices rang out. Naruto's face was serious. Charge in. Zenji formed hand seals. The shadow beneath his feet roiled. Two figures, one white, one black, instantly leaped out. Naruto's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the two massive wolf dogs. Nearly as tall as a person at the shoulder. Sharp claws. Piercing fangs. They looked full of aggression at a glance. But in reality, one was adept at scouting and keeping watch. The other excelled at tracking scents. The black and white dogs leaped directly along the surrounding walls, blocking the enemies charging from ahead. Akimichi Kurio charged at the very front as a meat shield, quickly breaking through the enemies and arriving at a vast underground space deep within. Quick, quick, quick. Destroy what we can't take. We absolutely cannot let the research results fall into the hands of those damn Konoha ninjas. Fighting into this space, the four heard panicked exchanges. A group of figures in lab coats were destroying materials and experiments. Stop! Zenji shouted, pretending to care. Then his entire person instantly sank into the shadow. Moving at extreme speed, he emerged behind several white-coated figures, as if appearing simultaneously in multiple locations. Seeing this scene, Naruto's eyes immediately shone. His heart thumped fiercely. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 61, 2 Forbidden Jutsu. 1244 words. Zenshu walked slowly to the underground space below, looking at the somewhat messy research site. Is everything taken care of? All remnants of the Land of Sky have been dealt with. Naruto's expression was grim. It's just that their researchers, seeing their situation was hopeless, all committed suicide. He hadn't expected these researchers to be so resolute, all choosing to end their own lives. It doesn't matter. As long as the research materials are still here. Zenshu spoke nonchalantly. Naruto suddenly noticed no one behind Zenshu. He couldn't help but ask, that Sky Ninja. I dealt with him. Zenshu said simply before walking toward the research equipment and materials. Naruto lowered his head. His expression changed slightly, but ultimately he didn't say anything more. He just stood up and began inspecting the floor and walls of the entire space, but found nothing. Finally, his gaze fell on Zenji. The other party's shadow secret technique was indeed very excellent. Just hiding in shadows and moving quickly was enough to tempt the Nara clan. Not to mention the various shikigami that resembled summoned beasts. Over the next few days, Naruto approached Zenji from time to time. Not to fish for information, but to become more familiar with him. On this day, Zenshu sealed some documents into a scroll and walked out of the underground space. Standing on the stairs, he saw Zenji sparring with Naruto. The latter immediately stopped upon seeing Zenshu. Lord Advisor. Research is complete. Let's return to Konoha. Yes. The group of 5 left immediately. The ruins returned to tranquility. One day later. Inside the entrance of the stairs, the passage originally leading straight underground underwent a change. A humming sound rang out. Several other passages opened. Ninjas appeared one after another. Deep within one of the passages was another massive space. Zenji, sitting on a high seat with eyes closed, slowly opened them. Below, over 20 researchers and hundreds of assistants were busy working. They've finally left. Now we're just short of materials. This was Zenji's shadow clone. He had arrived here a step ahead, incorporated all the important personnel, and left only a fake base outside. On the other side. Konoha. A few days ago. Danzo Shimura sat in the Hokage's office chair, eyes slightly closed, leaning back in relaxation. Swiveling slightly to face the glass behind him, Danzo had never felt such joy in any moment. Apologies. I have no intention of giving this chair to anyone else yet. A familiar voice caused Danzo to snap his eyes open. His mouth gaped slightly in panic. He hurriedly turned around and saw the person he least wanted to see. Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing the complete Hokage uniform, spoke in an even tone. It seems you want to ask why this old man is still alive. No. Danzo completely lost his usual calmness. He hurriedly stood up, pupils constricting, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His voice was tinged with panic. I just heard you went to the daimyo's residence this morning. A certain man defected and then turned his coat again. He told me I would encounter an ambush on the way. Hearing this, Danzo's hands involuntarily clenched tight. His heart pounded fiercely. As long as we investigate, the culprit will be known immediately. Hiruzen looked sharply at Danzo. This made Danzo feel extremely uneasy internally. It was his first time attempting an assassination, an action that completely tore away all pretenses. When that time comes, the culprit will not escape the death penalty. Danzo's face was grim. He gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his head. His mood had sunk to rock bottom. If he resisted here, even if he successfully killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, his reputation would be ruined. He would become a rogue ninja. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. He would rather die than become a rogue ninja. However, continuing to increase the number of victims goes against this old man's principles. If I meet that man, I would like to tell him that this matter will not be pursued. In exchange, this old man hopes that person will dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the village from now on. Danzo felt a wave of relief internally. His tense body relaxed. Looking at the sideways turned Hiruzen, he still said somewhat unyieldingly, "You are still maintaining your pacifism as always. Dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the village. Hasn't he, Danzo Shimura, always done so?" Slowly standing up, Danzo walked to the door, opened it and left. Only then did Hiruzen turn to look at the entire Hokage office. The easiest problem is solved. Next, there are 2 thorny issues. Zenshu and the Uchiha clan. A few days later. No casualties, that couldn't be better. I wonder what harvest advisor Zenshu obtained. Hiruzen looked at the 5 people reporting their mission with a face full of smiles. Zenshu, sitting to the side with drooping eyelids, spoke indifferently. Decent flight technology. Unfortunately not of much value. Oh. Flight technology. A type of wind release technique, but it relies too heavily on external objects. Trying to develop it to the point of not relying on external objects would be more trouble than just researching something new. My old bones don't have that much time left. That is indeed a pity. Hiruzen turned his gaze to Zenji standing nearby. Consider this mission as Zenji's graduation assessment. I'll have someone send over a genin uniform later. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zenshu slowly stood up. Hiruzen personally saw the two out of the office before walking back slowly. Previously, for the sake of stability, I promised away far too much power. Especially the Forbidden Jutsu Laboratory. His face sank slightly. This was a complete department capable of applying for massive funds, and possessing many high-end talents. Most importantly, it could relatively easily access various forbidden techniques. Even for sealing jutsu, as long as the application was reasonable, it would be approved. Otherwise, the intention of targeting would be too obvious. I can only think of reasonable excuses to delay. It would be best if he died quickly. Forbidden Jutsu Laboratory. Zenshu stood leaning on his cane in front of the office window. The icy aura suddenly became heavy. The entire room seemed to turn somewhat cold. Make some noise when you arrive. Are you trying to scare this old man to death? His cold voice rang out. A figure stepped out from the shadows nearby. Orochimaru's pale face still possessed the handsomeness of his youth, unlike over a decade later when only coldness would remain. Wanting to see me right after returning from a mission. Could it be that Sensei's ostracization has bred resentment in your heart? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Don't waste my time with meaningless nonsense. Zenshu turned around. His cloudy eyes stared at Orochimaru. I need two things. Oh? I wonder what they are. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling very pleased internally. This old thing had many covetable technologies in his hands. He finally had a chance to extort him. The Flying Thunder God technique and the impure world reincarnation. A gleam of light reflected in Orochimaru's eyes. His light chuckle was filled with joy. Now that the Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute is managed by Lord Advisor, isn't it easy to obtain these two forbidden techniques? Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 62, Boogie Woogie and the Flying Thunder God Technique. 1,302 words. Zenshu completely ignored Orochimaru's words, continuing to speak as if talking to himself. Seance Technique. A jutsu that brings a soul down into a body, actively altering the body to gain the other party's power. Orochimaru's joyful expression quickly vanished. He looked at Zenshu opposite him, and finally couldn't help but let out an eerie smile. I really want to know just how many secret techniques are in your mind. Will you trade or not? Zenshu wasted no words. Of course I'll trade. It was very difficult for others to access forbidden techniques. But as director of the Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute for many years, Orochimaru was completely different. Not only had he read the Scroll of Seals in its entirety, he had memorized it all. If he wanted to, he could write it out right on the spot. But he didn't immediately pick up a pen. He merely looked at Zenshu, revealing an expression of great interest. I'm actually very curious. Can a group of nameless nobodies truly research so many peculiar techniques in 30 years? Nameless nobodies? You mean ordinary people? Zenshu turned around and stood in front of the window, looking at the crowd below. Actually, everyone is full of wisdom. It's just that during the process of growing up, they are bound by family affection, friendship, human nature, and so on. Growing up within rules and regulations, thereby restricting their wisdom. But as long as one breaks free from these bonds, one discovers that everyone actually possesses world-shocking wisdom. Orochimaru frowned tightly. He didn't understand what nonsense this old thing was spouting. If everyone possessed world-shocking wisdom, then he wouldn't be unable to find assistants capable of helping with his research. I can write down these 2 forbidden techniques right now. What about the seance technique you mentioned? Orochimaru's voice was expressionless. Zenshu took a scroll from his clothes and placed it in front of him. Orochimaru lightly bit his finger, wiped it on his palm, and slapped it against the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A snake was summoned. It opened its mouth and spat out 2 freshly written scrolls. These are the newly written Flying Thunder God technique, an impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru picked up the 2 scrolls and handed them over. One hand delivers the money. The other delivers the goods. The moment he received the scroll, Orochimaru immediately unrolled it and began reading. His snake-like eyes widened slightly. His unexpected joy was fully revealed. But then he frowned. His gaze turned cold. "You're playing me." Orochimaru's voice was full of killing intent. He looked up, staring fixedly at Zenshu. "A set of theoretical knowledge without any actual experimental data, and you dare bring it out to fool me?" Under Orochimaru's killing intent, Zenshu remained completely unmoved. His voice was very calm. "Is it not enough? Those theories are viable. Enough for you to perfect your secret technique." Although he hadn't actually created a chakra version of the seance technique, Zenshu had researched it once, localizing its initial theory. As a viable research direction and concept, it was enough for Orochimaru to perfect his living corpse reincarnation. "You really act as if it's a matter of course." Orochimaru gripped the scroll in his hand. A cold sneer appeared in his eerie gaze. 2 precious forbidden techniques, in your eyes, are only equivalent to an unperfect theory. Whether it's precious or not isn't important. Whether it's needed is the core. Zenshu unrolled the scroll recording the Flying Thunder God technique and spoke calmly. "These 2 techniques are well within my reach. Whereas you cannot obtain the theory of the seance technique from anywhere but here. Most importantly, it can allow you to perfect an even higher level of secret technique." Listening to these calm words and looking at the unmoved Zenshu, Orochimaru suddenly withdrew all his killing intent. "Mr. Advisor is right. I hope that in the future, when you need it, I can be of help as well." He indifferently left behind a sentence, as if his furious rage just now never existed, turned around and left. After completely reading through the Flying Thunder God technique, Zenshu slowly closed his eyes. The most important part was the Flying Thunder God formula, which was actually a type of chakra mark. Only by comprehending this mark could one practice and activate the technique. And its essence was comprehending space. Forming a mark of one's own cognition in the form of chakra. Depending on each person's comprehension, different marks would form. Tobirama Senju's was a pattern. Minato Namikaze's was text. Fundamentally, it required sufficient space-time talent. Even with talent in this area, if one wasn't strong enough, they couldn't fully comprehend a mark. This was the case with the 4th Hokage's guards, the Genma platoon. A single person wasn't enough to comprehend the complete mark. They could only comprehend a part each. Ultimately, the 3 of them together formed the Flying Thunder formation technique, but it had many restrictions. Boogie Woogie. The knowledge of this innate technique surfaced in Zenshu's mind. Combining the 2, or rather, having the Flying Thunder God technique absorb the knowledge of Boogie Woogie, the overall mechanism should be greatly optimized. In the blink of an eye, the sky outside the window darkened. Zenshu, who had been pondering for a long time, slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. In the ruins on the border of the Land of Fire, Zenji suddenly opened his eyes. The deduction is finally complete. He sighed and slapped his palm against the ground. Beneath his feet was a stone platform resembling an altar, its surface crystal clear. Ring-like patterns spread out with characters crawling within them, forming a circular array in the blink of an eye. The moment the array formed, another Zenji instantly appeared, while the original shadow clone vanished. I can finally start experimenting. Zenji walked toward the nearby experimental area with a face full of excitement. The preliminary manufacturing of the Zero Tails could begin. Konoha. Meeting. Cough, cough. Zenshu pretended to cough weakly as he walked into the meeting room. Shikaka Nara stood up from the side, supported Zenshu, and pointed to the seat next to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Advisor, please sit. Zenshu cast a glance from the corner of his eye, coughed lightly twice, and said, "Thank you. I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect the advisor's health to be so fragile." Hiruzen sighed, pretending to blame himself. "It's no matter. Since I sit in this position, I must bear the responsibility." Zenshu spoke indifferently. Danzo Shimura stood to the side, casting two expressionless glances at Zenshu. Why? Why does the monkey have a faint hostility toward him? Danzo was puzzled internally. He was the one who recruited him. He was the one who wooed him. And now he was the one faintly targeting him. It was simply contradictory. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Danzo took out a thin pointer and walked to the map. Due to the Ninetales attack, various parts of the village have suffered damage. Taking advantage of this reconstruction opportunity, I want to change the village's zoning. The Aburame clan, please relocate to this position. Danzo pointed his pointer at a spot on the village's edge. Because they have long proposed wanting to manage the forest, this transfer precisely takes that into account. The Nara clan suffered no disaster. Remain as is. Advisor Zenshu wants to start a school for ordinary people. This area is very suitable, and that famous training class can also be relocated and expanded here. Danzo pointed to another area on the village's edge. There was a forest on one side and a lake on the other. It could be said to have both woods and water. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 63, Exposure and Schemes. 1,274 words. Isn't that location a bit too remote? Zenshu said faintly, eyes half open. Although Konoha was called a village, it was actually very large. Even excluding the surrounding mountains, waters and forests, the urban area alone was vast. A school for ordinary people would definitely enroll ordinary people. If the distance was too far, commuting alone would consume too much time. I have considered this matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke up from the side. The 7 techniques of the chakra enhancement technique are very excellent. Sufficient to serve as a standard for Jonin evaluation. Moreover, compared to shape transformation and nature transformation, the difficulty of initial learning is lower. I imagine there will be even more Chunin signing up to learn in the future. His voice was calm, but his state of mind was somewhat heavy. There will definitely be multiple expansions needed in the future, which would be troublesome in the village center. I thought it would be better to take this opportunity to move it to the edge of town. Future expansions will be easier as well. Danzo Shimura's gaze focused slightly. A nearly imperceptible ripple flashed deep in his eyes. He could be said to be the earliest person to investigate this technique. Aside from the final Ren, he had investigated everything clearly. It was indeed very excellent. If a Chunin completely mastered those 6 techniques and reached a certain level of proficiency, they could possess Jonin-level strength. Zenshu's cloudy gaze seemed entirely unchanged as he cast a casual glance at Hiruzen. This old thing truly doesn't trust me. But it'll be soon. Once Zenji's technique is somewhat complete, I can completely die and free myself. After all, I have become increasingly unable to tolerate this aged body. Lord Hokage's words are reasonable. However, Hearing this, Hiruzen felt slight relief internally. Having handled Zenshu, the rest would be much easier. But the sudden turn of phrase made his heart jump again. The issue of land ownership in those areas. Construction funds. The location of the registration office. Hearing these questions, Hiruzen instead breathed a sigh of relief. Having these discussions meant exactly that the issue was negotiable. As long as the school and training class moved out, he could make concessions on these matters. Zenshu's clan was different from the Uchiha. The other party had joined Konoha less than 2 years ago, and their clan population was sparse. The training class was the force they had developed. As long as this force moved to the village's edge, the danger would be greatly reduced. The Uchiha were completely different. Not only did the police force have to move to the edge, but their entire clan as well. Fugaku Uchiha naturally disagreed, even casting his gaze at Hiruzen. Unfortunately, this was exactly Hiruzen's decision. Regardless of the truth of the matter, first control the potential threat. Then slowly investigate. Only after confirming there was no threat would he attempt to re-accept them. Unfortunately, the Uchiha were not ordinary people. They wouldn't just pretend nothing happened after suffering a grievance. When the meeting ended, all outsiders left. Koharu Yutane, who had been silent all along, turned her gaze to Hiruzen and directly questioned him. Hiruzen. Why target Zenshu? The current Konoha cannot withstand any chaos. I am also very curious. Hamura Mitokado, sitting nearby, turned his head slightly. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. His eyes dimmed slightly before he spoke. The most dangerous time has passed. This is just normal precaution. Hiruzen, there are no outsiders here. Stop using such perfunctory excuses. Koharu spoke very directly. During the Ninetales incident, Zenshu faced the Ninetales together with you. Afterwards, he saved thousands of people. Many in Konoha are grateful to him, even viewing him as a hero. If rumors spread that the Hokage is targeting a hero, it will only add unnecessary trouble. Hamura nodded in agreement. That's right, Hiruzen. We need to know the real reason. Danzo stood to the side, head slightly raised. Mockery flashed deep in his eyes. Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. In his slightly narrowed eyes, it seemed he had made some sort of resolution. He slowly put down his pipe. Zenji possesses the Sharingan. What? Hiruzen, you're not joking. Why are you only saying this now? Danzo's expression immediately became serious. He slammed his hand on the desk in front of Hiruzen. Hamura and Koharu stood up abruptly. Their faces instantly turned ugly. The reason they targeted the Uchiha was precisely because of the Sharingan. It wasn't just because during the Ninetales incident, the beast's eyes had borne the Sharingan's mark. It was because they confirmed one thing: the Sharingan had the potential to forcefully control the Ninetales. The current Ninetales Jinchuriki was just a recently born infant. If the Uchiha wanted to, they very likely had the capability to repeat the Ninetales incident. They didn't know what kind of Sharingan could achieve this. Nor could they judge whether such an eye existed in the current Uchiha clan. Under these circumstances, they could only choose the clumsy method: isolation and surveillance. This was also why Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu agreed to this clearly targeted decision. After all, the only one who wanted to completely annihilate the Uchiha was Danzo Shimura. Now that someone else possessing the Sharingan had suddenly appeared, how could the three of them not lose their composure? When did you find out? Why didn't you inform us? What exactly is the situation? Koharu's face was serious. Such an important matter, why didn't the three of us know? The fourth Hokage told me. Regarding this matter, he had his own judgment and decision at the time. I had no right to interfere. Hiruzen didn't even look at the three of them. He merely spoke indifferently. The expressions of all three froze. After the fourth Hokage took office, although he didn't strip them of their positions, the actual work was assigned to others. His attitude had been very obvious. He was just waiting for the assigned people to gain enough merit before letting the three of them retire, and having his own people take over. Naturally, there were many things they simply weren't aware of. We'll discuss this later. What does it mean that Zenji possesses the Sharingan? Is he a member of the Uchiha clan? Koharu's aged face regained its calm. She slowly sat down. Danzo seemed to have thought of something. His gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming fierce. His tone turned cold. Zenshu. Does that old thing have the Sharingan? Was he the masked man? No. Even though there were many coincidences at the time, as long as you calm down and think about it, it's clear it wasn't him. Hiruzen shook his head. Foolish. Even if he has an alibi, couldn't he be an accomplice? Danzo retorted coldly. Danzo, Zenshu won't live much longer. I don't want the village's peace to be disrupted. Hiruzen's gaze immediately became piercing. Humph, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo turned and left. While returning to the root base, he suddenly thought of Orochimaru and that brat. The intelligence on the experiments has already been exposed. And that brat named Ryaman Sukuna can't be tamed either. I might as well push them out, and let Hiruzen worry about it himself. I want to see if you're willing to make a move against your own student. A cold smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. Right at that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had thought of a brilliant idea. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 64, Forming a Team. 1291 words. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock blared. A hand smacked it silent. Zenji opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and stretched. He put on his clothes and went to the living room. Gojo Satoru was already sitting there eating. Upon seeing Zenji, he immediately started complaining. Why do you get to graduate early? I still have to stay another year. It's not bad. According to the original agreement, you were supposed to stay for 2 more years. Zenji chuckled lightly, sitting down and starting to eat. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru shrugged. Being like this right now was actually quite comfortable. That old man was indeed very knowledgeable. He could speak logically and clearly about many ninjutsu, and even chakra theories. By the way, has your captain been decided yet? My new semester is about to start. No. The clans are fighting fiercely over it. Zenji snorted softly. But there should be a conclusion today. Because he'd graduated early and didn't have a jonin instructor arranged in advance, it had been delayed until now. Zenji arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked gently on the door. Come in. Pushing it open, Zenji saw a familiar figure. Shursui Uchiha. Zenji, your squad has been arranged. This is your captain, Shursui Uchiha. I think you shouldn't be unfamiliar with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's amiable voice rang out. We know each other. Shursui is an old client of the training class, and one of the earliest geniuses to complete the 6 techniques. Zenji naturally knew him. He glanced at the other 2 people. One looked somewhat familiar. The other he had no impression of. That's good. Hiruzen cast a glance at the 3 people standing nearby. He knew clearly that Danzo Shimura was playing tricks again. Otherwise, Fugaku Uchiha wouldn't have suddenly added a condition, wanting a member of the Uchiha clan to become Zenji's jonin instructor. The other party must have also learned the intelligence about the Sharingan. The Nara clan also joined in the fun. Minato's unexpected death had caused changes to many arranged matters. And some things had become troublesome as well. For example, the position of Hokage assistant. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. After weighing the options for a long time, he could only tacitly allow Danzo to suppress Shikaku Nara. Compared to promoting Shikaku to Hokage assistant, Danzo, who had already been subdued, and with whom he'd collaborated for a long time, was a better choice. You can slowly get familiar with things. Although you three are a temporarily cobbled together team, this is not an ordinary situation. As Hiruzen spoke, he took out a letter and a mission scroll from the drawer. Shirsue's face immediately became serious. He stepped forward and stood in front of the desk. The wars among the nations have subsided, but the Land of Lightning has never shown any intention of signing a peace treaty. Reaching this point, Hiruzen's frown deepened. However, there is also a small faction of nobles within the Land of Lightning who do not wish for war to continue. This time, it's a faction supported by one of those nobles wanting to make contact with us. Your mission is simple: arrive at the designated location, exchange letters with the other party, and deliver it to the daimyo's residence. Although this is a faction supported by a noble, we cannot be certain whether it's a trick by the Hidden Cloud Village. You must be careful. Yes, Lord Hokage. The four immediately accepted the order. Shisui took the letter and mission scroll, leading the group out. Arriving by a nearby woods, Shisui looked at his three teammates. Next, we will be carrying out the mission together. As captain, I will introduce myself first. Shisui Uchiha. 14 years old. Jonin. I excel in fire release and genjutsu, and I like eating grilled fish. After finishing, he looked at Zenji. My name is Zenji. 8 years old. Genin. I excel in fire release and shadow shikigami, which can be understood as summoned beasts. I like eating meat. Zenji shrugged his shoulders and spoke softly. A youth nearby, wearing a bandana on his head and a steel needle in his mouth, looking about the same age as Shisui, also introduced himself. My name is Genma Shiranui. 13 years old. Chunin. I excel in fire release and hidden weapons. Genma didn't mention what he liked. The gazes of the three turned to the last person. A youth with a cold expression. His entire body exuded a gloomy aura. One could tell at a glance he was no ordinary ninja. Soto Noguchi. Chunin. The introduction was even briefer. His tone almost devoid of fluctuation. Shisui could tell at a glance where this person came from. There was nowhere else but the ANBU. We have all gotten to know each other initially. Prepare yourselves. We will gather at the main gate in half an hour. Upon receiving the order, Soto Noguchi left immediately. Genma cast a glance at Zenji before turning and walking into an alley. Only Zenji and Shisui remained standing there. They exchanged a glance. Don't you need to prepare anything? Zenji tapped the shadow on the ground with his foot and said easily, I prepared long ago. Shisui fell somewhat silent. Although less than half a year had passed, many things had changed. The most crucial among them was the Ninetales incident, which caused the relationship between the village and the clan to deteriorate even further. Then let's head to the main gate. He turned and walked. The journey was very quiet. The two relatively silent. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Zenji suddenly said, crossing his arms. These words made Shisui's body pause slightly. He couldn't help but recall what the clan head had told him. Shisui, advisor Zenshi's younger brother, this person Zenji, very likely possesses the Sharingan. The Sharingan? A situation similar to Kakashi's? No. Although the situation is unclear, it is highly likely not a situation like Kakashi's. I need you to investigate clearly. And it would be best to rope Zenji in, having him directly change his surname to Uchiha. Shisui turned his head to look at Zenji. This friend he had gotten along with so well half a year ago. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, the gloom in his heart suddenly dissipated. You haven't changed from half a year ago. Shirsue's originally solemn face relaxed. Then I'll ask directly. Do you have the Sharingan? You mean this? Zenji turned to look at Shirsue. His pupils immediately turned red. 3 tomo surfaced. Seeing those 3 tomo, Shirsue couldn't help but feel shocked internally. He didn't expect it to not only be a Sharingan, but a 3 tomo one. This isn't transplanted. Could it be? Shirsue said in astonishment. You're overthinking it. I have no relation to the Uchiha clan. This is merely simulating the brain and eyes of an Uchiha clan member with a 3 tomo Sharingan. As soon as Zenji's words fell, Shirsue's pupils shrank. He looked at Zenji in disbelief. The other party's expression immediately made Zenji understand what he was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh. It's not as easy as you think. It requires deep and thorough research into its essence. The difficulty is extremely high, and it has no growth potential. This was a lie. Even so, it's an extraordinary secret technique. Is it really okay for you to say it out loud like this? Shirsue's voice carried some concern. Nonsense. If it wasn't to get close to Sasuke, to leave a mark on Shirsue Uchiha, and to observe the entire process of the Mangekyo awakening, why would he spend so much effort trying to get close? Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 65, Dark Chakra Source Plan. 1,336 words. Secret techniques are meant to be used eventually. The form of abilities cannot be hidden forever. Zenji spoke nonchalantly. Moreover, his research had already made some progress. At the ruins fortress on the border of the Land of Fire, a tailed beast-like creature, resembling a mollusk, writhed within a circular barrier 3 meters in diameter. It really does look like a cursed spirit. Zenji looked up at the Zero Tails. A dense dark chakra, like black mist, condensed within the body of this tailed beast. Any dark will and emotions in the hearts of all personnel within the entire ruins would be converted into this special chakra. Zenji stretched out his right hand. Black chakra surged from his palm like smoke. More extreme and pure. And more suitable for cursed spirits. He deduced internally. To use the world source of darkness as a template. To become the source of dark chakra, just like the source of chakra itself. Then one must at least possess the ability to absorb the dark fears from the hearts of all living beings in the entire world. Unfortunately, the key to cursed spirits being able to absorb corresponding curses and negative emotions is the rules of the Jujutsu Kaisen world. The ability to condense curses and negative emotions, which is the essence of cursed spirits, is not strong enough to affect the entire world. I need to optimize and strengthen this system. Zenji's perception immediately focused on the light clusters of the 3 disaster curses, Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon. They corresponded to the earth, the forest, and the ocean, respectively. Let's use them for practice first. After thinking for a moment, he bit his finger and performed the summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke rose and dispersed. A small piece of the god tree, surrounded by a barrier, appeared before his eyes. Without the enhancement of world rules, a physical core was needed to strengthen the overall ability's influence. The fragment of the god tree was the best possible material. Zenji looked over the light clusters of the 3 disaster curses, and finally stopped at the one corresponding to the forest. With the god tree fragment as material, it should be most compatible with the forest's curse mark. A force suddenly appeared within the circular barrier, striking the god tree fragment and directly splitting it into 3. The barrier simultaneously separated, forming 3 smaller circular barriers, each containing a god tree fragment in the center. Selecting one piece, Zenji closed his eyes and pondered the plan in his mind once more. After a moment, he opened his eyes and immediately set to work. The final plan, integrating techniques such as the Zero Tails, the Disaster Curse Mark, yin-yang release, and tailed beast structure, was carved out. A fist-sized orb hovered within the barrier. Its surface was densely covered with runes and marks. The entire barrier merged with the orb, making it the core node. The orb emitted faint fluctuations. A dark green light manifested like spreading ink. An invisible influence radiated outward in all directions. 10 meters. 100 meters, 1 kilometer, ultimately stopping at a range of 3 kilometers. Within this range, the fear of forests and trees of all intelligent beings was extracted and converted into an exclusive dark chakra. This range is truly too small. Zenji frowned deeply. If only looking at the range, this was a complete failure. Without the assistance of world rules, it's still too difficult to affect the entire world. He was not discouraged by this. Research is like this. There are various difficult problems, but as long as they are solved one by one, progress is made. Zenji looked at the other two orbs. The overall structure could still be further optimized. Moreover, plants absorb nutrients from the earth, and also need to absorb water. Using the god tree fragment as material was perfectly viable. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 orbs enveloped in barriers were completed. The diameter of the barriers had expanded by several rings, reaching a range of 5 meters. Using barriers is indeed a solution. The area of effect has increased tenfold, reaching a diameter of 30 kilometers. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Zenji frowned deeply. He pondered over a solution. The range can actually be increased further. As long as a massive barrier system is constructed, it might be difficult to cover the entire world, but it's enough to cover a large country. Thinking of this, Zenji shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, compared to the goal of covering the entire world, it fell for short. Covering the entire world. The ultimate dark chakra. Zenji looked down at his feet. His eyes suddenly flickered. Shadows. Oni masks. He suddenly thought of an ability similar to the 10 Shadows technique. The ultimate move of the Oni masks, ultimate darkness. Once released, it directly covers the entire world. I can completely draw inspiration from this and... Zenji's expression brightened, then instantly collapsed. Without the information-like cluster of the Oni masks, even if he tried to imitate it, he would only get a specious, weakened version. Because fundamentally, he lacked the technology to cover the world. This was the most crucial problem. After all this, I can only find a solution within Naruto. Zenji scratched his head in frustration. The only technique in Naruto capable of achieving this level was the 10 tails. And it had to be after collecting the 9 great-tailed beasts, and transforming into the god tree state to have the ability to affect the entire world. If it really becomes the god tree, I wouldn't be able to use. Zenji stopped mid-thought as something flashed through his mind. His eyes grew increasingly bright. The 10 tails. The god tree. The 9 great-tailed beasts. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Zenji laughed excitedly. There was corresponding technology that could be borrowed. Besides, isn't darkness most adept at parasitic transformation? Create 9 dark masks. Have the 9-tailed beasts wear them. Integrate them into their bodies to form a dark side. When they merge into the 10 tails and become the god tree, they will directly fuse to form the dark side of the 10 tails god tree. Then, when the 10 tails Jinchuriki uses the Rinne Sharingan to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, it can ride the momentum to affect the entire world, directly absorbing and condensing the ultimate source of dark chakra. The plan is feasible. But if I do it this way, wouldn't I have to wait for the original plot to develop? Zenji's brow immediately furrowed deeply. He didn't have the patience for that. The only reason he wasn't standing out now was that he wasn't strong enough to face the combined strength of the entire village. There were still 15 or 16 years before the original plot began. Let alone that long, in 6 or 7 years, Zenji's strength would definitely reach the Superkage level. Perhaps even earlier. With Superkage-level strength, Zenji absolutely couldn't tolerate continuing to be so submissive. He would definitely flip the table directly. Let alone wait 15 or 16 years. It seems that after I overturn Konoha, I need to actively push forward the Akatsuki's plan. Make the Ten Tails and the infinite Tsukuyomi appear faster. Zenji narrowed his eyes. If that was the case, then he needed to become stronger even faster. If he didn't have 6 paths level strength when the plan started, he would crash and burn directly. I have a plan for Dark Chakra. What's left is Light Chakra. Zenji immediately focused his gaze on Maharaga's light cluster. Maharaga was not a cursed spirit. Using him as a template and starting point for Light Chakra was an excellent plan. Actually, as long as the source of Dark Chakra was successfully transformed, a reverse curse technique plus the Tiger Talisman could immediately form the source of Light Chakra. But that was too risky. He couldn't pin his hopes on just one plan. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 66, Uchiha's Movements. 1283 words. Maharaga. Light Chakra. Zenji now had a certain degree of confidence in being able to shape Maharaga. But to shape one sufficient to act as the source vessel of Light Chakra was still far from enough. One step at a time. I still have a period of peace. Zenji let out a breath and rubbed his temples. Soon. By the night of the massacre a few years from now, his strength should be just about enough to flip the table. Konoha Village. Uchiha Clan, at the General Assembly. Clan Head. Is it true that Zenji possesses a 3-tomo Sharingan? A jonin from the police force spoke with intense emotion. Fugaku Uchiha was expressionless, but his heart had already sunk. Why did the news he'd tried so hard to hide suddenly become known to the clansmen? Glancing around, Shursui wasn't present. He was still on a mission and seemed like he would only return recently. Facing the agitated clansmen, Fugaku could only reveal the truth. There is indeed such a matter. But the other party is not a member of the Uchiha clan. It is merely the simulated effect of a special secret technique. That is still a Sharingan. Eyes just like ours. We can completely rope them in. Not only that, the Ninetales incident a year ago. Silence. Fugaku widened his eyes and shouted with a sharp gaze. He only wanted to recruit Advisor Zenshi's family. Not make an enemy. Moreover, that elder was on the verge of death, and in a sensitive period. Even if he had the Sharingan, Fugaku was unwilling to make too intense contact, deeply afraid of provoking him. Advisor Zenshu is one of the few Konoha higher-ups who harbors no hostility towards the Uchiha clan. He is even willing to make active contact. We absolutely cannot anger him. Fugaku's tone was serious. Hearing this, the agitated crowd could only forcefully calm down. Although it had only been a year, the targeting by the village higher-ups and the ostracization, even covert cursing, from the civilians stimulated them. The Uchiha clan was proud. They might not care about death, pain, and hardship. Even temporary injustice. But over a long period, it would instead make the proud among them unable to endure it. Ultimately leading to more extreme decisions. We absolutely cannot act rashly on this matter. Fugaku looked at his clansmen, who were hesitant to speak, some even revealing unconvinced expressions. He could only change his phrasing. I will personally contact Advisor Zenshu. Do not do anything unnecessary. Only after receiving his promise did the crowd retreat. Fugaku reached up to rub his glabella, pondering countermeasures as he walked back. There's a problem with the source of the news. I originally didn't want to easily involve the advisor. After all, this is one of the few neutral, even recruitable, forces within the village. But the surging emotions within the clan couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, it would lead to even more extreme situations. But why? In the future I see with these eyes, Zenshu, Zenji, and even the other 5 have never appeared. Doubt filled Fugaku's eyes. It was precisely because of this reason that he hadn't gone to visit Zenshu. In reality, it was because of the Book of Ages. Even if it wasn't the genuine article, it was impossible to be observed by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Father. A childish voice rang out. Itachi Uchiha was standing at the door of the house, bowing slightly. It's Itachi. How are things at the academy? Fugaku temporarily forgot his worries. He chuckled lightly. The courses taught by the teachers are all very simple. My studies are going very smoothly. As Itachi said this, a face flashed through his mind. His thoughts couldn't help but stall for a moment. It was his first time being toyed with by a peer. Good. Worthy of being my son. Fugaku was very satisfied with his eldest son. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly stirred. Advisor Zenshu's younger brother, Zenji, seemed to be about the same age as Itachi. And had a very good relationship with Shisui. Itachi, do you know Gojo Satoru? Fugaku turned his head and asked. Itachi was taken aback. Why would his father ask about that frivolous guy? I know him. His strength is very strong. But he likes to tease others. It seems you've interacted with him. Fugaku smiled. He didn't care about interactions between children. Come with me to visit Advisor Zenshu. Yes, father. The two prepared a bit, then went out and walked toward the center of the village. Outside the Hokage building, Zenji and his 3 teammates walked out. The mission is complete. Everyone can rest for a few days. If there are missions later, I will notify you. Shisui revealed a rather forced smile as he addressed his teammates. Then I'll get going. Bye-bye. Genma Shiranui waved his hand, and left with a senbon in his mouth. Soto Noguchi cast a cold glance at Zenji, and prepared to return to report. During this mission, he had already figured out Zenji's 6 Shadow Shikigami. A few more difficult missions, and he should be able to complete the intelligence gathering. Zenji crossed his arms, and watched this person's retreating back. Wondering when the Danzo behind him would make a move. Shisui's hand suddenly patted Zenji's shoulder. A comforting voice rang out. Lord Assistant isn't targeting you. He has always acted like this, having this attitude towards everyone. Don't take it to heart. These words made Zenji feel a bit astonished internally. He turned to look at Shisui comforting him. I didn't expect you to actually comfort me. That old man is not like you say. Zenji couldn't help but sneer as he spoke. It's all for the peace of everyone. The cruelty of war is something ordinary ninjas and civilians cannot deeply understand. Shisui turned his gaze to the villagers walking on the street. Some, after making eye contact, immediately looked away with foul expressions. Some kept their heads down, not looking at him at all. But there were also some who glared at him angrily. The conflict between the clan and the village had already shown a more obvious trend. Zenji threw his arm around Shisui's shoulder, smiled, and said, Don't think so much. It's peacetime now. Come, let's hang out at my place for a while. I'm guessing you don't want to go back right now either. After speaking, he dragged Shisui toward a nearby street. Passing by the original site of Zenji's training class, it had now become the registration building, while the actual training grounds had been moved to the village's edge. Turning a corner, Zenji's house appeared before their eyes. After pushing the door open and entering, Shisui's gaze paused slightly. Unexpected people appeared before his eyes. Little brat, it's useless. Gojo Satoru smiled very flamboyantly, hovering slightly in the air, looking down at the little tyke in front of him. Itachi Uchiha had a tense little face. He held a kunai in his hand, cursing the other party as a bastard in his heart. trying to use genjutsu on me. Even an Uchiha can't do it. Gojo flew over, looking straight into Itachi's eyes. Turning his head. Meeting his gaze. Even winking. A blatant provocation. Itachi remained expressionless, acting like a cool little kid, but his tightly clenched fists completely exposed his emotions. He suddenly threw a punch. It hit Gojo Satoru's face, seemingly landing, but causing no damage whatsoever. Satoru, stop teasing Itachi. Shursui walked over somewhat helplessly. He had a good relationship with Zenji, so naturally, he also knew Gojo Satoru. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 67, Embryo, Masks and Death. 1308 words. In the living room. Mr. Zenshu, the upper echelons of the village are not as benevolent as you think. If you don't make plans, your younger brother will probably. Fugaku Uchiha sat kneeling before the table, his words stopping right at the point. Although less than a year had passed, Zenshu opposite him seemed to have aged over a decade. His originally white and blue hair had turned entirely blue. His eyes looked as if they could barely open. His skin was extremely loose. Clan head Fugaku, matters of the young, let the young handle them. I believe they can handle their own lives well. Zenshu's tone was very slow. Fugaku's heart sank completely. The other party's aged appearance exceeded his expectations, looking as if he could die at any moment. His thoughts were also as stubborn as an old man's. Even the powerful Uchiha clan couldn't withstand the targeting of the entire village, from the Hokage downward. Let alone a small clan of less than 10 people. Since that is the case, I will not disturb you any longer. Fugaku slowly stood up. He paused slightly at the door and left a sentence behind. My offer is valid at any time. As long as Zenji is willing, I can even acknowledge him as my younger brother, allowing him to bear the Uchiha surname. Zenshu slowly took a sip of tea and opened his cloudy eyes. Fugaku's visit will definitely provoke Danzo. And even the other 3. However, my preparations are also complete. And my body has reached its limit. It's time. Thinking of this, he cast a glance out the window. In the tall buildings opposite, some root ninjas were monitoring. As Zenshu's appearance grew increasingly aged, Danzo no longer held back like before. His actions had become increasingly obvious and intense. The door was pushed open. Zenji walked in and sat casually on the opposite side of the table. You've made up your mind. Zenji's tone wasn't quite a question. It's time. What about you, are you ready? Don't worry. Self-preservation is no problem. Moreover, we still have Toji Fushiguro as a trump card. Even without using that final resort, Hanami has basically taken shape. A smile appeared at the corner of Zenji's mouth. Hanami's essence was the fear of the forest. In other worlds, although the fear of such natural disasters was widespread, its upper limit was hard to define. But in the Naruto world, especially in Konoha, it was different. Because of the existence of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. A portion of the fear toward him overlapped with the forest. Hanami grew very fast, and was highly likely to become the strongest among the 3 disaster curses. I set up a hidden laboratory on the edge of the village. It's bait, and also the beginning of my new life. You can push it out. I also left traces in the forbidden jutsu laboratory. Zenshu spoke slowly. His heart pounded. He had had enough of this aged body. It wouldn't be long before his new life began. Hearing this, Zenji's gaze focused. He suddenly thought of something. Let's make a trip. I also want to leave some bait. Zenshu had no objections. With a casual wave of his hand, the 2 instantly vanished. In an underground laboratory, light illuminated the surroundings. Various materials and equipment were piled up around. In the center was a giant cultivation pod. In the pale green nutrient fluid floated an embryo resembling an infant. It looked very ordinary. No different from a normal infant. Zenji walked up to it. His gaze easily discovered multiple physical talents within. The vitality and would release talent of Hashirama's cells. The physical talent of the Akimichi clan. The constitution of the Uzumaki clan. There was also the Kurama clan's manipulation of the five senses, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's all-attribute chakra talent. All were concentrated in this embryo. It could be said to have condensed the essence of the entire Konoha village. Zenshu looked at his creation. Joy in his eyes, but also dissatisfaction. He finally had a body brimming with vitality. But it fell far short of his expectations. It's still lacking a lot. Zenshu spoke softly. By the way, have you really thought this through? Zenji suddenly asked. Of course. This current state severely affects my research talent. Zenshu turned his head and stared at Zenji. His expression was extremely serious. The division of the tiger talisman did not completely sever the connection between the two individuals. It merely differentiated the two sides of good and evil. Essentially, they were still one individual. But perhaps because it wasn't the genuine tiger talisman, this differentiation wasn't thorough enough. Zenji's consciousness of the good side, mixed with yang nature chakra, wasn't all that good either. He was always thinking about baiting people, sacrificing the Uchiha clan to achieve his own goals. Zenshu wasn't thoroughly evil either. Wanting to obtain the Uzumaki clan bloodline, he didn't even entertain the thought of killing Kushina Uzumaki. He merely waited until after she died to steal a portion of blood from her corpse. This was entirely because the two were not completely separated. They influenced each other. I've thought it through. We cannot allow a complete division into two. At most, we use some soul fragments, coupled with the soul book, to shape a new soul of ultimate evil. When the time comes, the one bearing your memories will be nothing more than one of our creations. That's enough. Zenshu looked at the embryo and slowly closed his eyes. His glabella instantly opened, revealing a pure black eyeball, and exuding an evil dark chakra aura. Pure darkness continuously condensed, using specks of soul fragments as a vessel. 3 pages of the Book of Ages flew from Zenji into Zenshu's soul. All the research ideas and knowledge since descending to this world were engraved into the Book of Ages. Bit by bit, hundreds of millions of words were quickly written out. This not only included specific experiments but also various conjectures, some of which completely broke through the framework of human nature. Finally, a pitch-black soul book flew out, drifting toward the infant embryo in the cultivation pod. The moment it touched the glabella, it merged in. A soul began to form. Because it contained Zenshu's soul fragments and the dark side of his mind, its self-awareness grew very rapidly. At this time, Zenji also set up a wall with a seal. 9 masks were sealed onto the wall. Done. Now we just wait for the fish to take the bait. Zenji clapped his hands. The figures of the two instantly vanished, returning to the courtyard the next moment. Zenshu silently looked at the scenery outside the window. He slowly walked to the door, opened it, went to the corridor, and sat down slowly. His cloudy eyes slowly closed. The black eyeball on his glabella flew out. The black eyeball arrived in front of Zenji, pressing against his glabella and slowly merging in. The eye in his glabella merged with it. The pure black and pure white eyeball instantly changed, developing a sclera and a black pupil. It actually looked like a normal eye. It slowly closed. His glabella returned to its original state. The chakra in Zenshu's body slowly dissipated. The next moment, a vibration occurred nearby. Gojo Satoru appeared beside them as if teleporting. His gaze fixed on Zenshu's corpse. The clan head passed away. His final order is to invite the Hokage over to witness the cremation of his body. Zenji's face was grim. I'll go notify him. Gojo Satoru instantly vanished. Zenji withdrew his gaze, looking toward the direction of the root base. Everything is ready. All we need is for the fish to take the bait. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 68, Restless. 1,229 words. Advisor Zenshu has passed away. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused what he was doing, looking up in astonishment at the ANBU ninja reporting the news. Yes. Gojo Satoru came to report it personally. He's right outside. Hiruzen couldn't care about the work at hand anymore. He stood up and quickly went outside, spotting Gojo Satoru at a glance. What exactly happened? How could he suddenly pass away when he was just fine? Although Hiruzen said this, he actually breathed a massive sigh of relief internally. Some power could finally be taken back. After all, Zenshu was already severely injured a year ago, and was said to not have long to live. Dying now wasn't extremely surprising. Gojo Satoru led the way. The two quickly arrived at the courtyard. Zenji had already arranged a pile of wood. Zenshu's corpse lay on top. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen hurriedly stepped forward. He observed while speaking with some confusion. What is this for? The clan head's dying wish, to be cremated directly after death. Leave no remains. Zenji spoke softly, his back facing Hiruzen. Why is that? The clan head said, if Lord Hokage asks, tell him that he has read the catalogue of forbidden techniques. Hearing this, Hiruzen's expression stiffened slightly. Obviously, he also thought of the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. The other party didn't want his peace disturbed after death. With this reason, Hiruzen couldn't very well stop it. Without obstruction, Zenji formed hand seals and spat out white-yellow flames. The flames landed on the firewood pile and immediately burned fiercely. Under the power of chakra, Zenshu's body was completely incinerated. Even his bones burned to ash. Hiruzen looked at the fire pit, which ultimately left only a pile of ashes, and pretended to be sad. The power of the Forbidden Jutsu Laboratory must be taken back as soon as possible. And I need to find out exactly what kind of experiments Zenshu conducted. I wonder if there will be information about idol transfiguration inside. Hiruzen turned his gaze to Zenji. He was currently the only person who mastered idol transfiguration. This mysterious and powerful secret technique had long caught the attention of some people in the village. Now that Advisor Zenshu was dead, some people would probably start having ideas. Zenji, you don't need to accept any missions from anyone other than me for the time being. Rest well after the funeral. Yes, Lord Hokage. Zenji spoke with lowered eyes. This demeanor made Hiruzen nod in satisfaction. He began to arrange the subsequent matters. After all, Zenshu was a hero of Konoha. The funeral certainly wouldn't be so simple. That old thing is dead. Danzo Shimura's consistently gloomy expression revealed excited joy. Good. Immediately send people to surround the Forbidden Jutsu Laboratory, especially that old thing's independent laboratory. Before Danzo finished speaking, he thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After frowning slightly, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. It's time. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Have Shin make a move. Yes. On the other side, Fugaku Uchiha had just returned home. His face was full of disbelief. Dead? Yes, clan head. The Uchiha reporting the news looked somewhat excited. Now that Zenji has lost his backing, should we directly take him? Do not act rashly. Fugaku hurriedly cut him off, staring fixedly at this clansman. Advisor Zenshu saved over 1,000 people during the Ninetales incident. He is revered as a hero by the entire village. Taking action against his brother right after his death will only further enrage everyone. This was exactly it. His subordinates were always prone to using extreme methods, completely regardless of the consequences. He was deeply afraid that if he took the lead, the situation would spiral out of control. Leave no room for recovery. At that time, instead of gaining their rightful status and respect through resistance, it would evolve into a point of no return slaughter, ultimately destroying everything. Yes. This Uchiha slowly lowered his head, feeling somewhat resentful internally. The news gradually spread throughout the entire village. A massive number of people came on the first day of the funeral. The turnout completely exceeded Hiruzen's expectations. Not only did those who were saved come, but also many villagers who arrived spontaneously. Even ninjas. Finally, Zenshu was buried in the cemetery. The civilians slowly dispersed. In the cemetery illuminated by dusk, a figure stood in the distance. Orochimaru stood in the cold wind, arms crossed, face cold. Old thing. Are you really dead? He was somewhat unbelieving. Others might not know, but from the various research materials and ideas he had obtained, Orochimaru had long had his suspicions. The other party also had his own immortality experiments. After watching for a while, Orochimaru turned and left. When he returned to the underground laboratory, Ryaman Sukuna was researching a piece of snake meat. Orochimaru could tell at a glance that it was a piece of snake meat that had absorbed natural energy. Sukuna-kun. Your clan head is dead. Aren't you going to pay your respects? Orochimaru's eerie, practiced smile echoed in the laboratory. Ryaman Sukuna expressionlessly snorted coldly and spoke flatly. I'd rather believe you died than believe that old thing would die. Oh? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Even though they had collaborated for a year or two, he could still get unknown intelligence from Ryaman Sukuna. I wonder why that is. Sukuna turned his head. He cast a glance at Orochimaru as if looking at an idiot, then completely ignored him. He began cooking the snake meat in his hands. Orochimaru didn't mind. He had roughly figured out Sukuna's personality by now. A purely beast-like personality. As long as you didn't provoke him, and didn't accept his provocations, you could coexist peacefully. Of course, the prerequisite was being able to defeat Sukuna, or at least fight him to a draw. Pack up. Get ready to transfer the base. Orochimaru glanced around and suddenly spoke. Seeing that Sukuna ignored him, he didn't waste any more words. Having lived in Konoha for so many years, it wasn't as if Orochimaru hadn't cultivated his own forces. Although Danzo's goal hadn't been ascertained, the other party's actions already showed a tendency. He was very likely being abandoned. Sensei. How will you choose? Will it be the same as 2 years ago? Orochimaru's slowly narrowing eyes were filled with coldness. On the other side. Hiruzen, how much longer are you going to consider? This evidence is already enough to prove what crimes Orochimaru has committed. Kohara Yudatane's tone was cold and hard. It was simply lawless. Even ANBU ninjas had fallen victim to him. Kohara cast a glance at the composed Danzo nearby. Anger rose in her eyes. ANBU ninjas were an important component of the Hokage's authority. Such actions were simply unacceptable. Danzo, Orochimaru has always been under your command. Did you assist him in this? Danzo cast a flat glance at the other three and spoke unhurriedly. Get it straight. Orochimaru is not my subordinate. I merely had some collaboration with him. Moreover, the collaboration ended over a year ago. If you don't believe me, you can check the funding records. These words didn't dispel the three's suspicions. Instead, they made them certain that Danzo had prepared in advance. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 69, Open Confrontation. 1,237 words. Hamura Mitokado looked serious, staring at Danzo Shimura with great dissatisfaction. The news has already begun to spread. We must act immediately, otherwise the consequences will be severe. As Hokage advisors in the core of the Hokage faction, they naturally upheld the Hokage's authority. Normal power struggles, or even the use of ruthless methods. They could actually turn a blind eye to such things. But this time, the situation was completely different. The people who went missing in the village were actually captured by Orochimaru for human experiments. Especially since there were ANBU ninjas among them. No matter how it was handled, once this news spread, it would already affect the Hokage's prestige. If handled poorly, it would severely damage Hiruzen Sarutobi's authority. Prestige and authority, these things are actually among the most important foundations for a ruler. They represent the proactivity and passivity of the ruled. If a group of ruled people can only passively follow laws and orders, it greatly increases the cost of ruling and reduces its efficiency. Like a rusty machine. If a ruler has enough prestige and authority, the ruled will actively follow laws and orders, greatly reducing personnel supervision and improving the efficiency of order execution. Hiruzen Sarutobi took 2 deep puffs from his pipe. After struggling internally, he finally made up his mind. I will personally lead the ANBU to investigate the truth. Hearing this, a fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Danzo Shimura's mouth. After the meeting ended and he returned to the ANBU, Danzo immediately summoned the elites of Root. You 4 set off immediately. Act tonight. Capture Zenji and bring him here. Danzo paused for a moment. He thought of the youth Gojo Satoru. Comparatively, he felt this youth's abilities were stronger, and he had more potential to become a powerhouse. But he desired idle transfiguration more. Or rather, what he truly desired was a genuine pair of Sharingan. Yes. A brief response rang out. The leader stood up. He wore a black cloak and a black mask with purple patterns near the corners of the mouth. His 3 subordinates immediately set out. The sky gradually darkened. The streets today were somewhat deserted. Suddenly, dark figures flew out. Leading them was Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in armor. He led a squad of elite ANBU, dashing across rooftops and streets. He quickly arrived at a remote location and entered through a wide underground passage. Hiruzen led his team and violently pushed open the large door. A cold, gloomy aura hit their faces. Bright lights shone on operating tables, surrounded by bottles and jars. Orochimaru, with a smear of blood on his face, turned to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Standing nearby, Ryaman Sukuna crossed his arms, staring maliciously at the 3rd Hokage. Looking at the two, Hiruzen spoke with a somewhat sorrowful tone. Orochimaru. Why have you come to this? Why so much nonsense? Sukuna's disdainful voice rang out from the side. Hiruzen's gaze shifted over. His eyes turned sharp. Orochimaru, I originally thought Ryaman Sukuna would become an excellent ninja of Konoha under your guidance. Is this how you lead him astray? And you, Advisor Zenshu, was a hero of Konoha. Humph. After that old thing died, this great one can do whatever he wants. Don't fucking use him to suppress me. Sukuna spoke angrily. He immediately revealed a ferocious expression, formed a one-handed seal, and waved it forward. A buzzing sound rang out instantly. An invisible slash rushed at Hiruzen's face. His body hadn't completely dulled yet, but this speed was too fast. He didn't have time to summon his beast. He drew a kunai and blocked accurately. Clang. The hard kunai was sliced clean through. The slash cleaved through Hiruzen's chakra protection, and left a mark on his armor. Lord Hokage. Protect Lord Hokage. The ANBU ninjas exclaimed, drawing their short swords and stepping forward to protect him. Hiruzen, face serious, quickly formed hand seals to summon his beast. Ken. Sukuna looked displeased. TCH. That old thing really taught everything. The chakra quality of the guy opposite him was very high. His mastery of techniques was also very strong. Especially the degree of completion, extremely high. Worthy of the one called the God of Shinobi and the Professor of Ninjutsu. Orochimaru, standing nearby, had already activated a technique. An invisible sonic wave suddenly erupted, rapidly devastating the entire laboratory. Ah! Several ANBU ninjas instantly slumped to the ground. Only Hiruzen, who had summoned Enma, maintained a serious face, seemingly unaffected. He felt the extremely evil killing intent of that brat. And the changes on his body were also very concerning. A hint of ferocity appeared on Sukuna's face. His fighting spirit was extremely high. The bastard beside him had too strong of a survival ability. Fighting him was completely boring. This old man in front of him, however, was very suitable. Sukuna-kun, do not underestimate my sensei. Orochimaru chuckled deeply. If it were just him alone, he indeed could only choose to flee. After all, he knew his sensei's strength. But with Sukuna added to the mix, he actually really wanted to know. Sensei. Just how strong are you still? If you want a satisfying fight, we should go outside. After saying this, Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen. Sensei. What do you think? Hiruzen's face was extremely serious. He didn't expect Sukuna to have grown to this extent, giving him a genuine sense of danger. Hiruzen. Enma called out. He couldn't fully unleash his power here either. Hiruzen glanced at his subordinates, reached out and grabbed Enma, who immediately transformed into a large iron staff. He took half a step back sideways. Orochimaru immediately led Sukuna and dashed out, heading for the exit. Hiruzen left a shadow clone to protect his subordinates. He turned and followed. Rushing out of the cave entrance, the jungle illuminated by moonlight was fairly bright. Orochimaru and Sukuna were dashing toward the village's outskirts. This suited his intentions perfectly. He followed them out. After crossing the city wall and getting far away from Konoha, Sukuna was the first to stop. He looked up at the moon in the sky and took a deep breath of fresh air. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout his body. The old thing pressing down on his head was playing dead. The restrictive environment was gone. He was finally free. He looked down at Hiruzen Sarutobi opposite him. An unbridled smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old thing. You're an eyesore. Boom. The atmosphere churned. The surrounding trees instantly snapped. Hiruzen's pupils shrank. The large iron staff in his hand swung out without hesitation. When it struck the air, he felt a massive force. Bang! Sukuna leaped into the air, formed a seal with one hand, and aimed his other palm at Hiruzen below. Wind release, chaotic flowers. A massive number of wind release slashes, arranged like petals, poured down like torrential rain. Unlike his innate technique, wind release didn't have as many restrictions. This allowed Sukuna to develop more varied abilities. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. An extremely explosive flame soared into the sky, colliding with the rain of petal-like wind release slashes. Energy instantly exploded in the air. Intense heat currents scattered in all directions. Almost instantaneously, another Hiruzen appeared on the other side, initiating a lightning release technique right off the bat. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 70, Danzo and White Zetsu. 1285 words. A bolt of lightning flew over. Ryaman Sukuna spotted it at a glance. Just in time to test out the newly developed technique. A smile split his face as his hands rapidly formed seals. Hollow wicker basket. Subtle chakra fluctuations spread outward with him as the center. The profound mysteries of wind and fire release were miniaturized to the extreme. The lightning disappeared the moment it touched this domain surrounding his body. As if it had been eaten. Old thing, I didn't expect your chakra to be so delicious. It's a pity it has a bit of a rotten taste, otherwise it would be perfect. Sukuna laughed loudly. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had jumped out, was instantly suspicious upon seeing this scene. What was that? His hands didn't stop moving. Four shadow clones immediately appeared beside him. They formed seals simultaneously, activating the 5-release great combo technique. 5 torrents spewed out at once, fierce wind, roaring flames, rushing water, crackling lightning, and flying rocks. They enveloped Sukuna with overwhelming force. The power was tyrannical, absolutely not something an ordinary jonin could withstand. But the moment this intense attack touched the range of the hollow wicker basket, it was decomposed and smelted. Reverted to the most primitive chakra. It was swallowed by Sukuna, the most gluttonous diner, turning into pure nutrients that nourished his cells. It's useless. Just obediently surrender. Sukuna wore an unbridled smile. One pair of hands formed a seal. The other pair slowly split apart, opening wide as if embracing the sky. Ha ha ha. Amidst his hearty laughter, the range of the hollow wicker basket slowly expanded. Growing larger. Hiruzen's eyes fixed on the empty space amidst the 5 torrents. As the professor of ninjutsu, he immediately formed a judgment. Chakra absorption technique. An ordinary one couldn't achieve this level. He immediately took out a shuriken, threw it and formed a seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. One shuriken instantly multiplied into a swarm, flying into the gaps like a flock of birds. As soon as the shuriken entered the range of the hollow wicker basket, they immediately caught Sukuna's attention. His 4 eyes fixed on them respectively. As I thought. A hint of understanding flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. But before he could make his next move, a thick python shot out instantly. Its bloody maw snapped toward Hiruzen's head. Poof. The Hiruzen bitten by the python turned into smoke. Dense poofing sounds also rang out within the hollow wicker basket as almost all the shuriken vanished. One of them revealed Hiruzen's true body. Holding the adamantine staff with both hands, he raised it high. His face was stern. Brat. You need to learn to respect your elders. As his voice fell, the adamantine staff slashed down from above. Even with the weakening effect of the hollow wicker basket devouring chakra, the staff still retained surging power. Sukuna didn't have time to think. He immediately crossed his arms above his head to block. An unstoppable force roared down. Boom. The hollow wicker basket shattered and dissipated instantly. Sukuna flew down like a cannonball, smashing heavily onto the ground. A cloud of dust burst open. He waved his hand, creating a strong gust to blow away the debris. His eyes were full of excitement. What powerful strength! Is your title of ninjutsu professor actually a specialized piece of fake intelligence? The power of reverse curse technique acted on his wrists, rapidly healing his swollen arms. Don't underestimate Sensei. The 2 of us are not his match yet. Orochimaru's voice slowly rang out from the side. He knew very well how strong his sensei was. Especially since he mastered so many methods, he had almost no shortcomings. There was simply no possibility of finding a weakness to exploit. To defeat him, one could only suppress him with pure power. Although the 2 of them had strong techniques, they hadn't reached the level of overwhelming superiority yet. Hiruzen landed on a nearby tree. His face was serious. He hadn't held back at all with that strike. Yet it had only bruised the opponent's arms. Looking at the 12-year-old Sukuna, about 1.5 meters tall, the boy was right at the age of rapid physical growth. His physical talent was inherently strong. He would soon experience a period of explosive development. His strength would probably be even more formidable in the future. Looking at the two people before him, one proficient in secret techniques, the other physically tyrannical. I absolutely cannot let you two escape. Hiruzen spoke and continued to charge forward. The battle here wasn't far from the village. The commotion was massive. The entire Konoha village seemed to have been activated. After all, it hadn't been many years since the Ninetales incident. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura led a squad of root ninjas, rushing toward the village's edge in another direction. Soon, the group arrived at a clearing in a dense forest and immediately stopped. Lord Danzo, this is where traces of a barrier were found. A root ninja immediately pointed to a spot. There were two adjacent large trees, like a door. Behind them was a small hill. That old thing indeed had a problem. Danzo snorted coldly. He knew best that people doing research would absolutely not honestly conduct proper experiments. Having gained the power to control the entire Forbidden Jutsu laboratory, how could Zenshu not abuse his authority for his own private work? And after he raided Zenshu's independent laboratory, he immediately found anomalies in the finances and materials amidst the clues. Such crude fake accounts. I'm afraid they couldn't even fool Hiruzen. Danzo was expressionless but snorted with some smugness internally. He raised his hand and waved. Two root ninjas proficient in barrier techniques immediately stepped forward. After some manipulation, a barrier shield indeed appeared between the two large trees. But they manipulated it for a long time. The shield didn't show the slightest fluctuation. Gradually, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Danzo gradually understood that these two subordinates simply couldn't crack this barrier. This immediately made him think of that female ninja, Tengen. She had almost formed her own faction within the barrier team. He heard her skills had convinced almost all the ninjas in the barrier team. The original team leader had applied multiple times to step down and give the position to Tengen, but it was rejected. Useless. Danzo was very dissatisfied internally. He waved his hand. All right. You two may step down. The two root ninjas immediately breathed sighs of relief, and hurriedly bowed their heads and retreated. Yes. Arrange people to guard this place. After Danzo issued the order, he took a few people and left. The remaining root ninjas guarded the surroundings vigilantly. But they completely failed to notice that a white Zetsu was hiding in a large tree nearby. Zenshu's secret laboratory. White Zetsu was also very curious. What kind of experiments were inside? He slowly dove down, sinking into the earth like swimming, and moved toward the distance. But as he swam, he noticed something was wrong. How can I still be in the dirt after such a long distance? White Zetsu's expression changed slightly. He carefully found a large tree, floated up, and took a cautious look. He was going uphill. More than 100 meters below were exactly those two trees, and the barrier shield. What's going on? Barrier technique. Or space-time ninjutsu. What kind of experiment requires such technology to hide it? White Zetsu didn't know. But he was now very interested in this laboratory. Interesting. I really want to see what exactly is here. White Zetsu slowly closed his eyes. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 71, Tatsuma Aburame. 1237 words. Zenshu's laboratory. In a secret base, Obito Uchiha, wearing an orange mask, was swinging the weapon in his hand. Hearing White Zetsu's report, he turned his head to look. That clan that joined Konoha over 2 years ago. Humph. Just a bunch of fools. Although Obito acted dismissive, the hands that stopped swinging his weapon indicated he wasn't completely unconcerned. He thought of the man he had encountered before, who looked like the one named Toji Fushiguro, but whose voice and abilities were completely different. He originally thought Zenshu had ulterior motives for joining Konoha. Even thinking that during the Ninetales incident, the other party would likely take the opportunity to strike. Unexpectedly, he actually helped Konoha. And now he was dead. Let's go see what kind of scheme that old thing was cooking up. A transparent swirl suddenly appeared in Obito's eye. He vanished. The next moment, he appeared at the top of that small hill, looking down at the root ninjas below and the barrier between the two large trees. Almost the instant he appeared, Obito's brow furrowed deeply. What a strange structure. White Zetsu looked at his expression and transmitted his voice with some surprise. What? Even you can't open it? The Mangekyo Dojutsu Obito had awakened was most adept at opening spaces. Obito shook his head slightly and spoke softly. It's not that I can't open it. But I can't open it silently. The other party seems to have specifically designed some technique that will trigger directly if forced open. I'm not sure if it's a self-destruct. His Kamui ability was extremely strong. In the original timeline, he could even forcefully open Kagaya Otsutsuki's Amenominaka dimensions. But when entering Konoha, he would be detected by the sealing team. The two exchanged a silent glance. Ideas formed quickly in their minds. One sank into the ground. The other vanished in a distorted swirl from his eye. In the dim courtyard, Zenji sat cross-legged behind the doorframe. Before him was a wooden corridor. The courtyard featured a miniature landscape with rocks and water. Four dark figures vaulted over the wall. The leader, Tatsuma Aburame, landed and instantly locked his gaze onto Zenji. Zenji. Come with us. An irrefutable tone rang out from Tatsuma Aburame's mouth. Zenji sat on the floor, unmoved. Instead, he smiled faintly with a calm face. Take me away. On what grounds? Root's orders. You have no room to refuse. Oh. But Lord Hokage just told me recently to rest for a while. Besides his personal orders, I can ignore any others. Zenji revealed a mocking smile. Looking at the somewhat familiar face of the leader, he quickly recalled who the other party was. This unexpected sentence made Tatsuma Aburame pause. Numerous thoughts instantly popped into his mind. This place is close to the Hokage building. Tricking him into leaving is the best option. Recalling the intelligence Lord Danzo had provided, Tatsuma Aburame immediately made a decision. Ryomen Sukuna and Orochimaru have been conducting human experiments. Murdering multiple ninjas and villagers. We suspect you are involved in this matter. Come with us immediately for investigation. As he spoke, he had already approached to within 10 paces of Zenji. A little closer, and he was confident he could instantly subdue the target. However, not having seen that ninja killer all this time made him somewhat uneasy. Although it had only been a short 2 years, the reputation of that ninja killer had actually spread throughout Konoha, and arguably the entire ninja world. Because his mission completion rate so far was 100%. Without a single failure. That sounds quite reasonable. But I don't know since when root ninjas could bypass the Hokage and act independently. Zenji rested his chin on one hand. Coldness filled his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the four instantly knew they were exposed. Tatsuma Aburame instantly reached out his hand toward Zenji. Minuscule black insects flew out, rushing forward like a cloud of black smoke. Smack. The sound of clapping hands rang out from behind. A red torrent erupted. Striking later but arriving first, it shot out from Zenji's side and directly hit the insect swarm. The red laser was only blocked for a moment before it dissolved the black insects. Tatsuma Aburame hurriedly dodged. The red laser swept past his ear. How is this possible? He was astonished internally. He looked vigilantly at the shadow inside the room. His Kikaichu could devour chakra. How could they be destroyed so easily? That thing isn't chakra. Choso walked out with a gloomy look in his eyes. His face turned cold as he looked at these four ninjas. Young master. Should I kill them? Choso's entire body radiated a bloody aura. The chakra enveloped the surroundings like a tangible domain, making one feel as if they were in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. I want them alive. Just as Zenji's voice fell, the originally tense atmosphere instantly shattered. Choso brought his hands together. The blood converted from chakra rapidly expanded in his vessels. A blood-red laser erupted, sweeping directly across. 3 root ninjas couldn't even dodge before they were cut in half at the waist. Their bodies split in two and fell to the ground. The next moment, they turned into piles of insects that flew apart, gathering above the courtyard and covering the sky like a dark cloud. More insects surged from Tatsuma Aburame's body, flying toward the swarm above. The black insects, gathered like a cloud, instantly poured down as if losing balance, overwhelmingly covering Choso. Secret technique, insect sphere. A massive number of insects enveloped the enemy, frantically devouring chakra, rapidly rendering the target incapable of resistance. Humph. Your guard has already lost the ability to resist. I advise you to behave, and not ask for trouble. Tatsuma Aburame walked toward Zenji with a cold voice. He didn't want to cause too much commotion. But if forced, he absolutely wouldn't show mercy. Zenji sat there without moving. Instead, he looked at him with a mocking gaze. This made Tatsuma Aburame instantly vigilant. His mind realized something was wrong. Where were his 3 subordinates? A buzzing sound of wind rang out. A giant axe chopped down from above. In the nick of time, Tatsuma Aburame dodged. The axe smashed into the ground. Boom. The strong air tremor directly blasted a large crater where the axe fell. This muscular man's eyes were blood-red. Another root ninja holding a short sword, also with blood-red eyes, charged at Tatsuma Aburame. Red light. That thing has a mind control effect. Several guesses instantly flashed through Tatsuma Aburame's mind as he looked to the other side. Red light radiated from within the black insect swarm, infecting it at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the swarm dispersed, revealing Choso inside. A massive number of blood-like insects floated around him. The few remaining black Kikaichu were being devoured. Then, just like the Aburame clan, he extended his palm forward. Blood rapidly spewed from his hand. Each drop scattered and transformed into a red version of the Kikaichu, surging toward the dumbfounded Tatsuma Aburame. Death painting 5th stage, symbiosis of Gusouls. Derived from the phenomenon of corpses breeding insects and ants, it allowed one's own chakra to grant blood a minuscule spirituality, forming controllable, tiny entities. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 72, Chimera Beast. 1,398 words. The best microscopic things are naturally insects. After dissolving a few, Choso quickly mastered the method of simulating them. Ah! A scream rang out. Aburame Ryoma was quickly surrounded by blood-colored insects. The black insects emerging from his body were continuously killed. His chakra was rapidly drained. Even his blood flowed out continuously. Ryoma quickly fell into a weakened state, and was controlled in the blink of an eye. When identical abilities clash, the suppressive effect of the one with stronger mechanics is truly obvious. Zenji spoke with a light chuckle. Although Choso had captured the 3 of them, his expression did not relax. He turned to look into the distance. The battle outside the village has ended. It seems Ryaman Sukuna has completely escaped. Zenji's tone was neutral. It was fine that he escaped. It would expand the sphere of influence of the Book of Ages. Zenji focused his perception within his mind. After the two Horcruxes merged into one, and his own self became complete, a miraculous change had occurred. The initial Book of Ages, which originally had only one page for that chapter, turned into a ball of light under the power of the numerous fragmented soul books. After a few days, this ball of light finally faded, revealing the changes within. The initial Book of Ages, which had only one page, truly became a book. Opening the first page, it recorded the scene of Zenji's initial transmigration. Up until the page where he split in two, the front recorded Zenji, and the back recorded Zenshu. When the words describing Zenshu's death settled, the first chapter ended. The power of the Book of Ages greatly increased. This piece of history was now fixed. Unless one possessed time-related powers that surpassed the Book of Ages, it could not be altered at all. Although the ability didn't seem overwhelming, the essence of its power was extremely high. The current ninja world did not possess the power to alter it. Tracing the Book of Ages in his mind, Zenji could sense that a portion of space-time power had become an anchor. It contained a very special power. But he did not yet know how to utilize it. At the same time, there was a faint connection of minor power. Its ultimate destination was the 7 soul books. Zenji slowly stood up, narrowed his eyes, and turned his head to the side. Over there were the shadows in the corner of the wall. Nothing visible in the darkness. Almost the instant Zenji looked over, black striped seals surfaced on his hands and spread bit by bit. A feeling of stiffness overtook his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Danzo Shimura walked out from the darkness in the corner, staring at Zenji with a cold face. Several root ninjas immediately charged forward. Danzo kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. That ninja killer had not yet appeared. The opponent was extremely dangerous. But it didn't matter. As long as he captured this brat, it would be fine. Almost the instant Danzo's attention shifted away from Zenji, a deafening sound rang out. Boom! A great serpent, as sturdy as rock, shot out. Its hard body swept across and coiled around one side of the courtyard. In an instant it slammed into the charging root ninjas, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. The two who were only grazed were also left dripping with blood, retreating in agony. Looking back at Zenji, the striped marks on his body seemed like an illusion, as if they had never appeared at all. Behind him stood a majestic deer. Round deer. Trespassing on private property. Zenji put his hands on his hips and took the initiative to question him. Danzo Shimura, are you trying to rebel? Danzo's calm expression wavered. Those were the words he was supposed to say. Humph, resisting the ANBU, and attacking the Hokage's assistant. The one who wants to rebel is you. He spoke with a cold snort. The commotion from the battle outside the village had already ceased. Danzo wasn't sure when Hiruzen Sarutobi would return. Therefore, he was in no mood to drag this out any longer. He formed hand seals and slammed his hands down fiercely. Poof! A cloud of smoke rose, immediately followed by a massive commotion. The entire wall on that side of the courtyard completely collapsed. An incredibly huge summoned beast with a large trunk appeared. Baku. Its body was larger than the entire courtyard. It opened its massive mouth toward Zenji. A terrifying gale was instantly born. Water and stones were directly sucked up by the fierce wind, flying into that massive mouth to be devoured. The entire wooden house rattled loudly. Large sections of the structure were quickly torn apart and flew into Baku's mouth. Swallowed in the blink of an eye. Choso had already taken care of Aburame Ryoma and stood in place. His eyes were blood red. Just as he was about to raise his hand to stop this summoned beast, he sensed something and shifted his gaze to Zenji. It really is quite big. Zenji's hair danced in the fierce wind as he stared at Baku. Even the largest max elephant was somewhat small compared to this giant beast. Forming hand seals, the shadow beneath his feet rippled. Roar! The sound of a tiger's roar rang out. A fierce tiger with dark fur leaped out, exuding a vicious aura from its entire body. Morning Tiger from the 10 Shadows technique had no clear information in the original story. But this was not the original version. It was a localized version Zenji had researched, endowed with a very suitable ability. Devour. Devouring chakra. Devouring other shadow Shikigami. Morning Tiger leaped forward and opened its large mouth. The great serpent Shikigami did not resist. It was swallowed instantly, causing the tiger's entire body to immediately twist and warp. It wasn't over yet. Zenji immediately summoned Max Elephant again. The moment it landed, it was also swallowed in one bite. In the blink of an eye, a behemoth manifested. Its lower body was a thick tail, thicker than a house. Its upper body was as large as the entire courtyard. A humanoid-like torso spliced together with the lower half. If its two thick tiger claws were put together, they were unexpectedly not much smaller than its torso. On its shoulders rested a head combining a tiger and an elephant. Bearing giant tusks, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a thick elephant trunk. The moment it appeared, it blocked the howling gale. This chimeric giant beast opened its mouth wide. A terrifying, dark aura erupted. The surrounding chakra twisted and condensed in its mouth, forming a cluster of energy. No matter how one looked at it, it resembled a tailed beast bomb, only much smaller. Barely counting as a miniature version. From the appearance of Baku to now, the entire process was extremely fast. Danzo, who had hidden himself hoping to launch a sneak attack, didn't even have time to react. Seeing this scene, Danzo's expression instantly changed. "Are you crazy?" he shouted through gritted teeth. "What are you afraid of? Isn't your summoned beast going to devour it?" Zenji sneered and directly launched it. The Chimera Beast's miniature-tailed beast bomb fired off like a cannonball. Carried by the massive wind force, it instantly shot into Baku's mouth, and was swallowed in one gulp. It looked as though nothing major had happened. But Baku had stopped inhaling and tightly shut its mouth. Its huge eyes became bloodshot. Its thick trunk frantically spewed hot steam. A tyrannical force erupted within its body, causing its entire chest to slowly swell up. Danzo instantly returned to Baku's side and directly sent it back. Clap, clap, clap. Zenji clapped his hands gloatingly from the side. How ruthless. To just abandon your summoned beast like that. Are these subordinates of yours also frequently abandoned by you in this manner? Danzo glanced at that massive chimera beast. He was well aware that this operation was likely doomed to fail. It wasn't that he couldn't take down this brat. It was just that time did not permit it. Hiruzen Sarutobi should be arriving soon. Continuing to use force would be futile. He might as well use another method. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 73, The Final Peak. 1283 words. Ignorant brat. A ninja's profession inherently involves this kind of hidden self-sacrifice to buy peace for the entire village. You wouldn't understand. Danzo Shimura lowered his hands. The remaining surviving root ninjas immediately returned to his side. Aburaim Ryoma and his 3 elite root ninjas, however, remained indifferent. Standing aside with blood-red eyes. Danzo frowned. Genjutsu. Or some special controlling technique. Don't understand. He. Zenji crossed his arms over his chest. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. According to the will of fire, shouldn't a piece of dead wood like you be the one sacrificed? Then illuminate the newly sprouting seedlings. Oh, I remember now. Zenji showed a look of sudden realization. You were just unwilling to sacrifice yourself. Which is why you never became Hokage, while the third Hokage, who was willing to sacrifice himself, became the Hokage. Danzo stiffened in place. His hands clenched tightly. The skin on his face not wrapped in bandages twitched slightly. He stared fixedly at Zenji. His defenses were completely breached. You damn brat, what do you know? What are you doing? What happened here? An aged voice, suppressing anger, rang out. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood atop the nearby ruins, radiating murderous intent. His battle armor was somewhat tattered, but his aura was like a toppling mountain and overturning sea. This presence instantly suppressed the surroundings, making it feel hard to breathe. Danzo's pupils contracted. He hadn't seen Hiruzen in this state for many years. The anger in his heart was swept away, replaced by an uncontrollable sense of timid apprehension. Zenji's heart jumped as he looked at Hiruzen, whose face had grown somewhat old and hair was turning gray, yet who was still full of imposing presence. This should be Hiruzen Sarutobi's final peak. In the original story, it was also after this that his face aged rapidly within a few years, transforming from a middle-aged appearance to that of an old man. Somewhat curious about what had just happened, Zenji narrowed his eyes and immediately connected to one of the soul books through the Book of Ages. The recorded scenes of time appeared before his eyes. The recent fight in the village quickly played out. The battle was fierce from the very beginning. Although Ryomen Sukuna's strength was formidable, his body had not yet fully developed. Coupled with Orochimaru's half-hearted effort, clearly wanting to probe for more combat intelligence on Sukuna, the situation was precarious. Once Hiruzen familiarized himself with Sukuna's combat methods and gained more intelligence, the true strength of the professor of ninjutsu was fully unleashed. He turned the tables and pressured both of them. In fact, the harder he fought, the stronger his aura became. Almost like a final burst of vitality before the end. Lord Hokage, these people wanted to take me away. I said I needed your orders, and then they just directly attacked. Zenji spread his hands, speaking up first. Hiruzen immediately formed a guess about the situation here. His gaze fixed on Danzo. The current Hiruzen's aura was overwhelming. It was the final afterglow of his peak period, even making him appear slightly stronger than a few years prior. Danzo found himself momentarily speechless. But he quickly reacted and hurriedly said, Hiruzen, Ryomen Sukuna was also involved in human experimentation. I suspect. How did you know? Hiruzen interrupted directly. His voice was cold. Danzo's heart tightened. The intelligence and investigations before the operation only pointed to Orochimaru. Ryomen Sukuna was never mentioned. Saying this almost explicitly revealed that he knew some inside information, but had concealed it before the operation. That wasn't the most important part. He had hidden many things and didn't care about one more. But looking at the broken and damaged traces on Hiruzen's armor, the previous battle must have been fierce. Orochimaru alone could absolutely not push him to this extent. Hiruzen suspects me. He suspects that I had the thought of killing him again. As an old teammate and partner for decades, Danzo immediately deduced Hiruzen's thoughts. A sense of danger surged within him. This time was different from the last. There was no chaos brought by the Ninetales incident. The village wasn't in a state where it couldn't withstand any losses or provocation like it was back then. Under Hiruzen's intense aura, Danzo could only grit his teeth and say, feeling extreme heartache. It was just a guess. I actually had other reasons. What reasons? Hiruzen's cold voice rang out. Danzo frowned. He glanced at Zenji and slowly looked up at Hiruzen. Hiruzen instantly understood the other's implication. Having slowly calmed down from the frenzy of battle, he once again considered their old friendship. We can talk about this matter later. Hearing this, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. But the next words made his heart tighten again. From now on, every operation of route must be reported. No operations are to be carried out without my approval. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he completely ignored Danzo and turned his gaze to Zenji. Zenji, this matter is my responsibility. Rest assured. I will handle everything and give you an explanation. Hiruzen took a deep breath. He could only offer this for now. Although he had a guess about the entire sequence of events, without detailed intelligence, he simply couldn't make a judgment. He could only use such a vague promise to stabilize Zenji for the time being. The situation and strength of Ryomen Sukuna couldn't help but make him harbor some doubts about Zenji as well. I trust you, third Hokage. Zenji pointed to the courtyard, which had turned into a pile of ruins. But what about the damages here? I will arrange for someone to rebuild it. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. His dissatisfaction growing. The vast majority of Konoha Village's funding came from three sources. The first was appropriations from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This part was actually mainly resources and channels, food, livestock, medicine, ores, various trading channels. Or rather, markets. This was also the most basic method the daimyo used to influence the ninja village. The second was commission tasks from various countries, organizations, or individuals. This was a massive cash flow and the main competitive resource for the major ninja villages during peacetime, as well as the trigger for wars. The third part was the commerce within the village, including the specialties of the major ninja clans, the merchant caravans that came and went, and the wealthy merchants who came for tourism or short stays. However, due to the Ninetales incident 2 years ago, this third part, commerce, had suffered a severe blow. Today, such chaos had occurred again. Although it was mainly outside the village, it would clearly affect commerce. 2 years ago, they had managed to get through difficulties relying on the daimyo's appropriations. The village's funds were already very tight. And now this had happened. Light and darkness. A guy who can't make money and only knows how to destroy things could never become Hokage in this lifetime. Hiruzen snorted coldly in his heart. As for relying purely on military force, even the first Hokage had to sell tailed beasts and produce timber to make money. Who did Danzo think he was? Hiruzen took Danzo away from the area. They returned to the Hokage building, and he arranged for the subsequent handling of the situation. Sitting behind his desk, he stared at Danzo. Now you can speak. Although Danzo felt somewhat unwilling, he still revealed the existence of the hidden laboratory. A hidden laboratory? Have the barrier team. Hiruzen's voice came to an abrupt halt. He thought of Tengen. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 74, Coercion. 1,289 words. That barrier, barring any surprises, was Tengen's work. Within the barrier team, no one could compare to her in mastery over barrier techniques. As for having Tengen undo it, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even entertain such a foolish thought. From your battle just now, it seems that besides Ryomen Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, the 3 jonin of the Zen clan, are all willing to obey this young master. Hiruzen spoke softly. Danzo Shimura frowned slightly. Judging by these words, the other 2 should also have been at the scene. They just didn't make a move immediately. Was it because they had concerns about their status as ninjas? After all, that guy named Choso wasn't a ninja, but Zenji's retainer. The consequences of attacking the Hokage assistant were not as severe for him as they would be for a ninja. At this time, the door was pushed open. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane walked in. Hiruzen, what has Danzo done again? To make you so angry? Koharu spoke as soon as she entered. Although the 2 of them had issues with Danzo, it was mainly directed at his foolish and radical political thinking and methods. Not the person himself. After all, they had been companions and old friends for many years. Hiruzen didn't speak. He merely turned his gaze to Danzo. Danzo's face darkened. He could only slowly explain the situation. A hidden laboratory? We must find out what's inside. Koharu's face immediately became serious. Given Zenshu's abilities and his clan's background, it's highly likely something extremely dangerous is hidden there. Hamura, standing nearby, also nodded. If it's an ordinary experiment, it's fine. But if it's dangerous, it's equivalent to burying a bomb next to the village. We must find out exactly what's inside. I know that. Hiruzen hesitated as he spoke. But Zenji is unwilling. What if he even pretends not to know? Forcing it open is just as dangerous. As soon as these words came out, the scene quieted down. This was indeed a rather difficult problem. Zenshu was no ordinary ninja. He was a hero who saved over 1,000 families. It hadn't even been a few years since then. They absolutely couldn't use forceful methods. The strength of Zenji and the others wasn't weak either. Forcing them was absolutely the worst choice. Simple. Hamura suddenly spoke easily. Danzo found a problem with the accounts in the Forbidden Jutsu laboratory. Then we exaggerate the financial problem and come up with a figure Zenji cannot bear. If he is willing to investigate, we can waive this responsibility out of respect for Zenshu's status as a hero. If he's unwilling, then make him pay the debt. Worthy of being the advisor who managed funding applications. He instantly thought of a solution. No time to lose. Hiruzen, send ANBU ninjas to find Zenji right now and bring him here. Koharu spoke in agreement. Hiruzen summoned ANBU ninjas, who quickly left after receiving the order. A short while later, Zenji pushed the door open and walked in. Only to see the four of them staring at him. Lord Hokage. You called for me. Koharu sat aside with a cold face, and was the first to speak. Zenji, as the deputy director of the Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute, Zenshu privately embezzled funds amounting to 380 million ryo. Are you aware of this? Zenji was somewhat astonished. Looking at the expressionless Koharu, he fought the urge to slap her. Pure nonsense. The total funding allocated for his experimental projects wasn't even 300 million. Where did 380 million come from? Weren't they just bullying him, assuming he didn't know the specific amount? They probably even hoped he would retort and state the real amount. After all, the research projects of the Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute were classified. Privately leaking them, even to family members, was a weakness that could be exploited. I'm not aware. Zenji's face was cold. The four exchanged glances. Seeing that the plan was going smoothly, they continued. We discovered that advisor Zenshu had a hidden laboratory. We suspect he embezzled the funds there. You should know about this, right? It wasn't a question like before. Rather spoken as if they were certain Zenji knew. Without waiting for Zenji to speak, Hiruzen preemptively said with a kind expression. Zenji, this isn't about holding anyone accountable. I also completely disagree with Danzo's actions, and have already given him the corresponding punishment. Furthermore, Zenshu is a hero of the village. We will not, and cannot, allow his reputation to be tarnished. So as long as we investigate clearly whether that laboratory is dangerous, regardless of whether the things inside can cover the loss of these funds, it will not be made public. Nor will anyone be held accountable. Humph. As soon as Hiruzen's words fell, Danzo snorted coldly with a dark face. With such a large sum embezzled, if it can't be covered, it's enough to put someone in prison for the rest of their life. And that's the lightest punishment. One playing the good cop, one playing the bad cop. These two really coordinate smoothly and naturally. Zenji saw through the tricks of these four at a glance. But this was perfect. It was also his goal. I know about that laboratory. You want to go inside? Zenji pretended to realize, speaking softly. It's not time to open it yet. Opening it now will be dangerous. Hearing the word dangerous, Danzo immediately became energized. It's precisely because there is danger that we must eliminate it. Otherwise, should we wait until it harms the villagers before acting? Danzo wore a look of righteous indignation. Zenji felt it was ridiculous internally. He turned his gaze to Hiruzen. That location is too close to the village. If there is danger, it must be investigated. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. Smoke enveloped his face. But Zenji pretended to hesitate. Seeing the opportunity, Danzo immediately stood up. He stared fixedly at Zenji and spoke in a deep voice. Zenji, as a Konoha ninja, are you going to let the villagers suffer a disaster because of your own selfishness? Don't forget, we are currently clearing Zenshu's name. The atmosphere instantly solidified. Danzo's aura was aggressive. An ordinary young ninja probably couldn't withstand it at all. Zenji suddenly deflated, as if unable to bear the pressure. I can open the laboratory. Hearing these words, Danzo's eyes lit up. His mind immediately raced with thoughts of how to snatch the research in the laboratory for himself. Hiruzen breathed a slight sigh of relief internally. Being willing to hand it over meant the danger in the laboratory wasn't some conspiracy. But I have one condition. Zenji held up a finger. What condition? Hiruzen spoke softly. You must have the clan heads and other powerhouses in the village witness it together. If there is danger, we can respond in time. No. Danzo reacted the most intensely. Speaking directly. If they all came, how could he monopolize it? No. You must agree to this condition. Zenji's tone was very firm. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Looking at the resolute Zenji. Slippery brat. Using the excuse of dealing with a dangerous incident to bring the matter into the open. Making us tied up and unable to act freely. That's the real reason, isn't it? Acceptable. Hiruzen agreed directly from the side. When do we set off? Wait for me to notify the clan heads. A rather intense battle had occurred in the village just now. The clan heads had long since woken up and prepared for battle. When the ANBU ninjas arrived, they set off immediately. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 75, A Change in People's Hearts. 1,417 words. At the edge of Konoha's urban area, by the barrier next to the two large trees, the clan heads of Konoha's major clans gathered. Advisor Zenshu's laboratory. I wonder what's inside. Choza Akimichi stood to the side, speaking with some curiosity. Shikaku Nara felt somewhat helpless and immediately gave him a look, telling him to be quiet. The tacit understanding of friends for many years made Choza immediately comprehend. He dispelled the thought of speaking. Not far beside them stood 2 or 3 ninjas with white pupils. The Hyuga clan. Leading them was the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga. His gaze was not fixed on the barrier. Rather, he was looking toward the other side. Gojo Satoru floated lazily. He cast a glance at the Hyuga clan members and yawned without a care in the world. He didn't stay beside Zenji. Instead, he moved close to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Recently, he was trying to figure out a way to graduate early, so he kept hovering around the Hokage. And this scene made the expressions of the Byakugan clan members even more severe. Since when did Gojo Satoru's relationship with the Hokage become so close? A gloomy tone was revealed in the voice of an elder behind Hayashi. Don't forget. Hiruzen is the principal of the Ninja Academy. Another elderly member of the Hyuga clan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then what do we do? Zenshu just died. We thought we had a chance, but now it's probably going to be hard to make a move again. This is difficult. Even if it's difficult, we cannot give up. Those so-called six eyes are absolutely a variation of the Byakugan. We must find a way to master this method. Listening to the secret conversation of the two elders behind him, Hayashi's eyes were also somewhat complex. During these past 2 years, they had not given up. It was just that because Minato Namikaze had just become Hokage, they didn't want to stick their necks out. It was also because of Zenshu's strength, especially after facing the Nine Tails, which was displayed to the fullest. Although the Hyuga clan as a whole was strong, no single ninja possessed that kind of power. Therefore, they could only wait. Finally, after waiting for Zenshu's death, before they even had time to strike, they saw this scene. The previous methods can only be discarded. But we absolutely cannot give up on Gojo Satoru. Cannot give up on the six eyes. That elder's gaze was sharp. His face serious. Even if we can't get the six eyes, we must get the limitless technique. That is clearly a technique imitating the revolving heaven. The voices of their conversation were very low. Coupled with the fact that the people around didn't actively pry, almost no one heard them. But as it happened, Gojo Satoru was not among them. He forcefully suppressed the urge to laugh. He didn't even want to look straight at this bunch of fools. And similar to the Hyuga clan, there was also the Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha stood on the other side. His attention entirely focused on Zenji. Zenshu hasn't been dead for long, yet they are blatantly targeting Zenji like this. Is it because of the Sharingan? Zenji is not from the Uchiha clan, is he? He had long made plans in his heart. With the academy and the training class, Zenji's influence on the villagers and ninjas was approaching that of the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, this was not a negative influence, but a positive one. If it could be combined with the Uchiha clan, relying on the positive influence plus the powerful strength of the Uchiha clan, the current predicament could be easily solved. I originally didn't know how to rope him in. But now the Hokage faction's coercion is right in front of him. This makes things completely easier. Although the specific situation was explained by the ANBU, the major clan heads had their own judgments about what was actually going on. People's hearts were beginning to change. Orochimaru dared to capture even ANBU ninjas for experiments. And after the matter was exposed, he even ran away. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, was indeed very strong. But to be able to escape from under the hands of the professor of ninjutsu. Who would believe that? Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi with his robust aura, the crowd believed it even less in their hearts. Now Zenshu merely set up a personal laboratory, and the Hokage faction couldn't wait to snatch it away. That was a hero of Konoha. Yet this was the treatment he received after death. Everyone has arrived. Open the barrier. Seeing that Hiruzen hadn't spoken for a long time, Danzo Shimura directly took the lead. He had done this kind of thing many times. So he naturally stepped forward. Zenji took out a very special key. Looking a bit like a miniature version of the inverted spear of heaven. You can cut open the barrier using this. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged a glance. The latter stepped forward and directly took this special small knife. Danzo walked up to the barrier. He looked at the indestructible shield and slashed forward with the knife. The moment the blade touched the barrier, it sliced it open. The next instant, the key dissipated like light. The barrier also rapidly opened up, then completely vanished. A peculiar aura emanated from the pitch-black cave entrance. The aura of dark chakra distorted the air inside the cave, making it impossible for people to see clearly inside. Hiruzen and Danzo, being the closest, could even more clearly feel that highly aggressive, evil presence. Use shadow clones. As the voices fell, the two immediately formed the technique. Poof! The two shadow clones walked toward the pitch-black cave entrance. Their faces full of vigilance upon entering. Following the downward passage, they encountered absolutely no danger. Soon, a faint glow appeared before their eyes. A moderately sized laboratory appeared before them. Scattered books and some materials were arrayed on the walls on both sides. The most eye-catching thing was still the cultivation pod right in the middle, and a wall of masks next to it. The dark aura was emanating exactly from the masks. The two immediately walked over and clearly saw these 9 masks resembling ghosts and monsters. Shinigami masks. Since when did he research sealing techniques? Both of them had studied sealing techniques, and were also aware of the Uzumaki clan's Shinigami masks. Danzo looked over the 9 masks and suddenly discovered a passage of text next to the wall. There are words here. The two looked over. The next moment they were greatly shocked. Splitting the negative emotions of the tailed beasts. Sealing them away to only retain the most positive emotions. Thereby being able to perfectly control the tailed beasts. Allowing the Jinchuriki to exert their strongest power. The hearts of the two were filled with astonishment. They turned to exchange a glance. They knew very well what kind of strength tailed beasts possessed. And also knew how great a disaster an uncontrolled tailed beast would bring to the village. If tailed beasts could be perfectly controlled, Konoha's strength would greatly increase. And the immortal tailed beasts would become the stabilizing force to suppress everything. Thinking of this, the expressions of the two changed slightly. Because not only Konoha had tailed beasts, but other hidden villages did too. Most importantly, other hidden villages had more than one. This thing. Hiruzen's face was serious. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression immediately changed. In the final moments of his peak's terminal lucidity, Hiruzen was not only extremely strong but also extremely sharp. Watch out! After Hiruzen said this, he immediately released the technique. Poof! His entire person vanished. The hand reaching out from behind grabbed empty air. Danzo turned his head and saw this scene. He took out a kunai and was about to stab over. Meanwhile, Hiruzen outside immediately received the memories of the shadow clone. Leaving behind a sentence, he rushed toward the laboratory. Surround this place. The next second, Danzo's face also turned ugly. He closely followed and rushed in. Do not let a single person escape. The ANBU and Root immediately sprang into action. What happened? There's a battle inside. Open. Hayashi immediately activated his Byakugan. Standing at the cave entrance, he saw the battle inside. Underscore 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 underscore. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The Experimental Embryo. 1,276 words. As Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed into the laboratory, he saw the masked Obito reaching for the masks on the wall. He immediately took out a shuriken and threw it, simultaneously forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single shuriken rapidly multiplied into dozens, raining down like a torrential storm. The sound of whistling air rushed past his ears. But Obito remained expressionless, continuing to reach forward. The moment the shuriken hit him, they passed right through. As if he didn't exist. Zenshu. He's indeed a troublesome person. I absolutely cannot let something that strengthens Jinchuriki exist. As this thought flashed through his mind, a crisp sound rang out. Crack. The cultivation pod behind him was pierced by 2 shuriken, creating two holes from which nutrient fluid poured out. The embryo inside seemed disturbed. Its eyes suddenly snapped open. At this moment, a heavy aura erupted. The infant-like embryo opened its eyes, revealing pitch-black pupils. It immediately saw Obito reaching for the wall. Hiruzen forming hand seals to attack from behind. As well as Danzo Shimura, who had just rushed in from the cave entrance. Invisible fluctuations radiated from its body, instantly forming a spherical barrier that enveloped it entirely. Ah! A piercing roar came from the embryo's mouth. The invisible fluctuations erupted instantly, causing the surrounding air to distort with striped ripples. The surrounding space immediately sank. Cracking sounds rang out. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls and the stone ceiling above. Hiruzen and Danzo felt their bodies sink heavily. The latter even had to drop to his knees to support himself. Obito caught this from the corner of his eye. His hand was already close to touching the masks on the wall. Only a moment of hesitation flashed through his mind before he immediately took action. But the next moment, an unexpectedly heavy force acted upon him. Boom! He fell to his knees, smashing the ground to pieces. His hands supported his chest, punching two deep craters into the stone floor. Only then did he stabilize his body. His face was stiff and tense as he exerted all his strength to support himself. Looking up heavily at the cracked wall. Too heavy. It's like every bone is carrying a boulder. No. I absolutely cannot let Konoha get these masks. Obito gritted his teeth. His single Sharingan manifested the Mangekyo pattern of Kamui. The wall sealing the masks completely shattered. The sealing power rapidly dissipated. A distorted swirl began to form. The 9 masks looked as if they were about to be sucked in. Hiruzen, the only one still standing, adapted to the gravity in this brief moment. Seeing this scene, he didn't hesitate at all. Rapidly completing his unfinished hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Scorching flames erupted, lunging forward like a dragon's head. At this critical moment, a rumbling sound rang out. Boom! The ceiling instantly collapsed. Rubble and dirt poured down, directly burying the entire basement. The last remaining power of the barrier also dissipated instantly. Outside, the base of the entire small hill collapsed. A cloud of smoke and dust violently rose up. This sudden scene caused the expressions of the ANBU and Root Ninjas to change. What happened? Hayashi, what happened inside? Where is Lord Hokage? Is he all right? There are enemies. There are 4 chakras below. Hayashi Hyuga shouted loudly. His voice very urgent. He assumed a stance, entering combat readiness. A figure suddenly flew out from the smoke, immediately catching the attention of everyone present. Within a translucent spherical barrier, the infant embryo glanced at the crowd below. There was not the slightest ripple in its pitch-black pupils. That look wasn't like looking at other people. It was as if looking at a pile of rocks. And beside it, 9 masks resembling evil spirits were bound by a layer of small barriers. Floating next to it. Stop him! Hiruzen's voice rang out. Boom! A loud crash. A pile of giant rubble was directly pushed open. Hiruzen, holding the adamantine staff, stood up with a fierce aura. The giant staff in his hands extended, smashing toward the embryo infant while he shouted loudly. Snatch back those 9 masks. Absolutely do not let him escape. As his voice fell, the ANBU and Root Ninjas immediately sprang into action. They all took out kunai and shuriken, executing the chakra enhancement technique. Swish! 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 The sound of piercing air rang out continuously. These hidden weapons all possess supersonic speed, arriving in front of the infant embryo in an instant. The infant embryo looked at these incoming hidden weapons. Its insight pushed to the extreme, making the supersonic weapons appear as if crawling like turtles. Its pupils constricted. It glared slightly. A powerful repulsive force instantly erupted. Boom. The incoming hidden weapons paused for an instant in midair. Then, under this force, rebounded with an even more tyrannical power. They instantly pierced through all the ANBU and root ninjas. In an instant, the sound of smoke popping and muffled groans rang out. At least a third were injured by their own rebounded weapons. The rest were the sounds of various clone techniques popping. A hint of disdain flashed in the infant embryo's eyes. The next moment, it was enveloped by a shadow. The adamantine staff smashed down from the sky. As it approached the infant embryo, it emitted a deafening sound. Distorted patterns appeared beneath the staff, as if it had struck patterns formed by translucent jelly. The violent force caused the infant embryo to rapidly fall from the sky, ultimately shedding all the force less than 3 meters from the ground. The infant embryo's small face was tense, baring its teeth at the adamantine staff less than half a meter away. In this moment when its attention was diverted, a figure charged up. As soon as Hayashi Hyuga approached, he felt an incomparably heavy force smash onto his body. He gritted his teeth and tensed his entire body, barely avoiding being flattened instantly. Without time to think, Hayashi immediately executed the revolving heaven. His body spun, primarily using his hands, and strong chakra erupted from all the tenketsu in his body. An 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven domain over 10 meters in diameter formed instantly. Its formidable power contended against the force field of the reversal of 8 directions, causing the air to distort and the space to kick up ripples. The infant embryo glared over fiercely, but found its entire body stiff, unable to move. A shadow on the ground was connected by a slender shadow, the other end connecting to Shikaku Nara. Choza Akimichi stretched out his palm, making it incomparably huge, and grabbed the infant embryo's circular barrier. Inoichi Yamanaka aimed at the infant embryo. He immediately formed hand seals and released the mind-body disturbance technique. But the next second, Inoichi's eyes were instantly covered in bloodshot lines. Intense pain erupted from his mind. Fresh blood flowed from his eyes and nostrils. His body went limp. He stumbled back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. At this time, an exceptionally swift shuriken broke through the force field of the reversal of 8 directions and hit the spherical barrier. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The exceptionally fierce force drew the infant embryo's gaze. A pair of Sharingan appeared before its eyes. Shursui Uchiha stood on the tree canopy, activating his Sharingan Genjutsu. Get lost! The hoarse roar of a tender child rang out. Although it was a roar without proper tone, its meaning echoed in everyone's minds. Underscore 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 underscore. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, A Mask. 1,345 words. Buzz. Almost everyone felt dizzy, as if they had been struck in the back of the head with a sledgehammer. Shursui Uchiha even let out a muffled groan. Blood flowed from his nose. He swayed unsteadily, nearly falling over. This scene greatly shocked some ninjas who feared the Sharingan like a fierce tiger. Was that Genjutsu just now? It was broken so easily. Impossible. How could a single roar break a Sharingan Genjutsu? That's Shursui of the body flicker, an Uchiha genius who made a name for himself on the battlefield in his teens. What kind of monster is this thing? Inoichi Yamanaka, his face covered in blood, stared blankly at the infant creature. Some injured ANBU ninjas felt their scalps tingle. Looking in disbelief at Shisui, who had nearly fallen over. While some were injured and dazed, naturally others fought back vigorously. Taking advantage of the suppression from Hiruzen's adamantine staff, Shibi Aburame spread his hands forward. A massive number of Kikaichu were released. As soon as these Kikaichu entered the force field of the reversal of 8 directions, they were dragged down and pressed against the ground. But many a little makes a lot. They rapidly swelled up like a pyramid. Beneath the circular barrier, nearing the shield, the moment they made contact, the insects frantically crawled toward the mask barrier attached to the surroundings. The insects began to frantically devour chakra. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A harsh sound like 1,000 birds chirping rang out as Kakashi of the ANBU charged into the gravity domain. The heavy gravity drastically reduced Kakashi's speed. But the Chidori provided an extreme speed boost, perfectly offsetting each other. His speed didn't slow down much. Stepping on the swarm of insects, Kakashi charged directly at the barrier shield. The lightning in his right hand thrust directly toward a mask where the barrier shield above had just been weakened. Sizzle. The barrier shield enveloping the mask was sliced open, exposing it to the air. Kakashi's gaze locked on. Just as he reached out to grab it, the infant embryo inside the barrier shield immediately changed its move. Its 2 small hands grasped inward. The gravity domain instantly vanished. A virtual mass core condensed between its hands. The adamantine staff, which had been constantly repelled half a meter away, was sucked in and smashed against the shield. Bang! Kakashi's entire body was violently slammed against the barrier shield. The mask on his face instantly shattered. His hand was also sucked onto the shield. Right at this moment, a shuriken flew over very ingeniously. It was instantly attracted by this force as well. It passed through the opening sliced by the Chidori, and embedded itself in the empty eye socket of the mask. The next moment, a powerful repulsive force erupted. Ah! Choza Akimichi was the first to let out a scream. His giant hand instantly became bloody and twisted unnaturally. Having no choice, he could only shrink it and pull it back. Kakashi was launched away, smashing heavily onto the ground. That swarm of insects was directly crushed on the ground. Fugaku Uchiha, standing to the side, took the opportunity to yank a wire string back. At the other end of the wire string was a 5-pointed shuriken. 2 of its blades had perfectly caught the eye socket of a mask, bringing it back. Seeing this scene, the infant embryo seemed enraged. Between its 2 small hands, 3 black dots formed from virtual mass instantly appeared. The 3 black dots, about the size of a finger, rotated and intertwined in a completely irregular pattern. Then they were pushed out. The moment Hiruzen's gaze turned to Fugaku, or rather the mask in his hand, he felt a hair-raising sensation. Chaotic forces tugged at the adamantine staff in his hands. The staff itself experienced multiple unpredictable forces, turning left for a moment, right the next, up and down erratically. A chaotic attractive force erupted from these 3 intertwining virtual masses. The air seemed to be shattered, displaying varying degrees of white atomization. Fragments of different spaces spliced together. In an instant, the area became a complete mess. The nearby small hill was directly torn apart. Popping sounds rang out continuously as various clones were shattered. The adamantine staff also vanished instantly. Because Enma, the summoned beast, had been severely injured. The earth, hills, plants, and even the air within a radius of hundreds of meters were chaotically shattered and compressed into a writhing sphere. The clan heads of the various major clans quickly fled hundreds of meters away. Only a portion of the root and ANBU ninjas had their bodies shattered. Zenji had dodged to the rear the moment the fight started. He was currently standing by a small path, watching the compressed, distorted sphere. Not far away stood Fugaku Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, and Setsuna Uchiha. In Fugaku's hand was a mask. A pitch-black mask carved with two large fangs. Hand over the mask. Danzo Shimura ran out from somewhere. His tone extremely cold as he spoke to Fugaku. Fugaku looked at Danzo. His face rapidly turning very ugly. Normally, even if Danzo targeted the Uchiha clan, he would maintain superficial respect. After all, Fugaku was also the captain of the police force, and needed to maintain a facade of harmony. Hee. Danzo, speaking to the captain of the police force in such a tone, "Do you think you are the Hokage?" Setsuna Uchiha let out a cold sneer from the side. This sentence seemed to step on Danzo's tail, making him glare over murderously with his single eye. "All of you, shut up." Hiruzen's cold shout rang out from the sky. He landed in front of the crowd, bit his finger, rapidly formed hand seals, and slammed both palms onto the ground. Triple Rashomon. Boom. The earth trembled. Rumbling sounds came from the ground in the front, left, and right directions. Billowing smoke rolled out, spreading in all directions. 3 giant city gates soared into the sky, forming a defense of hundreds of meters like morning glories. The moment the Rashomon rose, the distorted, irregular sphere ahead rapidly expanded. First, an intense flash of light. Then a deafening sound and the trembling earth. Waves of shockwaves directly pulverized a layer of the earth. All trees in their path were instantly twisted and decomposed by the powerful force. Until they hit the Rashomon. Boom. The 3 giant city gates with demon faces twisted under the force of the impact. But ultimately, they blocked all the impact. The infant embryo, which had already flown thousands of meters into the sky, cast a faint glance downward. Only a few hundred meters of destructive power. Still can't reach the level of Superkage that instantly alters the terrain. But in terms of destructive power, to reach the Superkage level, one must at least possess the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb. Regarding the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb, there were very clear demonstrations in his memories. The light from the 2 explosions of the Ninetales tailed beast bomb enveloped 2 or 3 mountain peaks. Even if the core destructive power wasn't that exaggerated, it was definitely more than a kilometer. I still have a lot of room to grow. Soon, even tailed beasts won't be my match. Withdrawing its gaze, the infant embryo rapidly flew toward the distance. The memories in its mind told it that the hidden mist village was about to become its grand feeding ground. The explosion slowly subsided. The smoke dispersed. A large crater appeared before their eyes. A layer of topsoil had been overturned within a range of 400 to 500 meters. Hiruzen looked at the vanished infant embryo. Regret appeared in his heart for the first time. He took a deep breath, reining in his emotions. Regret was useless now. He turned to look at Fugaku Uchiha. His gaze locked onto the mask in his hand. Underscore 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 underscore. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. Collapse of Trust and Intelligence. 1252 words. Clan head Fugaku. Please hand the mask to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was much better than Danzo Shimura's. But his piercing gaze and serious expression clearly indicated his stance. An ANBU ninja immediately stepped forward. Looking at the ANBU ninja extending a hand in front of him, Fugaku Uchiha felt stifled internally. He had clearly followed orders to snatch a mask. Even if he didn't receive a commendation, he was a person of merit. Yet now, he was being guarded against like this. Unfortunately, an arm cannot twist a thigh. Fugaku expressionlessly placed the mask into the ANBU ninja's hand. The other party immediately returned to Hiruzen's side. Hiruzen reached out and took the mask. His mood was extremely complex. But he also felt a faint sense of relief. At least they had won. This way, the Ninetales Jinchuriki could unleash their strongest power. With the Ninetales' might, even with just one, it could contend against the other tailed beasts. Danzo immediately moved closer. His eyes even more fervent. Greed filling the depths of his gaze. At this time, all the surviving individuals walked over. Among them, the clan heads of the major clans were all still alive, though a portion were injured. After all, these people possessed at least Jonin-level strength. The ANBU and Root ninjas, however, suffered miserable casualties. At least half died in the attack just now. Many of the survivors sustained serious injuries. Some even had their entire abdomens pierced by hidden weapons. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen felt heavy-hearted. Those who died were his direct subordinate ANBU, the very reliance of his power. He caught a glimpse of Zenji out of the corner of his eye. His expression was the same as usual. But changes had already occurred internally. The Ninetales incident, Orochimaru's defection, and now this modified creature from the laboratory. Too many major events have occurred these past few years. The village needs to rest and recuperate. Everyone. When Orochimaru defected previously, his laboratory was not cleared out. If there are similar dangerous experimental subjects there, the village will be in danger. To prevent any deranged subordinates of Orochimaru from acting out, martial law is declared tonight. Everyone, return immediately to pacify your clan members and do not come out at night. Hiruzen immediately issued orders. His gaze pointedly lingering on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Hayashi Hyuga's heart jolted. He immediately sensed Hiruzen's faint dissatisfaction. He turned to glance at the two elders. After exchanging a look, he turned and headed back. Fugaku, with a cold face, led his two companions and walked to the side. Their clan compound was on the edge of the village. Not very far from here. Watching the retreating backs of the clan heads, Hiruzen slowly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately issued orders. Kakashi. Take people to clear out Orochimaru's laboratory immediately. Yes. The injured head to the ninja hospital for treatment. The rest guard this place. If there are any discoveries, especially suspicious individuals, report immediately. Do not engage rashly. He hadn't forgotten that mysterious masked man. The Ninetales incident was caused by this person. He had thought the other party had given up after being repelled. But to think he was still eyeing Konoha village. Danzo looked at the imposing Hiruzen at this time. His eyes shifting slightly. He spoke, feigning calmness. Hiruzen, Root has also suffered significant losses. I will return first to tally them up. We will need to recruit new personnel to replenish our ranks later. After speaking, he turned to leave. But an emotionless voice froze him in place. Halt. Hiruzen looked expressionlessly at Danzo. Come with me. This simple sentence made Danzo's heart tighten. He turned around, wanting to speak in his usual tone. But the words caught in his throat as soon as he opened his mouth. Hiruzen. He had seen that gaze before. It was his gaze on the battlefield back in the day. All right. A drop of sweat rolled down Danzo's forehead. He hurriedly agreed. He then followed Hiruzen toward the center of the village. Not long after, they returned to the brightly lit Hokage building. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane were anxiously waiting for Hiruzen. They were stationed here and couldn't move out easily, so their information was somewhat delayed. Seeing the imposing Hiruzen, Hamura and Koharu actually breathed a massive sigh of relief. Without waiting for Hiruzen to catch his breath, the two immediately fired off multiple questions. What happened? What exactly was in the laboratory? How could there be such a huge commotion? Hiruzen didn't answer. He walked over, sat down, and stared fixedly at Danzo. This gaze made Danzo extremely uncomfortable. Hiruzen's aura tonight was truly too overwhelming. A moment later, Hiruzen finally spoke. And his single sentence made Danzo's heart sink. Hand it over. Danzo's face remained as usual. He looked at Hiruzen and said somewhat strangely, "Isn't the mask in your hands? What are you asking me for?" Looking at the composed Danzo, Hiruzen was in no mood for nonsense. "Do you think I don't know you well enough?" His voice was very deep. Hamura and Koharu exchanged an astonished glance. Hiruzen tonight was somewhat different from usual. Very unfamiliar. Yet somewhat familiar. A flash of inspiration crossed their minds. They knew where that familiar feeling came from. This demeanor was exactly the same as the hero of Shinobi, Hiruzen during the Second Shinobi World War. Danzo naturally knew this as well. Sweat rolled down his cheek from his forehead. He suddenly had a premonition that if he continued to hide it, he would probably lose all his power. His left hand clenched slightly into a fist. Slowly reached into his coat. And finally pulled out a scroll. He unrolled the scroll, formed a hand seal, and with a poof, a massive amount of books, stone tablets, and other items appeared in the office. "What is this?" Koharu asked her doubt once again. Hiruzen placed the mask he had been holding onto the table and slowly began to explain. Completely controlling a tailed beast. Becoming a perfect Jinchuriki who won't go berserk and can control it at will. Koharu's aged, flat face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Tailed beasts are ultimate weapons capable of contending against nations. The Ninetales incident last time nearly destroyed Konoha village. And that was just a slow-moving beast without ninjutsu. If a tailed beast possessed a human's mind, a ninja's combat literacy, and a ninjutsu system, then its actual power would be extremely terrifying. We only got one. What is that embryo? Why did it attack right at this time, and that mysterious masked man? Could it be? Hamura spoke suspiciously. Hiruzen knew exactly what he was suspecting. And who he was suspecting. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. It shouldn't be related. My attack shattered the cultivation pod. That caused the subsequent changes. Koharu picked up a book from the pile, reading as she spoke. Listening to your description, that embryo's abilities are very similar to Zenshu's. Could it be Zenshu? Hiruzen also began examining these books. Hearing the question, he pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He wasn't sure either. But judging from the various intelligence obtained previously, Zenshu had the motive and capability to do this. Here. There's information on that embryo. Hamura suddenly raised a book and said. Underscore 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 underscore. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. The Dark-Tailed Beast and Nagato. 1,262 words. The gazes of the three looked over. Hamura Mitokado opened a book that looked like a diary. Self-modification is truly too dangerous. Even with the technique idle transfiguration, it is possible to leave behind irreversible effects. Especially the soul. The core of idol transfiguration is the soul's influence on the body. As long as the soul remains unchanged, the vast majority of physical modifications can be restored to their original appearance. But if the soul changes, then there is absolutely no chance for regret. I shouldn't have modified my soul. I have completely lost the chance to survive. I must warn Zenji. He is absolutely not allowed to modify his soul. Dying silently is not what I want. I will modify and create the most perfect body. No. A body that gathers all chakra natures, the root of everything, all techniques, a body like the Sage of Six Paths. Since I have already modified my soul, I will see it through to the end. I will create a brand new me. Even at the cost of my own death, I will not hesitate. Lunatic. Koharu couldn't help but feel a chill. Hamura also frowned deeply. Sacrificing oneself for research, even including the soul, was simply unreasonable. So that embryo is the self that Zenshu created. As Danzo spoke, he recalled that creature filled with a ferocious will like a wild beast. He sneered internally. It seemed Zenshu had failed. That embryo escaped. With its beast-like will, I'm afraid it will cause a massive impact. It would be fine if it were other countries. But if it causes losses and impacts the land of fire, then it will probably be troublesome. Then sever all ties and say it's a monster created by Orochimaru. Danzo easily thought of a countermeasure. They definitely couldn't say it was Zenshu's experimental subject. Because the other party was a hero of the village who had saved thousands of families. The ties simply couldn't be severed. But Orochimaru was different. Although his relationship with Konoha was also deep, using his own villagers, and even ANBU ninjas, for human experiments, was enough to sever ties. After all, Konoha was also a victim. Such an excuse was enough to deal with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen lowered his head and took a puff of his pipe. Not answering. Seeing this scene, Hamura and Koharu also nodded in agreement. After reading through all the books, they had gained a sufficient understanding of the research on the two items. A brilliant concept. If I didn't know this wasn't Sensei's work, I would have thought it was a forbidden technique researched by Sensei. Koharu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Now that they understood the principle of that mask, they couldn't help but praise it. Dark chakra sounds a bit familiar. Isn't this the technology of the Zero-Tailed beast? Hamura recalled something. Where did he get this technology? Koharu frowned. The gazes of the two turned to Danzo, whose face darkened. The other party was the deputy director of the Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute. For over a year, he held substantial power. Getting his hands on a technology that has been forgotten for so many years would be very easy. These words made Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo, making it sound as if his countermeasures over the past year were all for naught. Using an artificial tailed beast to create a dark-tailed beast within the body of a tailed beast. Simulating the sealing mode of a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen's faint voice rang out. The antagonistic relationship between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast directly turns into a three-way mutual dependence. All the negative emotions of the tailed beast are completely absorbed. And it's a continuous absorption. This way, getting along with the tailed beast becomes much simpler. The dark-tailed beast is in a semi-detached state, with the Jinchuriki supporting its seal. This is equivalent to helping the tailed beast share the pressure. The two share adversity, making it easier to cultivate a bond. As for where the hardship comes from, don't ask. When necessary, this dark-tailed beast can also be briefly released. Equivalent to a small-tailed beast. The perfectly controlled power of a tailed beast, plus a tailed beast-like summoned creature. Equivalent to two tailed beasts. Hiruzen and the other three exchanged glances. Great joy filling their hearts. Because although the dark mask could form a perfect Trinity Jinchuriki state, The secret technique to briefly summon the dark-tailed beast was recorded in this book. Not on the dark mask. All at once, it was equivalent to Konoha village having 2 nine-tails. There's no time to lose. We can use it on the nine-tails Jinchuriki right now. Homura spoke with some joy. If they had a perfect Jinchuriki, most of the village's difficulties could be solved. No. Unanimous voices rang out from Danzo and Hiruzen. Why? The two advisors looked at them in surprise. These so-called techniques and the various intelligence within are merely Zenshi's one-sided claims. We cannot act rashly before verifying them. Danzo spoke with a serious face. Hiruzen nodded, strongly agreeing with Danzo's view. Naruto is the 4th Hokage's son, not the village's experimental subject. Moreover, Naruto is too young right now and doesn't even have basic cognition. If he is instigated by the dark-tailed beast, it will be an even more troublesome matter. The two advisors nodded, expressing agreement. The infant embryo flew high in the sky, looking at the mere 8 masks beside it. Only 8. 8 is 8. It's enough for my birth. The inherited knowledge in its memories contained a more detailed understanding of the 9 masks. But their ultimate function was completely different. These were its 9 energy suppliers. As long as they merged onto the 9-tailed beasts, it could continuously extract the chakra and flesh of the 9-tailed beasts, turning them into the most suitable nourishment. This was the ritual for it to truly complete its gestation and be born. Not enough. Just the Kekii Genkai of Konoha is completely not enough. The infant embryo thought extremely greedily. I want to obtain all Kekii Genkai. All special bloodlines. All physical talents. And become an existence that transcends everything. The next target was the hidden mist village. There were a great many Kekii Genkai there. But before that, it needed a name. Tankia. Yes. This will be my name from now on. Tankia flew toward the direction of the land of water. On another side. Land of rain. The base of the Akatsuki organization. Space suddenly distorted. Obito, disguised as Madara Uchiha, appeared. Nagato, attached to the Deva Path puppet, looked at the suddenly appearing Obito. What happened? For you to seek me out so urgently? Nagato spoke indifferently. A special situation occurred in Konoha. Obito remained silent for a moment before speaking. Although he possessed strong power relying on the Mangekyo and Hashirama's cells, it was mainly based on its mechanics. His actual combat prowess was completely inferior to Nagato's. He simply didn't have the ability to deal with that bizarre infant. So he could only reveal the intelligence completely. A perfect Jinchuriki. A controllable tailed beast. Nagato's face was gloomy. His tone icy. It's like this again. Those great nations, for the sake of victory in war, have never considered other people. They only know how to create these weapons that destroy the lives of others. Underscore 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 underscore. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.